Am I live on Kick? Oh, I can't actually stream this because of the HDR shut it, huh?
What's that noise?
Was there a way around that? Or not HDR, HDCP. There was a way, right? It was like turning on or off, was it hardware acceleration? Oh.
That is.
When you say messages and emails, are these mostly businesses or business or from fans? Can you tell us the usual ratio? It's usually work-related stuff. Or might be like 60-40. Walter White's daughter? Wait, like the actor? Bryan Cranston? Or is this like a dumb meme?
Dread.
Do you think the judge might agree with your MSJ, but then moot all of the other motions? Don't ask me anything. I don't know anything about how court works, okay? Apparently, I have no idea. It might just be that we just show up because is it the middle of May for the trial, I think? I have to go check. And then he's just got like everything on his desk and he's like, all right, guys, let's go through. I truly have no idea. I don't know. I don't know anything, I guess. Maybe nothing ever happens ever. I don't know. That's the calendar call for the trial, or is that for our pretrial hearing? Because I know we have there's supposed to be at least one pretrial meeting or something. We have a pretrial conference on May 12th. I don't know.
Nice and slow. One.
Is that Stav? Oh, wait, where's Mr. Mooten? Oh, fuck, I can't. I'm working. I have to like finish emails and shit, so I can't chat much. I did watch Begonia.
Oh yeah, and
I thought it was pretty good.
yeah, did you like the ending of it or no?
I thought it was interesting.
That's like the least.
One thing I heard from people though is that not to meta it too much, but like it's literally the most predictable ending ever. If you're familiar with the director, he's just like he does stuff like that. Like he would just never make a straight kidnapping movie or whatever. But
he always has like a bit of like flair to him, I guess.
I don't know if I'd say layer. It might literally just be
or
like
flair.
Or no, I don't know if I'd say flair. It might just be like the twist endings or like the weirdo endings or something. I'm not sure. But somebody said that like he always does like kind of misdirection stuff like that or something like that. I don't know how true that is or not.
Yeah, it was interesting.
That movie's the most overrated movie Chad has ever watched. Really?
Yes,
I think that One Battle After Another is infinitely more overrated. Holy shit, what a mid-fuck movie. Oh my god.
Yeah, the cinematography and all of that in Begonia is really good. I feel like the acting's really good. Like, they don't have that many character sets either.
Also, is his name Stavos or Stravos?
The director or whatever?
No. Oh shit, you don't know him? The cop. Stavros?
Oh,
Or
it's the guy from... Yeah, I know who you're
from
talking about.
Cumtown or whatever, and then the
Cumtown.
podcast.
Yeah.
I was surprised. I was like, wait, is that him? Is he...
He was a good actor.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody
he was
was
fine.
really good in the fucking movie. It was really cool. I was surprised when the autistic guy killed himself. Yeah, Great movie.
Do you think I guess because I went back because I was like rewatching some scenes and I was kind of curious. Do you think that I can't tell. At first I wondered because when you go back and the autistic guy goes down and talks to the girl, she doesn't have they didn't slather her up with the stupid lotion or whatever, right? The antihistamine stuff. Do you think that she like? I was wondering if she mind controlled him to kill himself, but then when he kills himself, she's like, "What the fuck?" Because she seems to not have expected that.
She seems surprised.
Yeah. So maybe
I
not.
would assume not. But that is an interesting thing to think about, actually, because I think if she would have just been like blank faced and like understood, I think that would have been a lot more indicative that she did it on herself.
Maybe, yeah. Jesse Plemons is so good at playing that character. Jesse Plemons is like the I don't know, the new, I don't want to say Philip Seymour Hoffman, but I think that guy has a really, really, really good acting future ahead of him. I hope he chooses good projects. I hope he doesn't get agent fucked or whatever, because I think that guy is he's just an unbelievably good actor. Oh my God, he's so good. He's so good. Jesus.
He looked the fucking part too. Like he looked like a kind of like just down south crackhead type. I don't know. Really fucking good. Yeah, the ending I thought was like, me and Peach talked about it. We were talking a little bit about like, well, doesn't this just like kind of give all the psychos like what they want of like, oh, look, like it's all real. So like in the movie, but I think the psychos are going to take that no matter what. I think they're always going to like, no matter what, take that away from a movie.
So I guess I wasn't really thinking about it in terms of like
them.
responsible like
messaging or whatever. Yeah.
Related to psychos. I guess that is kind of funny. There could be like people who go and abduct people who go like, oh, we are right the whole time, I guess. But I guess I wasn't thinking of it from that perspective. Yeah.
Who cares about conspiracy theorists watching the film? Well, I thought it was something interesting to think about. But yeah, I think no matter what, they're going to watch the film and take what they want away from it, so it doesn't ever matter.
Maybe, shoot had light intensity and shaky cam. I don't know about the shaky cam, but there was like I don't know if you call it vignetting or like a blur at like the parts of the screen. So something weird was happening there. You're right. I think she was using her mind fuckery somehow.
But then why would she? Because she acted surprised.
I mean, I can think of two things. One, oh my God, I just had a genius thought. The first thought is that maybe she just tried to get him to do something, but she wouldn't know what he would do. But the second thing is maybe she was trying to get him to do something, but maybe they are not used to interacting with like I think he's just like retarded or like cognitively.
He's like autistic, I would say, like heavily.
Yeah, maybe. Or impaired somehow, yeah. So maybe she wasn't used to navigating that mind or something, I'm not sure. Well, maybe she wouldn't know if she's being recorded or not, maybe. I don't know. Somebody said her power was to make him peaceful, and he offed himself since he was castrated and neurotypical? Okay. He chemically castrated himself. Why are you guys saying this? Or how is that related to what I just said? Prevents mind control? My takeaway from the castration thing was that, I don't know if I'm being way too generous here, but that Plemons, like, was actually super big on, like, he really wanted to kidnap this person because he believed in the conspiracy stuff that he believed in, and he didn't want to turn it into just, like, they're kidnapping some woman and raping her, and he didn't want to risk the other guy either doing weird sexual shit or, like, falling in love with her and being distracted in that manner. Either or. Probably more the falling in love than the other thing. But,
yeah, I thought they said it was just, like, to stop, like, those type of distractions from the mission.
Yeah, I don't think it was implying that that's going to prevent mind control. That was not the takeaway that I had.
I thought that's what the gel was for or whatever, and the hair.
Yeah.
Oh, shimmy.
I will say,
Squirrel is
this is a really pretentious take. I don't know if I fucked a setting up or whatever, but there were no subtitles on for the entire ending. And so I was trying to guess what they were talking about before they killed humanity. I kind of like that maybe a little bit more than seeing exactly what they said. Because I was like, oh, I wonder what they're talking about or what they're going over.
You fucked the setting up. But no,
yeah.
that I actually, yeah.
It was interesting because I'm trying to guess, like, wait, what the fuck are these people talking about? Maybe they're trying. I don't know. But then I went back.
Acting really stand out. Yeah, yeah.
I guess because then I was like, I think I Googled it because I was like, what are they saying afterwards? And then I didn't really see much coming up. I was like, wait, fuck. And then I turned the subtitles on and I was like, oh shit, you were supposed to have these. Yeah. Duh. Did you see the ending coming? The only time I really thought that the ending could be real was, well, the thing that hardcore convinced me was after the guy committed suicide and she went into the room and she started reading stuff. Because at that point, I feel like she should probably be trying to escape. But the fact that she wanted to go in and she was like reading everything seemed like she was like curious to how much she'd researched.
And when the guy comes down and she says like, how many others, right?
Sure, yeah.
That was a big moment for me.
Find Robbie or Alishemi.
This girl is wasted.
Some people were saying when the calculator was in a really nice box as well.
Oh, yeah, but by that point I figured, yeah, because she'd already done the room thing or whatever. Yeah, a normal calculator being in that box was weird. There was a thing that, I don't know if you can make the movie work this way, but like, when he blew up in that closet, his head flew out and he smacked her in the head. Like, there's a chance also that it was just a conspiracy theory, and maybe
and it was all in her head afterwards.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, because there was a thing about that.
She read so much and heard so much from him that like the weird shit that she just read like merged with her thought, like having like a weird nightmare or dream after a short nap after you watch some weird shit or something. Yeah,
like she inside the closet or whatever, like passed out, etc. Yeah, there's a path for that. Why do you think he blew up in the closet?
His bomb maybe
it was like a weird teleportation thing, or like he just did a shitty bomb.
Maybe just a shitty bomb, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like shitty bomb interacting with the teleportation device.
Although I don't know, because it seemed like he was fairly competent in most of the other things he did, or no? Like he was right about like the antihistamine and the shaving of the head and everything else.
I don't know if I'd say, I guess, because then if you're asking how competent was he, well, then you go to the time where he had to deal with a crisis, which was he went in the back of a car and basically pulled out a bottle of antifreeze. But do we know that that's antifreeze? Did the mom actually die? Do we ever get the clarification on that?
She says it was. That was the thing where I was going to go back and look at it, because there's a chance that when she's talking to the people at the end, she said like there were only 2 more experiments and they're either both failing or they both failed. So maybe that antifreeze really was some kind of like crazy cure, but his mom just it didn't work on her. But I'm not sure. I don't know.
You can't be serious. She flatlined. She's dead. Well, again, we're in a fucking Begonia movie. We could be talking about like when he leaves. I feel like it's just as common that he would leave and then later on there'd be a snapshot back to her like actually like recuperating, etc. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like she
literally flatlined.
Well,
yeah, that's why I just
she's dead,
said,
right?
Yeah, she's probably dead.
Yeah, I think she's 100% dead.
Yeah. Wait, was Moot asking if she was dead or not?
Well, I thought you guys were like implying that she might have like stayed alive.
Well, I was asking, was it really antifreeze or was?
Oh yeah, no. The question was it antifreeze or was it actually like a massive cure to see if they could fix humans to be better or whatever? And she was like one of the final tests. So and it really was that. And then they tried it, but then she died because it didn't work. But not because it was antifreeze and she was always going to die, but because whatever test they'd set up wasn't going to actually help make humans better or whatever.
Oh, the thing at the end of the movie. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because they talked about having. They were here. Fuck, what was the theory that like a bunch of these things had come to planet Earth to monitor humans to see if humanity could be saved? Like they had to do that final check before they wiped out all humanity.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. New Jersey has no gun laws. Can somebody confirm or deny that?
What the fuck does that mean? No gun laws?
New Jersey has some of the strictest gun laws in the U.S. Oh, well. So I got like a few emails from people saying that like, oh, you should just move to Jersey instead of New York City and then you don't have to give up any of your guns and you can still order stuff. And it's like, but the AI says that they're very strict. Magazines are restricted to a maximum of 10 rounds. Oh, wait, hold on. What the fuck? Wait, why is everybody telling me this? It's going to be less restrictive than New York? How many states have magazine limits? Ugh.
I got the solution for your gun problems.
Give it to your mom?
Give it to me. I'll take it. Then
Fuck
you don't have
no.
to worry.
Good one.
I don't even think you can carry in New York, even though the Supreme Court lost that ruling. New York City put some bogus shit in there, like if you're within 500, within a half mile of like a school or a government building, you can't carry, and it's like the entirety of New York City.
Damn. New Hampshire and Vermont. Why the fuck would you go there?
New Hampshire has no sales tax.
Is that a serious determinant for places that you would...
That's a banger
I think New Hampshire
thing.
has no income tax. I don't think it's sales tax, is it?
No, there's no sales tax in New Hampshire.
Which one has no income?
It might also be New Hampshire.
Yeah, it is New Hampshire. Yeah, New Hampshire has no sales tax as well. What the fuck do they have? Property tax?
Yeah, probably really high property tax.
Where is Jader? Fuck.
He's not at a watch store, I'll tell you that. What do you want from him?
Does my stream title not show up in the... I don't understand how so many fucking retards will be like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? It shows up on big screen. It shows up on Kick, right?
Where does it show up on big screen?
In the
Where does it
top
show
left
up on big
corner?
screen? Oh yeah, it's under. It says boring work stuff, real stream at 3 p.m.
Okay. Number one, if you're going to send me emails that are like 20 paragraphs long, just make a subreddit post, okay? Jesus Christ, I'm trying to read all these, okay? Number two, I don't want to go over this again and again today because it triggers the fuck out of me that it's so hard for me to understand my position on this, okay? If you think that there is an issue, there's two huge problems that I have. If you think there's an issue with people on the left that are being too friendly towards like fucking Islam or whatever bullshit, like 10 years ago, I think there are good arguments that that was true, okay? But make those arguments. Just say that. And don't dog whistle and skirt and hide around the issue. It's so fucking annoying. Just say that. Just come out and say that, okay? I'm tired of all these people who have to email me or talk to me to steal man Constantine's position. He's not a fucking retard, okay? I don't understand. I get so incredibly angry at how much money is flying around in this field. All of us are making, well, not me anymore, but a lot of these people are making like 7 figures or more. Do you have enough money, you have enough time, and you have the responsibility to do some reading and to present some fucking arguments, okay? If you're a sizable YouTuber, you're making 5 to 10x the amount that or 20x the amount of any PhD researcher in any of these fucking fields. Read a fucking paper, okay? You should be able to present the arguments. The fact that I'm such a pussy interpersonally that he could throw up a little temper tantrum and then I feel bad about pressing him when he's out here influencing more people than any fucking published author would kill to have access to for even 30 minutes. Do some research, make a fucking argument, and talk about it. Then we can have the conversation. Number one, okay? Number one. Number two, I don't know if this is just part of the normal human condition or what. It cannot be that because one side is cringe, you 180 on your entire fucking political outlook. Holy shit. What a weak, spineless, terrible perspective on life. I don't understand that. I could be bullied by an infinite amount of cringe progressives or e-horse fucking suing me for stupid porn videos or whatever the fuck else. It's not going to turn me into a fucking conservative. Why the fuck would all of my political views be contingent on the last person that fought with me? It's such a stupid fucking perspective on life. Jesus.
Can you give it like an example of like that, I guess? Like who's asking you to do that or whatever?
Well, because people are like, oh, well, so I'm just reading the highlighted part of this guy's thing. He's like, well, not the highlighted. I think most of the actual cultural threat the right wing feels is stemmed from a decade plus of seeing governments on the left being incredibly generous towards very conservative cultures like Islam while being unevenly chastising towards the native population and culture. I think this is true. I think, or at least the vibe or the rhetoric was cringe. I agree with that. But why would that turn you into a fucking right winger? I don't understand. Because ultimately, increasingly high amounts of conservative population immigration from third world theocratic nations might not be in line with your or my liberal views, and that is where I do agree with some right-winger some right-wingers, that Western liberal societies should be bolder about maintaining certain ideological boundaries, especially against all theologies. I don't know how many, maybe I needed to repeat it more in my debate with Constantine. Maybe I didn't say it enough, or maybe I didn't say it clearly a single time. Like, I don't disagree. Countries should have control over their borders, and I think we can select for certain types of values. But like, if we would have a conversation about that, I would be able to spell that out. I'm not going to fucking weasel away from it or just allude to, well, there's differences between Afghanistan and United Kingdom. If 100 million people, even from fucking India or whatever, wanted to immigrate to the United States, I don't know if I would be comfortable with that. That's a really fucking high number. In the United States, our legal immigration system already only has, it's either 6% or 8% of all legal immigrants can come from a single country in any year when we're accepting legal immigrants. Like, these are things that are already built into our current immigration system. I don't disagree with that. But I can't have the conversation with you if you can't even get to that perspective, right? Like, you can have opinions on fucking calculus, but you're not going to discuss them with a guy who can't even fucking do algebra. It's just stupid. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm chewing through these 39 emails.
It is pretty retarded that people are going to like Constantine's defense when this is literally his whole fucking
job. Yeah, it's his job. Why this guy's making millions of dollars traveling the world? Why does some random dude have to fucking steel man him? He had a 2-hour debate with me that he got probably paid a decent chunk of money to fucking have, and he couldn't even sit there and have the conversation without turning into a petulant child. It's insane that people feel like they have to come to this dude's defense. Meanwhile, I'm up here as a fucking random music school dropout who's not even fucking British, having a debate that's 90% over British politics on a subject that I just read up on in 2 weeks, barely, because I'm mainly playing Arc Raiders, and this guy can't even have the fucking conversation. It's crazy that people feel they need to jump to this dude's defense. It's pathetic. I've heard that Newsom is and also isn't going on us on stream. Do you know the correct answer? I don't know. I haven't watched any of the clips. I'm not sure. Rude to not respond to your questions and waste everyone's time with filibuster to filibuster. You interrupting him during those unresponsive tangents is not nearly as rude. Yeah, but it's a rhetoric thing. It's just how it comes off. It's just so fucking annoying how much people can just say nothing. But I don't know how people have been conditioned to hear just so much slop, so much verbal slop. There are just people who speak and they just say nothing. There's just no information density at all. It's the same hollow, boring talking points over and over and over again. 50 million fucking times. Like, what is the... The elite have betrayed the people. I've never watched this video before, okay? Let's just go to 3 random points. Let's see what we're talking about, okay? 19 minutes.
And people were actually leaving the U.S. to go to Canada. That was 10 years ago. So Wilfrid Laurier, who was our first Liberal and our first Francophone Prime Minister, actually said that Canada always had to have lower taxes than the United States because they would have this enormous economic gravitation. The only way to overcome that would be to have lower taxes, faster permits, and more economic freedom. And by the way, for most of the early part of this century, we ranked as more economically free country than the U.S. based on the rankings of numerous think tanks. So we can do that again. We need to repeal all the laws that block our resources in so that we should have the fastest permits anywhere in the OECD. We should have a policy of generating energy.
Okay, this is cheating because this guy's a real politician. Notice how, 1, this guy named a name of a politician that isn't the same 2 that people always talk about. And then 2, notice how this guy's talking about policies immediately. But I think this is because he ran as the opposition party leader in Canada, right? I remember this guy, I believe. Even though I think I disagree with him, but oh my God, we got policies, we got history, we've got citation from think tank. In 10 seconds, this guy has said more than Constantine said in his entire fucking debate with me. Okay, I won't check it. They get a pass on that, dude. Okay, I need to work. Okay, fuck. Now you're gonna sit here in silence while I work.
Good.
One more? No, the next one is a whole hour. Do you like the Pitt more than House? They're like totally different types of shows. Yeah, I don't know how to compare those.
Ooh, that's a Constantine answer right there. You want a yes or no?
Yes, I did fuck your mom last night.
No, he didn't enjoy it.
Do you respond to Yap emails? No, because I just don't have time. I'm sorry. I love you. But then if I do it, I get more and more Yap emails and it fucks me.
Why don't you read the emails out that are interesting?
I usually do. I try to save them. Or I just steal all the ideas and I present them as my own next stream.
That emailer from yesterday, my king. Get them a fucking trusted flare or whatever in chat.
True.
what did they say? The argument's basically nationalize X, do whatever it takes, make ICE your own personal army in Washington D.C. I mean, yeah.
Is it the hot take that just fucking Twitter doesn't matter as much as we think it does? Is that boomer to say at this point?
I think, unfortunately, I think social media dominates. There's a chance that the whole reason Trump is doing things that he's doing is because of his fucking social media algorithms. As cringe as that is. This, I don't know what the crime is. I would invent one and I would apply it post hoc. I don't even give a fuck. Like this, like imagine how much of a fucking pussy loser this ketamine adult freak is.
Musk?
Yes. America is this is the pro-Trump pack that Elon Musk founded. And even if you don't know the source of this, it's so obvious, like, what's coming next.
Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front. Our southern border.
Yeah, you can hear the obvious cut. And the guy's from Texas.
Should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front.
Like, and it doesn't even make sense what they're trying to imply that he's saying. Like, it should be like your front porch where the door is open all the time. Is that your front porch? Like, what? It's just so.
Oh, he's clip chimping Tallarico or whatever?
Yeah. I don't even know the original quote, but I think it was something. It was something like it should be like your front porch where you have a giant welcome mat and a lock on the door, or something like that. Mm-hmm. It's just so cringe. Also, why the fuck is he allowed to? Somebody needs to trademark America. America needs to trademark America or the USA or something, and you can't. Why can't you have a pack called America? Oh, you want a hot take? I think that all like state, city, and country names should be prohibited from appearing in any business. And then I almost think maybe words like national or shit like that should also be prohibited. Because I think that I legitimately believe a lot of Americans don't know when they see a thing like the First National Bank of Omaha. That's just like a private company. It has nothing to do with the city of Omaha. It has nothing to do with the nation.
To do with the U.S.
Yeah, maybe for like that Bank of America. I don't know if people think that's actually like a U.S. But like, I feel like all those names should find a different name for your business, because I think people legitimately get mind fucked on retarded shit like that. I don't think people should be allowed to have those things.
Man, I don't think I've ever had a chance to fight with you on your companies can't buy other companies thing.
Based.
What's your justification on that one again?
I don't know. I like how much I fuck your mom.
You have no answer. You're just fucking my mom on everything.
Your whole life
That's
is creating and selling businesses. You're going to be diametrically opposed to me on every single part of this.
I understand that, but you're saying like I assume you're going to say like if you're under a certain market cap, it's okay, or over a certain market cap, right?
Maybe. I'm sure you could nibble around the edges at it. I just think it's a cancerous environment where businesses' goals are just to purchase every potential competitor or to purchase every vertically integrated thing they can into their own business model. I think it's not a good.
Could Jim's Muffler Shop buy Bob's Muffler Shop?
Yes. Only if they're below a certain market cap. Yeah. No, they can't buy. They can't buy Dave's Brake Shop. No, too much integration.
I'm sorry that I'm trying to get a fucking answer. You're in one today.
Because the specific details don't matter as much as the overall concept. If you agree with the overall concept, then you can figure out like what you can iterate on the particular plan. I'm sure some of it would be confusing, but like the idea that like Amazon or fuck that, the idea that who just bought fucking, was it Paramount that bought Netflix?
Paramount,
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Or the fact that Facebook has like 5 of the most popular fucking messaging apps. Whatever that is, it's way too far.
I agree with that, but I don't think that's like companies shouldn't be able to buy companies. I think that means that we should much more aggressively be enforcing anti-monopoly laws. Like the monopolistic clause should be adjusted to not just be like, do you have competition in this industry? It should also be like, or a private or public market cap of over X. And if you do, then you can't buy any other companies. And then there's like maybe a positive persuasion to not grow to a certain size. I don't know what that is, if that's like 250 billion or whatever of a market cap, but essentially that would be the solution, right?
Something like that, yeah.
So it's okay if like $1 billion company buys me. Yeah?
Sure thing.
So Dan just won the argument right there, right?
Yep.
Steve won't seriously engage with me. Because deep down,
I have 28 emails. After I do these, then we can. Okay.
With that, I must disagree, Dan. Steve would destroy you on the
I have
intellectual
his
battlefield.
stickers in my office here, and this is a thanks I get. Prominent sticker placement, by the way.
Does anybody know what constituency that fucking Constantine lives in? I'm curious. Has he ever said before?
Dude, you hate this motherfucker, and you dominated him.
Yeah,
Why?
but because he's one of like the most. He's emblematic of all the fucking evil centristy fucking media, and he was one of the few people who was greedy enough and stupid enough to actually have a conversation with me. So I hate
water
just
is wet, man.
how much all these guys are so hugboxed in their little protective bubbles. It's so fucking cringe. He lives in Kent, UK. Can you link me like the last, I guess like election from there? I'm really curious who his Liberal Democrat vote. Right, that's the party, the Liberal Democrats or whatever. I'm curious who the person he's voting for is, what the polling is in that constituency, and why are you linking this and tagging my name? This better be relevant to what I just fucking asked for. Moot.
You
I'm
said
gonna
you want the Kent election.
Okay.
What I don't get is
Good
like
job.
you're kind of a little bit bent out of shape over this, and it's like you already know that all these people are like the Sartre quote, which is, you know, never argue with the anti-Semite because the second you get them in there, like they change it. The time for arguing is past. Like you caught this motherfucker dead to rights, flat out fucking lying, just like literally lying multiple times. Like what more do you want? Like he's a dishonest actor.
Wait,
you
what
can't
is the
reason with them?
True, but I need everyone else to see that. What is the England Council? Is that like the English, like just the government of the country of England?
No.
Local
It's
is into
probably
the
local.
country of England, or more local than that to like cities? I hate the country and a country thing. They have to get rid of the UK, or they just need to call themselves states and join the rest of the fucking world. What do you? We never agreed on this. What do you call England and Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland? What do you call those
United
countries?
Kingdoms is what I would say. If I'm talking about them all, I would probably say like United Kingdom, I guess.
Nations? I don't even know what the fuck that word means. I've heard 30 different definitions for nation. They're called constituent countries. I don't know what I'm looking at, Mootin. England Council results. What is the Council of England? Is that for the whole of England, or are these like...
I shrug, brother.
I
I
hate
think
you.
so.
I hate you.
I
I
think
hate you.
that's
I
the
hate you.
whole of
I hate you.
England.
I
And then
hate
if at the very bottom,
Oh, wait.
there's a map. And
About
at the
this
bottom
council.
right, it shows Kent.
County council. County councils are funded through council tax, government... Oh. Okay, you're lucky.
And then
okay, shut up.
Kent shows the
Yeah,
previous
you're good.
election results
Yeah,
were all
yeah,
conservative.
I got it.
Bottom right.
Wait, what are these? Are these things constituencies?
I would assume those are like states
No.
within
Why are you
fucking
guessing?
the UK. That's why I said I would assume.
Well, don't assume that any of this.
Kent is the bottom right one.
Okay, but what is that?
Click it.
Okay. Kent Council or Kent County. What is a county to them?
Don't say anything, Moot. It's a trap.
I don't know.
Your mom's a trap.
I don't know about the fucking UK.
Okay.
It's a shithole.
Don't care.
That's our fucking audience. Be nice. You have a Windows Defender alert there, bottom right hand corner.
Oh,
We're gonna
shit.
make him leave the Discord, dude.
Oh, I haven't signed in with my Microsoft account to enhance my security. Automatic
We also need
sample
to-
submission.
You got to turn on the control for core isolation and app and browser control. You just have those off?
That's crazy.
You're crazy.
I'm raw dogging it
Fuck's
out
core
here.
isolation.
That's big. How can you live without that? Dan can't stream. I don't know. See, I think I'm reading this and it's like it could be true or not true. It's really like Schrodinger's retard chatter. But anyways, in New York State, you can't carry in any private building unless they put up a sign explicitly permitting concealed carry weapons. Now, is that a civil infraction or a criminal one?
For
like,
what?
if McDonald's has a no concealed carry thing, I don't think they can arrest me. They can probably kick me out and trespass me.
Wait, are you allowed to do that?
There's no way that would not be criminal.
Well, no, you can't decide things are criminal. Like if you
Again,
like that's a
yeah.
state. Like if I were to say like no guns allowed in my house, I don't think I can make that a criminal thing. Oh, actually, maybe in a weird way you could actually by saying like you're not allowed to be in here if you have this item. If you do have this item, then assume we're automatically trespassing you, and then we'll call the cops and you'll get arrested for trespassing. Maybe.
That's some.
Wouldn't they have to
bullshit, I don't
read
know.
the thing to know that though?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh my God! New life hack, Mr. Mitten.
Don't know how to
Being
read.
unable to read
I can't read.
or blind, right? Blind
Well,
people
just-
can
I
concealed
didn't-
carry.
I didn't
Did
see
you
the
have
si-
this
I
sign?
didn't see the sign.
I'm sorry. I have bad vision. I didn't see any braille on the door saying I can't concealed carry. Fuck you.
Triple. That's why you don't talk to cops.
I don't like how. I don't know if like all rewards programs are doing this. Are they all doing this, or they like gamify your shit or whatever?
What do you mean?
Like, I'm platinum whatever the fuck for American Airlines, and every time you gain like a new thing, you choose from a pool of 5 available
yeah.
perks. Like, why can you just like give me the fucking whatever the fucking shit is? And they do it with the Hilton Awards too. They're like, oh, now you can choose every level up from 1 of 4 perks. It's like, what? Can I just like have the whatever the normal shit is? Jesus Christ! Like I'm fucking min maxing an RPG
this
character.
Is retarded. Get the fucking Ventrex card. It's Shrimple.
What points are those?
They're not American, so it might not be good for you because that's your main hub. They have a bunch of them. They got Air Japan. They got fucking. It's a miles one, yeah.
Claim rewards. Are these 15,000 loyalty point reward? Do I have to click these? Am I going to lose these if I don't click them? Okay, choice available 1. Priority privileges in group 4 boarding. Okay.
You don't want that. You already have that.
I've had group 2 or 3 automatically, I think. 5 preferred seat coupons. I think I already have that. 1,000
more. Go ahead.
Wait, you can get more? No, I think don't I automatically get the orange seats for free as a platinum person? I don't think I
No,
pay for those anymore.
The preferred seat things means if there's an open seat in business when you're flying domestic, they might upgrade you to it. You get automatically waitlisted to it.
I don't get that automatically already?
No, you have to. It's based on status, and back in the day there were like 500-mile rewards. It's very complicated. If you put all your spend on that Amex or the card I sent you before, you'll start.
Yeah, I know, but I need a higher credit score, okay? It's still hurting from my mortgage.
What's your credit score?
Wait, you didn't get approved for that?
Well, no, but I want to get approved for the prime whatever. Don't I need 740? I don't think it's recovered from my
No.
mortgage payoff. How
How do you have 740?
My
Wait, dude,
credit score
you'll-
went from like fucking 840 to 620 because I've explained this a million times. Okay, I paid off my mortgage on my Wells Fargo thing. I owed like I was like 102,000, and I just paid off like I thought
did
all
not
of it.
like that.
But no, not that. I thought that there was like $800 left. I think, and my mortgage payment is like $1,200. So I figured the next payment would just automatically shore up my mortgage and it'd be good. And then I think like 7 or 8 months later, I got like a mail. I get a letter in the mail saying that my mortgage is like 6 months delinquent. And I'm like, wait, how? And I check it out, and then I go to my bank thing, and I see and when I click my mortgage, it's like auto withdrawal failed. The payout is too high or whatever based on the amount left. You have to call the bank to finish paying it off. And I'm like, are you serious? So I nuked my credit score like 230 points by having.
They will.
Holy.
They can
I'm
remove
too
that.
lazy to call and remove it, Dan. Do you want to do,
Do you
it
not
for
have
me?
a I can do it. Give me your info. It's easy.
Actually.
Or you have a personal assistant. Just have them pretend to be you.
Oh, hello, I am Steven. Please.
I mean, unironically, yeah. Personal
Unironically,
assistant
it'll
will do
work,
that.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, get him on it.
I forget what card I sent you. Did I tell you to go to the?
You just told him to get the American Express like platinum card or whatever.
No, I think I told him to get either the new Chase card, which is sick, or probably the
What
one that
new
gives
Chase
you
card's sick?
there's a new, very sick Chase card. The Strata Elite. It's the best card that there is if you fly on American Airlines.
The fuck is the Strata Elite? I don't even see it.
Yeah, it's like I didn't even know about this card. I was late to the fucking party. Oh God, it's so good.
I just see Chase Sapphire Reserve and Preferred.
No, fuck those. The Strata Elite. That's the one. If you're an American Airlines, homie.
Oh,
like
you mean
me.
the city Strata Elite?
Oh yeah, City. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. City Strata Elite. Yeah. Ah, it's so good, Moot. It's so good.
I don't know. I don't fly American, so fuck up.
Dan, do you know about the secret American Airlines store in Terminal C in Dallas, Fort Worth? No. The fuck are you talking about? The secret store?
Oh, don't tell him about the secret store. Whoever said that, you're getting banned.
The employee store?
Dan doesn't get to go to the secret store.
So are you actually moving out of here or what? Why am I
At
hearing whispers about this?
some point.
At some point. Some point in the next year? 2 years? 3 years?
I need my court case to end so I know what my finances look like. I have no idea what the fuck anything is until this shit is fucking over.
Perfect. So here forever then. That's what I like. Moot, start buying your tickets.
Trimple.
Here's, I guess, a very scary thing for you to think about. I'm going to ask it, and you're going to fucking be upset.
Good.
If it gets dismissed, or if you win, how likely do you think like an appeal is going to be?
No, I'm sure they'll try it, but
Oh,
if I just have like a win in hand, then that's enough for me to run to the media and all that bullshit. Okay, so what are these 5 preferred seat things?
Let me just make sure that they're still what they were before, because these fuckers change the shit constantly.
It says, enjoy an upcoming flight in a preferred seat for yourself or those traveling with you. Redeem coupons for preferred seats on American Airlines marketed. Preferred seat, that doesn't sound like first class. That just sounds like the orange seats.
They may have changed it. Back in the day, there was these things called 500-mile upgrades, and they would put you into like the first class seats if they had available, and you'd have to use up your rewards. But
Fuck
if
that.
it doesn't say anything about that, then no. What are your other options?
Priority privileges and group 4 boarding. We're not doing that. I've got 1,000 loyalty points. And then the last option is personalized luggage tag.
Cinema.
Those are fucking all so bad.
Okay, we're going with a 1,000 loyalty points.
No, no, wait. Oh,
everything
God.
else looked retarded. Don't care. Close. Okay.
All right, well.
We have... Wait, I thought there were other choices to make. Oh, rewards. Okay, hold on. Next one. Choose one.
Oh, did you see Lewandowski got fired too?
Nope, who's that?
The guy who was banging Christy Nome.
Oh, now they can go be lovers together. Okay, choices available 1. Well, it's the same thing. The same 4 choices.
Yeah, you get to
your
do it a few
points, King.
times.
Oh my
You've spent
god.
enough
So there's
money.
another 1,000 loyalty points? Oh wait, there's 4 new things that says coming soon. The first one is 2 in-flight food and beverage coupons. The next one is 12-month New York Times game subscription. Ooh. And then 12-month New York Times
Wait, that might be big for connections. What do
cooking
you think they get
subscription.
to?
I don't know.
Hold on, go with
and
the
then
game
12-month
subscription.
subscription to the Athletic. Ooh. Okay, we're getting more loyalty points. Fuck it.
Is loyalty points miles?
Dude, you get
I
1
think it's
point
what you
per
get
dollar spent
status
Same
or
thing.
whatever.
on their company credit card. You spent $1,000, you get 1,000 of them. Mario is suing that, like Super Mario? And
Yeah, because
Luigi?
they use the Poketopia logo.
Poketopia.
Nintendo sues U.S. government over... Oh, never mind. It's over tariffs. I thought they were going to get him for the Pokemon shit.
What is this? Register for promotions. Is any of this shit worth it? Lock in your status for 2026? Wait, how do I know if I'm going to lose my status or not? How do I lock it in?
And it's gone.
$3,475. What the fuck?
Yo, merch restock. Glow in the dark?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go to destiny.gg/store.
How do I even know if I'm gonna... Oh my god, I don't know how any of this works. Bruh.
Can you get off this fucking mobile game that you're playing?
For 2025 qualifications, you earn 169,841 loyalty points. I see that, so that's why I'm a platinum thing. Am I gonna lose this? Am I gonna lose this in a few days? How can I tell? Valid through March 31st. Oh, this is valid through March 31st, 2027. No, I'm good. Fuck that. Okay, don't care about this. Okay, done. Is there a place where there's like a VOD repository?
Yes. It's like the Veneer website, I think they got it.
There's like DGG VODs or something. Yeah, dggvods.dev.
dggvods.dev.
Or the other one is vinear.me. VODs.
Polecat.me is working again. Ooh.
I don't care. Some guy was asking about him. Don't care. Too late. Replied. Okay. Invoice. Oh, another Jader scam.
Deny that. He's not even here.
Oh boy. Email. This guy's a good emailer. Stephen, listening to your conversation with Hutch, and for someone who likes both your content, it was at times frustrating. Mostly, I was wondering about the conflict between you two arising from Hutch missing your main point, that your concerns are meta about the system itself. Hutch is concerned about playing the game the best, voting is the answer to everything, whereas you're asking whether there will be a game worth playing if things continue as they are. If I were to offer a single rhetorical jab for you against Hutchian arguments, I would say try applying a categorical lens to his solution. That is, you say the way to solve this is to vote for Democrats. Yes. Would it be good if Democrats were guaranteed to always win every race and hold every political office? The only reasonable answer is no. You make Democrats the sole party in power forever, and you've just created a single-party system, lost democracy, and destroyed the whole adversarial system that makes America so great. European inquisitorial systems can suck it. If you believe that infinite, unchecked democratic power will always be the least harmful, using harm reduction framing, you don't actually live in democracy at all and just want a democratic dictatorship. This lets you narrow it down to the fundamental issue. The Republican Party is a necessary role in maintaining democracy. You need multiple good faith, active oppositional parties to exist to have a democracy. The Trump MAGA Republican Party is failing that foundational function, the missing element. It's independent of specific law violations, norms, or races, which Hutch seems to end up focusing on because on their own, any of those can be justified and exist to this itself because Steve record.
Bad email.
What? No.
No, it was. I'm the arbiter of emails.
Oh, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, boom, boom. Yes, yes. What the fuck is this? Pay some guy.
Seeing a lot of people on the subreddit not saying where they're from.
Uh-oh. Is there a security reason why you can't have like a desktop authenticator? Or are there desktop authenticators? I just don't know about it.
There is authenticators on desktop. Like Bitwarden has one built into it. Other programs have it.
Oh.
In fact, when you store like your passwords, you can just put it in there and then it'll auto-fill it out as well when you log in places.
Good question. Do Americans have to say that they're American when they talk about European politics?
Well, we don't usually say we when we're talking about Europe.
True.
I think the issue is just that people will say we and they're representing themselves as Americans when they're not.
I assume that they usually just mean DGGers, like we, the community here.
Maybe. Have you ever seen any of these PayPal loans, Dan?
What's that? Say that again.
Have you ever? Do you have like a PayPal business account?
Yeah.
You ever get approved for
offer
like
all the
those
time.
PayPal loans?
Yep.
Have you ever looked into the terms of those? They're so fucking horrible. They're like the
No,
biggest. They're like fucking payday loans, dude. They must be for fucking retards that use PayPal. Like, oh, you're gonna give me free $30,000? It's insane. The payback terms on those.
Well, I mean, the problem is, like, business loans are pretty hard to fucking get, and they just look at your cash flow coming in and determine out of that, like, some fucking algorithm. pops out,
Basically,
like,
yeah.
oh.
But I feel like it's like almost credit card. I feel like I did the math on one of these ones, and it's like 20%, like paid over like a year or something. It's like some insanely high APR that you end up paying for it.
Yeah.
Why am I getting invoiced for $5.77?
Someone who donated to you and was not satisfied with their purchase.
But then you refund it. No, this was for a thing. Okay, I don't care. Damn, some of the new composers for the Final Fantasy things are fucking sick. I feel like I'm missing on new video game music. It's good. You're talking about something like this. You can use it from your PC. I just use Authy. Don't hack me. Okay, got that. Don't care about this. Some thoughts. Oh, this guy's schizo emails me way too much. Okay, we're doing that. Accept this.
How many left?
Calendar thing. 14.
Shoo.
What is this? Oh, I don't care about this article. Thank you. Oh, this
What day do you
guy.
want to do call-ins?
When your mom asks me to. Block this. Block this. This stupid fucking Kucklinsky tweet. Oh my god. Has anything else come out about this? Does anybody know? I tried to look this up. Similarities between Israel's bombing of Gaza and Tehran are growing stronger. In both cases, it appears Israel is using AI without any human oversight. For instance, Israel has bombed a park in Tehran called Police Park. It has nothing to do with the police, but it appears AI identified it as a target since Israel is bombing all government-related buildings. No one in Israel bothered to check and find out that it is just a park. First of all, this would be an incredibly crude AI. I feel like a human almost would be more likely to make a mistake like that than a fucking AI targeting thing would. Secondly, I couldn't find any evidence of this even being struck or anything of this story. It just seems like it
I swear to
originated from
God,
Twitter
there
here. And then I see
there was a community note on this. Like, I swear to God, there was.
Oh, doesn't matter if it's Israel shit. The Palestinian people could be downvoting.
There was literally a community note saying that it, like, there wasn't a bomb that even went off there.
Well, the pro-Pallies got it.
I mean, the Americans confirmed, by the way, bombed the school. So,
What was the story with that?
Congress members were briefed in like a closed door meeting that it was actually, it was the United States who bombed the school. I don't think we have like details of why or how or anything like that yet.
Oh.
But yeah, that was by NBC Now.
I also I hate everything about AI. I'm going to be so happy when it's more integrated, so people stop bringing up AI for fucking everything. Like that, whatever AI is being applied to, there were already some algorithms that were being used to guide like all of this information anyway. Like people thought that before it was like, everybody get out the binders, we're going to do the math, and we're going to get our targeting coordinates on everything, and then AI came, and now it's all electronic. Like, you had stuff that was like highly intelligent, like, like smart systems existed before fucking AI existed. But now, like, any time an electronic anything is applied to things, or AI, or AI,
it's the new CGI,
I guess, yeah, or the new cloud, or the new whatever.
Yeah, it's just the new buzzword of the fucking year.
Algorithm.
Or the new algorithm, true. The reason people saying it is because last Friday, Anthropic lost government contract and threatened with sanctions because they did not want to do mass surveillance and full kill chain. No human in the chain. No, I don't know why you're steelmanning. This is the most annoying thing that my chat does, is when you steelman fucking retards. That was a thing that happened, and that is a bad thing. But I don't know why you're trying to steelman people who just, anytime they see anything related to AI, they just start screeching and screaming about it. I don't know who you're talking to or who you're trying to steelman, because it's not the people that I'm complaining about. Okay, 12. Oh my God. I can do a debate like, wait, let's see. I wouldn't mind debating Warren again for sure, but the topics need to be way more concrete. I have no interest in wandering, meandering conversations about topics that are super nebulous. Heart. So for instance, instead of leftist ideology, something more concrete like, would Kamala have been a better president than Trump? Or instead of, I'll just do that example. Fuck, okay.
Just pointing out, it was very close for the reasoning it occurred. We have precise bombs. They likely targeted the building mistakenly. Yeah, well, we should be wanting better of the administration than mistakenly targeting a fucking school building. I don't know why DGers are so fucking obsessed with, like, steel manning the Trump administration for, like, a fuck up. Like, yeah, they fucked up. They fucked up hard. You shouldn't be bombing schools.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens.
No,
like
you
it's
don't
not
have
like
to
a
bomb.
Gaza,
Like,
yeah, and it's not like a Gaza situation where there's this huge fog of war, or we have like no insight into what's going on, or there's like tunnels beneath everything, or it's like in the middle of like a blitzkrieg with soldiers on the ground. Like everything should be pretty precise. I mean, like we killed like 36 of their like high leadership people, right? So we clearly have good intelligence and everything. So I don't understand how. I don't know what I.
You tried
but I don't know what
targeting
happened here.
1,000 buildings and not missing one. What?
Wait, who said that?
BSCO. Yeah, you shouldn't miss one.
You tried targeting 1,000 buildings and not missing one. Isn't that what happened in the beginning of fuck? Was it Protective Edge in 2014 in Gaza? Where was it Israel? It wasn't F-35s. Not in 2014, I don't think. But like, didn't Israel bomb like literally like 100 targets like within like a fucking minute? It was like some insanely coordinated, like crazy high precision. Like if you can do that in Gaza, the United fucking States should be able to do this
Over like 6 days. And even if they don't have good intel, like you don't have to bomb the target, right? Like
Sure,
nobody's
yeah.
forcing them to send these bombs.
Cruise
Every
missiles.
single bomb that should be sent should be perfect.
Cruise missiles can miss by 100 meters. Is that true? I thought cruise missiles
use
could
a better
like.
missile.
I thought cruise missiles could go through fucking building windows. Miss by 100 meters. I feel like we have ballistic missiles that are more accurate than that. Wait, unironically, there should be 100% accuracy in every missile. I'm confused. I thought there were fuck-ups all the time. No, it depends on the theater. But for stuff like this, my understanding is this shit is like very, 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 very accurate. Imagine launching a cruise missile and it fucking misses by 100 meters. What's the point? I feel like
That's
just
huge.
I thought that, yeah, like cruise missiles are
That's a shit missile.
things that can maneuver. Fuck, where's that guy on
There's almost
Discord?
no way like can
Where's
we look it up?
there's a guy on Discord who sends me military shit all the time. Start sending me information about this or I'm removing you.
How far can a cruise missile miss?
Don't let people do this to you.
Okay, tell me what.
You're getting
hi.
mind fucked.
Okay.
For one, but don't let people just say a cruise missile. That's
because there's different
nebulous.
kinds, I'm sure.
That doesn't mean that means literally fucking nothing.
Okay.
If you wanna know about like accuracies of certain like weapon systems, you should be asking about the like the guidance system, not like what type of missile it is.
Okay.
And then whenever I hear people say cruise missile and we're talking about like the U.S. striking people, my mind instantly just goes to Tomahawk because we just use it so much. Tomahawk is fucking disgustingly accurate.
I feel like I heard during the Iraq War that we could put these cruise missiles into people's like windows.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Tomahawk, like I think, I used to know this. Obviously, I had to study it. I think like the most you'll miss by is like 10 meters. Like this motherfucker is retardedly accurate.
And then what do you know? I thought even ballistic missile systems are pretty accurate. Like 100 meters seems like that's the difference between like a whole ass building or a park or like not hitting at all.
Like the systems we strike with, yes, they're stupidly accurate. Tomahawk's like pretty common. We use it a lot. It's like the most you'll miss by is like 10 meters. It's super precise. Also, even if we're using like, go ahead.
Is the point of I thought that the point of things like cruise missiles and everything were to take like non-traditional trajectories or to be able to do secondary maneuvers instead of having like a very predictable ballistic trajectory that can be intercepted more easily and then has to like go through stages of like flight. Is that true, or is a ballistic?
Yes, okay. Yeah, it's somewhat accurate, but this is like the only thing I really came to say actually is like don't. It's kind of like the what you were trying to explain earlier with the, or not earlier, sorry, in yesterday's stream with the like Constantine when he said a lot, right? And you're like that doesn't fucking mean anything. It's the same thing when people say like ballistic, like when you use like category of weapons, it's a meaningless statement. It literally means fucking nothing.
Okay.
We should expect the United States not to fucking like hit a school. Okay, yeah.
Especially by that margin. I haven't looked into this particular situation. If that's the margin we're talking about, it's like, oh, we missed. Because I know like people are saying there's like a military installation nearby. Is that?
Well, yeah, no, but like I've heard that, but one, I think it's a half kilometer away. But also, it sounds like if we struck a school, my guess is it's bad intel more than like a precise weapon. Yeah, I don't think that we have weapons that are that like half a mile inaccurate or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, the reason I asked about that is because I hadn't looked into that very much, and if it was like next door, then maybe. But even then, it's so fucking unlikely. If you're telling me it's like a half a kilometer away, no, absolutely not. We didn't. That's not a miss. That's bad intel.
It's on this page right here. I'll send it to you in DMs. It shows you how far. Here, I gotta add you as a friend to send it, or I can send it to you in chat too.
Well, good luck. I have 10 emails left.
Yeah. Friend request failed. Oh, no, you're right there.
It was next to an IRGC compound. The word next doesn't mean anything.
Means nothing?
Yeah. This is like when people were like the Huanan Seafood Market was close to that COVID-19, the research lab or whatever, and it's like close to meant like 12 kilometers away, 24 kilometers by bus. Like, is that close? I mean, it's close on like a solar system level. It's close on like an Earth level. But in terms of like travel, right, and getting people sick, that's worlds away. You're not traveling by bus for 20 kilometers and not interacting with other people. That's a huge distance. So close or next to doesn't mean anything. Destiny, it was in the compound,
have to do it.
not half a kilometer. But yeah, but the compound, wasn't this like a really big... never mind, I'm not going to talk about this actually. And you're not linking anything, and I don't think you've been there personally to explore it, and you're not linking it, so I don't care. Okay, let me do my emails, and then I'll check after. Don't care. Nope, so I'm not clicking any links in chat. Okay. Addendum now... Oh, the schizo emailer emailed me again. Addendum now that I'm slightly less heated from last night. Oh, this was yesterday, emailed me. Hutch's whole argument rests on his conclusion that stuff like this would be unpopular, and Dems would get smashed in subsequent elections. Even if I cared about that as much as he does, I don't see how he can make that claim so confidently. One, there's clearly an appetite for big dick authoritarian shit in the U.S. I can't imagine it would be less popular if it was wrapped in the flag, contrast against our kleptocrat adversaries, and obviously not corrupt, even evoke Washington/Lincoln with an unimpeachable Boy Scout type Jack Smith, ? We can own the cons while owning the pussy libs too. Everything I suggest, Trump has done something worse, except maybe the hammer. Oh, he talked about video game hammering somebody. But we don't know what happens in DHS warehouses. Reminding the public of this at every turn should be shield enough. Democrats would be highly energized by a candidate who actually wants to fight. Imagine a Democrat who wins and who doesn't apologize for winning. Side note, Hutch's Green Lantern dismissal is so gay. Wasn't Biden's student loan thing exactly that? Make a colorable argument, pushing the envelope, even if it's a long shot. I wish he used the political capital on something less stupid, but whatever. 2.5, intermission. Oh man, this guy's a Hutch hater. I don't condone these words. He says, actually, fuck, Hutch pisses me off so much. His entire fucking argument is that everything Democrats have done so far has basically been good. He likes where we ended up. However, doing literally anything going forward will end up poorly. How can they be batting 1,000 or 1.0 whatever retrospectively? But the best course of action right now is to do nothing. It makes no sense. I don't follow his shit, but let me mind read for a second. Was he saying last year the Democrats shouldn't shut the government down because shutdowns never go well? Wouldn't surprise me. And I bet he said the shutdown was a great idea 2 weeks in, but the moment 8 senators caved, he thought it was a great move also. Am I close? Meanwhile, I was buying grocery store gift cards for my staff, maximum $20 each due to ethics rules, fuck me, and we were prepared not to get paid for months for fucking what? Americans getting executed in the streets weeks later. Big fucking win guy, claps all around. 3, exposing the blatant corruption of this administration would depress MAGA turnout. Schedule regular addresses where the president or Congress dumps embarrassing evidence of corruption to the public, flaunting norms about investigation materials, etc. Hell, we might straight win the Occupy Wall Street part of MAGA by cracking down on wannabe oligarchs and not being shady about the Epstein files. I also don't really give a shit about the files, but would just let Massey and Kana have unfettered access to them. 4, maybe the most important point, they're going to lie about us anyway, so who the fuck cares? What are they going to say about us that they didn't say about Obama? We are tanking that shit anyway. Why not give them the president they accused Obama of being? Anyway, I'll stop ranting at you, but you can probably imagine how frustrated a dude that prosecutes white-collar shit might be. Now that white-collar shit is all essentially legal, everything I care about is in ashes already. Solo didn't save Rome in the end, but at least he tried. Maybe it works better for us, but it will be cathartic at the very least. Jesus. Hutch is just a simpleton who can't even handle shit like analogies. Literally, he doesn't understand the abstract ideas. Okay, can we chill? You guys have to be able to be chill. I have disagreements with Hutch on this, but like, Hutch is genuinely somebody who's like 95% aligned with us. Like every single thing Hutch wants, I want, and then a little bit more. It's not like the fucking progressives or the tankies where it's like, oh, we're aligned, guys, I promise. Oh. What? That Trump what was legendary.
See, and that's how creators in this sphere should push back when their chat is being fucking crazy.
No, shut up. That was actually me on an alt. And the only reason now most people knew that that was even being said was because I typed it and then I addressed it as a streamer. So I can simultaneously say, look, I pushed back on it while actually just introducing the extremist rhetoric to chat.
Smart.
Thank you.
So I hate Hutch then?
Stop. Destiny, new S26 Ultra Review. I've already said this. I will never forgive them for the Bixby button. I don't care. Why are people sending me blackface photos of Hassan? What is this?
I'm doing blackface tomorrow.
What kind of proof are you looking for? Most of these photos are from Facebook, but you need to have friends or mutuals with the people to see them. She's married to one of Hassan's frat brothers. This guy is... Wait, hold on. Would you say, is this person
and
in blackface? The person next to him?
Let me see.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know.
Hold on, now I gotta open it up. I don't think so, because if it was blackface, it would be the whole thing, not just like the body. Or it would just be the face, not the whole fucking body, right? I don't think so.
Okay. Oh, I wonder if the BF there means blackface because she's not dating Hassan. Oh, sorry, I left out the comment on the side. We need blackface experts.
Best friend, probably.
But then why does the other person respond, oh my God?
Probably the hair that they have on.
Because it's blackface hair?
Can I see what the fuck you guys are talking about, please?
I deleted
You were just
already.
muted 4 seconds ago.
I wasn't. I've been unmuted for at least 120 seconds.
All right, well, I gotta go. I'll be back later tonight.
You fucking
No, wait.
loser.
My we're going to the fucking we have I don't know fucking appointment or some shit.
Wait.
You're gonna die.
Oh Jesus, Dan's gonna be like, oh, that's
Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't. Okay.
I'm
there we
the
go. I
I'm
get it.
just
expert,
saying.
Dan.
I'm looking. I'm just looking. That's it. Looking.
Meet the new Google Pixel 10a. What the fuck?
Did you seriously fucking delete that message after you sent it?
There you go. If I see this repost on any Twitter accounts, I'm gonna go and eat your children, all of them, including the cats.
I just wanted to look. See, now the problem is that if someone else... First off, I only have 2 Twitter accounts, okay? 2. That's it. Actually, I have 3, but I don't use DBL, okay? All the conspiracy is untrue.
Base, true. Dan is, unironically, Dan is my destiny, okay? Everybody accuses me of working with every motherfucker behind the scenes on everything. And I don't. I just don't talk to any of these people. And everybody accuses you and me of coordinating some shit in the background.
Yeah, dude, you know
I
the
hate
most
this
fucked up thing?
motherfucker.
Do you know what it is? The worst part? The funniest part? Dude, Israel fucking sucks. After all this, supposedly, the Mossad, they're running the internet, they have these bots, and I'm looking at this shit, and it's I haven't talked to one of these motherfuckers once. They suck shit. I'm out here in the fucking trenches. They don't even think to reach out. Hey, Dan, you want some money, some fucking resources? Nothing. Dude, Israel is garbage, okay? I'm just saying it. It's a fact.
I will say, I did get a big... Or some company reached out to give me a huge sponsored trip to Israel, and I'm considering whether I want to take or not.
Really?
Yeah, because I just don't know if I give a fuck anymore about this fucking country.
But what company though? To go look at their data centers, or just to go over there and do fucking propaganda?
No, it's this is definitely Israeli, and it's definitely slanted in that direction. I think 5 of the 9 days are in Tel Aviv. And then,
is it for Sabra hummus?
What?
If Hassan can do his China trip.
Who is?
I don't know what the name of the company is. They reach out to you with people. I had a Zoom call with 4 of them, and then, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if I give a fuck about this. I don't know what content I would even film or what the fuck I might just do it for a fucking vacation, and then hopefully I get blown up by somebody there. I don't know. I'll think about it. Do you use Dropbox?
No,
on the web app, I literally cannot look into a Dropbox folder. It just loads forever. I can use it on the desktop app, but it doesn't work on the the web, the website doesn't load anything. It just spins forever. And I went through 2 months of troubleshooting with their tech team, and they couldn't figure it out. I don't understand how that's acceptable, but that's okay. All right, don't care. You can do whatever, but does it actually sound interesting? No offense, but I hate the Israeli public almost as much as the American one for contributing to MAGA. I just don't. The thing is, it's just all of it's just wasted. I mean, I just don't travel and care to see shit, and I'm not a party person at all. So, are you ever really listening to Israeli interviews from 2024? I have they're loaded up. Okay.
Oh, maybe it's nice that you can say, I've never taken money to do any content ever, and fuck you, because you have. I don't think anybody
gives a fuck.
Yeah, but you can say it and feel good about saying that, and they won't be able to respond with, yeah, you did, and here's where you admitted it. They can conspiracy post saying that you did. I don't think it's worth it. Especially, do you want to go to Israel that much right now? Probably not. Why fuck yourself for no reason?
Well, I'm not. How am I getting fucked? Mike got 20,000 likes on a tweet a few days ago saying I got paid $7,000 a post.
Yeah, but it's untrue, right? That's it's untrue, and it can't be used against you in any serious format. Like if you're on a debate and they're like, you were paid to go to Israel, be like, that is completely untrue. I'm telling you right now, okay? I'm willing to go under oath saying that was paid nothing. Are you willing to do that about your trip to China? And then they don't answer and you have them dead to rights. I think that that's worth something in this case.
Is it? But we're never going under oath. Like, fucking the largest leftist streamer literally did like a paid propaganda trip to fucking China, like an unfathomably crazy propaganda, pro-China, pro-CCP China propaganda trip. Like,
yeah, and it's good, and you can use that against him.
Can I though?
For him, yeah, I think so, and I think the fact that like they can't really seriously come back with the you were paid by Israel to do the same. Be like, no, I wasn't. I paid myself 100%. Every part, I paid for my travel, I paid for my flight.
Not only did I not pay for it, I paid for Lonerbox, and they accused Lonerbox of taking money for Israel. I don't agree with you. I understand what you're saying. It's like a nice like little moral victory, but in the grand scheme of anything, it literally counts for fucking nothing.
Like how much are you really saving here to give them the ultimate forever W on you?
How is it a W though? It would be these guys would be covering my travel and shit. It's not like they're gonna be telling me like you have to film this, you've got to put this out or whatever. Like if you were an Israeli fan,
it would be the conspiracies afterwards
it already is.
And all this shit.
What would be different?
It wouldn't be have time.
I mean,
no,
the idea
would be different.
It's the same as the MAGA
fucking
thing. Yeah, there's literally
people.
Same
as the MAGA thing. We're like,
we're
just doing it because the Democrats did it first. No, the fuck they didn't.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It just comes down to whether or not I want a free vacation or not. That's all.
Do the pros and cons outweigh themselves?
Well, the pros would literally just be if I wanted a free vacation or not. That would be the only thing. I'm just undecided on that. Oh, Jesus.
Driven the oil tanker.
Still reading emails?
Yeah, I have to reorganize my Dropbox shit. Oh, because I was going to just delete this folder and see if I could create a new one. Why? What's up? Or you can chat with me while I do this.
Well, for one, I just thought of this. Have you seen like the list of all the UFA tours that are, or all the tour stops that are coming up in like the next 2 months?
I think so. There are three that I have calendared. On the 23rd, we're doing ASU, right?
Yeah.
On the 27th, I've got a thing I'm doing in Gainesville. On the 2nd, we do something at UCLA next month, right?
Yeah.
And then on the 13th, we do something at NC State, North Carolina.
Yeah.
And then on the 22nd, UC Berkeley, right?
Yeah, those four, yeah. I just didn't know if you'd seen that we're doing four. You're going to all of them, right?
I should. Yeah. I'm filming them all.
I just like I saw. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I saw them post the list of like I was like, damn, 4 back to back to back to back. Like, Jesus.
Gotta get those American airline points.
I suppose so. No, I was originally I jumped in here because people were talking weapon shit and people overly generalized too much when it comes to that. Like you were talking about the people tweaking about AI shit. Do you remember like the first time we met in wherever the fuck we were?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what I was telling you about how like CWiz works?
CWiz, remind me.
It's the fucking minigun one. I showed you a video of us shooting it.
I don't remember. The thing that's supposed to automatically intercept weapons or whatever?
Yeah, but I mean, you kind of hit the point I was going to say. Like, if you take the hold fire off of CWiz and just like get up and walk away from the console, it will just sit there and shoot everything it sees on its own with no human interaction. Like that is like what they're describing, and we've had that for like 30 fucking years or more.
Sure. Yeah.
So like people tweak about AI stuff. I'm like, bro, we've been using like automatic targeting for so long. Chill.
Wait. Do you have did you watch Top Gun 2?
Yeah.
Do you know if in a fighter jet will it give you how does it know when a plane behind you is locked onto you? Or is that just when it's like in the same trajectory and can shoot you with machine guns? How do you know when like a missile is locked onto you?
Radar.
How?
So it like the way it's like shown in movies is probably not super. But just want to be clear, I never worked in air at all in my entire life. But I can tell you the way it's like shown in movies probably not overly realistic.
Radar locks can be detected.
Yeah, they're like the radars that they're using for targeting emits like you know how like radar targeting.
Yeah, no,
works,
I understand. Okay, wait. So the radars that they're using are they're highly directional. So if a radar is like bouncing stuff off you, then you
the jet has a sensor on it. Like our jets have sensors, so we like when you're being lit up with IR.
Gotcha.
Like when you're being like when you're being painted by a radar, you're like your systems know that. So
Can you,
but like the way it's actually
can you
depicted,
can
like,
you just, like,
we have radar lock.
Can you just throw like a fucking radar wave transmitter on top of your fucking jet and just broadcast at all times, make everybody think they're being locked on by missiles or whatever?
We have systems that do similar things.
Okay.
Like yeah, we do EW warfare stuff that where like we kind of throw fake signals around to confuse stuff.
EW warfare.
It's well, that is incorrect.
Like
that's
ATM
what people
machine?
say. Yeah, that's technically the incorrect way to say that. It's like when people say fucking cat card, dumbasses.
Unbelievably cringe.
Yeah. There was another thing I was gonna say. Oh yeah, so I came in the other day to talk to you about the fucking the U.S. the prosecutor stuff here. And like the basis for me saying that was with your conversation with Hutch of him saying that Congress is still required for some things. And I was like, well, not really for appointments, I suppose, huh? I was thinking about this more because I'm going to make a video on this whole like conversation that's been going on, like your side versus his side. I was trying to think about this more of the like, does Trump need Congress at all? Like, in your estimation, like, what would you say the number one thing that he's used Congress for so far this term is?
One big beautiful bill.
Right, which is primarily tax cuts, right?
Basically. Oh yeah, sure, yeah, and maybe funding ICE, yeah.
Yeah, maybe some other little things, yeah. So in terms of like the funding, like actually getting the money, but in that case, I don't even know because we've seen him use ulterior funding, ulterior in big quotes there, like to fund. Like I think you brought up the example of him like still paying the military during the shutdown with like bullshit money that he pulled from other places. Yeah. So I don't even know if that would count as a thing that he needed Congress for because he might be able to bullshit fund his way through other stuff too.
Well,
but
no way, not for because we're
not indefinitely. It's too much.
And yeah, not even for months. Like billions of dollars is just way. It's the scale is so huge.
Yeah, he was just planning on trying to pull like get one paycheck sent out. I'm sure. But even then, I mean, like who controls the Treasury, right? Like, I don't
actually know. The Treasury is.
There's a Treasury Secretary, correct? Right? Yeah. So yeah. So if he, if they didn't fund the government and Trump was like, you know what, fuck it, Scott Bessent, give me the money anyway. I don't know. But the actual example I was going to use with tax cuts, right? Like, is there anything you can think of top of head that would prevent Trump from just ordering the IRS to not collect taxes beyond a certain point? Like, if he wanted to cut the tax rates down, just said like, is there anything that would prevent him from just going to the IRS?
My only guess is it would be a bureaucratic fucking nightmare.
Like, it definitely would be a nightmare.
The number one thing that's stopping them, like people are saying there's like checks and balances, but we're actually checked by the hidden fourth one. Maybe you can call it the deep state, but it's literally just bureaucratic work. Like they just don't know how to do anything. Like we're checked. It's like an IQ check on a lot of what this administration wants to do.
Well, yeah, because the people, like, if you were to say you were to give that order, just be like, hey, IRS, like, I only want you to collect, taxes up to this percentage, and if people pay more, send it the fuck back. Like, there probably would be a fair amount of people, career IRS employees, that would either just be like, no, like, I'm not going to break the law like that, and if you are going to order me to, I quit. And then the people that are remaining that would go along with it don't know how to fucking do it. So then, yeah, it just wouldn't work out that way. But I'm trying to think about this more. Like, I'm gonna like write this for this video. I'm like. There is an argument there that I'm going to have to contend with of like, does he need Congress? And like, as I was thinking about that more, I'm like, but does he? Technically, the executive controls the IRS and the Treasury. Like, even for the one example we can all think of for like, this is the time he needed Congress. But like, he used Congress because he had the votes. They were going to go along with it, with a few changes to the bill. But they were going to vote yes, and they did. If he really, 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 really wanted those results, and Congress said, fuck you, kick rocks, there might be some ways he could have just done it anyway.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah, when that argument gets brought up, he still needs Congress. I'm like, I don't think he does. I don't know if he does.
It just depends on how far he wants to go. There's two, like, YouTube videos I'm thinking of. One is, I watched this a few times on stream, the Scalia talk on like our Constitution or whatever. I think you've seen this, right? Or have you seen me watch this?
Yep.
And then the second one is I feel like there was a I've never watched a full episode of The West Wing, but I feel like I've seen a clip of like The West Wing before where they bring in a bunch of, is it like Russians or Eastern Europeans that are reading the Constitution and they're talking about like flaws or defects or something, and then they comment and they have like a back and forth conversation on something. Am I making this up? Is this a real thing?
No, you're not. I vaguely have memory of what you're talking about where it's like the overall principle being like, yeah, there is holes. There will always be holes. Like, that's not the point of this. It's like we work together. We all agree. These are the rules. No one breaks them.
Yeah, I really don't think people understand that because it's not like there's like three levels of understanding. One is that like, oh, all the laws can be written perfectly. but then there's like the second level that I think smart people get stuck on, which is like, well, there are laws, but then there are also norms. But I think like the third level is that like it really is just, it has to be a lot of good faith from every side, because you can break norms and you can break laws and you can operate. If you don't have like a good faith adherence to the rule system that you're supposed to be working with, then like nothing really matters. And I feel like people don't understand, like when you say like nothing matters, it's like, it feels like sometimes when you're talking to kids, do you remember when you were growing up and adults used to always say like, oh, like adults are imperfect too, and you hear that as a kid, but like you don't really feel it, and you don't understand until you're in your 20s or 30s, and you're like, oh shit, like adults are fucking retarded. Like actually, legitimately they are, but you don't really understand that until you are an adult and you see other adults. Like these people are grown children. I think that feels the same too when people just don't understand like how much good faith adherence to our system and our structures and our laws that is really required to make everything work.
Yeah, I very much agree with the principle there. The issue that like are literally running into right now and we'll keep running into is that principle kind of only holds for the enforcement wing. Like when you say like laws, when you were talking, like the thought I kind of had was like, oh, there's laws and there's norms, and the immediate thought I had was like, well, kind of like laws are in a way laws are norms too. Like they operate in the same way as like there's nothing behind them until someone decides to make there be something behind them.
Yeah, that is kind of true technically, because really what I'm talking about, it really does come down to the executive. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just enforcement. So like laws are meaningless to the executive, but they're still just as applicable to everyone else or everyone that the executive chooses to apply them to.
Sure.
So, yeah. This is why, like, I know you don't love the like conversation over like specific reforms that we could make because, and I do agree with you that like if we just decide.
Oh yeah, no, I do. I would like that conversation. I think it'd be fun. It's just not an argument for or against whether or not you're gonna go down that road. I thought about doing that today, or I might do it tomorrow. I just need to write like a top-down list of like, I think these are the things that have to change in our country for us to persevere into the future. Because like it's not just one or two things. Like there has to be substantial changes in our media environment, in the way that alternative media, social media platforms work. In the way that the government collaborates with people or people in the media, with the way that we monitor and talk about foreign stuff, with the way that we, like, I think if you were to ask the average American, like, what's the difference between like the Tenet media thing versus APAC? Here's the thing that I'm pretty confident. My guess is less than 20% of Americans would know that like APAC shouldn't be or is not allowed to coordinate with Israel. Like they would just think like, oh, well, it's APAC, of course. America's, they probably take direction from like Netanyahu or whatever. It's like, no, that's not allowed. That would be a huge deal. They would be like, all of them would be federally prosecuted if that was the case, or ideally, or they should be, right? Unless Zog. But like, I think people just don't know a lot about how any of the system works at all. Yeah.
No, you're definitely. Civics is a big fucking issue. Like, or civic education is a fucking huge issue in America right now. Or like, this is a thing that I've been like wrestling with, like trying to do, like I do the fucking TikTok debate bullshit. By the way, like I know, like, oh fuck, I don't want to say that because IRI is gonna get mad because he really wants you to do it. I don't think you should do it. He is correct that it would like you'd get a humongous boost from it. When he always says like you'll hit 1 million subs in a month. He's right, you would. But I think you'll kill yourself long before.
Whoa, in a video game.
In a video game, it is torture. It is mental torture. Especially with the language you have to use. Anyway, one of the things I've been wrestling with is like people have like a idealized version of like what the laws in the like what our laws are and what they allow for, and then there's like the actual the actual how they actually work. Like the amount of conversations I had to have like trying my damnedest to make people understand that like at least the Bill of Rights amendments aren't a thing that like are given to citizens, if that makes sense. Like you don't have a First Amendment right to free speech technically. Like the First Amendment is just a limit on the government.
Sure. Like what does it mean to limit the government versus like limiting like a corporation or whatever? Like people think it's all
Yeah, well, like it came up a lot with like the immigration stuff. Like immigrants don't have, like they don't get constitutional rights. They don't have a Fifth Amendment right. And I'm like, nobody has a Fifth Amendment right technically. The Fifth Amendment is a constraint on the government.
Sure.
They can't take anything. They can't deprive you of your rights without due process. That's like that's not a right that is given to you. It's a restraint on them. And like the civic education is such a fucking issue here.
Sure.
Fuck. There's another thing I was gonna say. Fuck me. I had something. I just got off on the. I was going to ask you, what do you think if you like are okay to talk about like reforms that would be good? Like if you could just pick one, snap your fingers, make it happen. What do you think would be like the most effective thing that we could change about our system that would prevent something like this happening again? I have what I think is like the clear, correct answer, but I'll see if you're on the same page.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Just you get one change to the Constitution or to a law or whatever the fuck you want. Snap your fingers, it happens. And like, what do you think would make the biggest difference to prevent this?
I would have to change. Fuck. The thing is that I would have to like write a whole bunch of things down, and then I have to see how they interact with each other, and then I would have to make tweaks from there. But like off the top of my head, like I feel like if you, there's two big things that I'm thinking of. But one is it's difficult to define what is news. Like I would say one thing I would want to say is that like it should be illegal to apply an algorithm to automatically populate a news feed. That should be against the law. You just can't do that anymore. So if you want to look at the news, you have to either subscribe to stuff. You can show it chronologically if you want, or you can just go to a news page. But all social media things would be banned from showing, like news can no longer be algorithmically generated. It's just not allowed anymore. And that would extend to people talking about the news too. I don't give a fuck if people think it's an overreach. We'll figure it out after we legislate it. It would either be that or the second thing would be, from now on, every single cabinet level official, and then maybe like their deputies, all communications between them and any people like in the media would have to be publicly accessible like every month or maybe 6 months or something after. So like if Kristi Noem is texting or emailing somebody on CNN or Fox News or whatever the fuck else, like every month all of those emails get published. And I don't know any reason why that wouldn't be the case. If people are worried about classified stuff or whatever else, they shouldn't be having those conversations anyway. I think that level of transparency would be good, and I think it would discourage a lot of the weird collaboration that goes on. And if people violate that rule, it'd be a good thing to crack their head on. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to see where your head was at. So you're going to go straight to fixing the media environment. So my head, I go straight to fixing the bad behavior incentive problem. Because every single person in the Trump administration does have a solid incentive to behave in the most unhinged ways possible, because they know they'll never face any sort of punishment or accountability for it. Mm-hmm. So my answer is way more simple. I think just get rid of the pardon.
I just don't think the pardon is a big motivator for bad behavior.
I don't know. So you don't think the fact that they know they're going to get pardoned makes them like, I'm willing to do this because
I don't think that they know that they're going to get pardoned. I think that they're just planning on not getting charged with any crimes. That's what I think is going on. But also,
what do you think's happening? What do you think's causing that? Like, why would you think if you do crime shit now?
Because they're not technically doing crimes. They're just acting in super bad faith. I don't know if any of the shit they're doing is like really technically illegal, right? It's just a lot of like bad faith play games with the law and everything.
You don't think I can think of an example like off the top of my head that I think is definitely criminal and could be charged, but I don't know if it would be the cabinet secretaries, like the boat drone strikes. But I don't know if it would be Hegseth that would ever be held accountable for that. It might just be the actual enlisted fucker sitting in the seat.
Who broke? You think the guy sitting in the seat broke the law?
100%, yes. We've had, this isn't the first time, like we've had enlisted console operators get charged for killing people they shouldn't have.
Can you give me an example of them being charged for killing people that they shouldn't have?
I gave you an example.
No, wait, let me finish.
In real life.
Or what was the example?
We talked about this. See if this jogs your memory. I told you the story for sure. We were doing training drills with the Turkish Navy, and one of our ships accidentally fired on their ship for real when it was supposed to be a training exercise, and killed their entire, their captain, their executive, their CO, their XO, killed their whole bridge, or killed everyone on their bridge. I told you the story. This is in the 70s, I think, or 80s.
Sure. There's no way that guy got charged with murder, though.
He did.
It might have been manslaughter or unless it was super ultra negligent or something, though, right?
The actual console operator.
We're talking about crimes, and we're talking about mens rea, right? I could understand something like that being a crime because it maybe even up to murder too or whatever, because it's an extreme negligence or whatever. But I'm talking about, has there ever been a person charged in the United States of America, any military person charged with a crime for killing somebody that they were given a direct order to kill?
That guy was given a direct order to kill, but to answer your question, more.
Wait, no, he wasn't
precisely.
though, right? He was given a direct order to do military exercises, right? And it was his.
Well,
negligence or whatever that led to him shooting
you
an actual.
really don't remember me telling you this shit?
Not enough.
No, the actual console operator knew that the system wasn't in training. He knew a real missile would be fired. He knew that for a fact because he's the fucking expert. Like, he's the guy that works on this shit. He knew that. His the TAO, the tactical actions officer, on like in combat at the time, told him like, I don't believe you. I know we're in training. I know that. And the actual console operator was like, no, motherfucker, this is for real, for real. It will shoot a real missile. And he was like, do it anyway, or you'll be arrested. And so he did it.
Well, yeah, but like you see the difference, right?
Yeah, I do see the difference. I'm saying like he knew that's your mens rea though. He knew what was going to happen. He knew for sure what was going to happen. He still did it. He had an obligation he had an obligation. He had an obligation to not follow the order.
Well, okay, wait. Do you have an article on this real quick I can read, or I'm just curious how that plays
This is
out?
old as fuck, but I will find it. Yes, I will find it.
Because I'm curious, did this come down to why that weapon system was hot instead of just like in training mode or whatever? Or because if it was due to his negligence directly, I could see that being more in line with what's going on. But
if I remember correctly, and I will find you this, if I remember correctly, the enlisted dude, the console operator, was only charged with disobeying an order. Because it's still like, like they still put you on trial for it, but then like it got dropped. Like they felt like, no, you shouldn't have followed this order.
As the drill progressed, the missile system operator used language to indicate he was preparing to fire a live missile, but due to the absence of standard terminology, the supervisors failed to appreciate the significance of the terms used and the requests made. Specifically, the target acquisition system operator issued the command arm and tune. Terminology of the console operators understood to require arming of the missiles in preparation for actual firing. The officer supervising the drill did not realize that arm and tune signified a live firing and ignored two separate requests from the missile system operator to clarify whether the launch order was an exercise. As a result, shortly after midnight on the morning of the 2nd of October, Saratoga fired 2 Sea Sparrow missiles at MOAVnet. The first missile struck the bridge, destroying it and the Combat Information Center. The second missile struck in the aft magazine, but did not detonate. The explosion and resulting fires killed 5 of the ship's officers and injured 22. Nearby U.S. ships responded. Okay. The sailors who actually fired the missiles were not punished. But the ship's commanding officer, Captain James M. Drager, 4 officers and 3 enlisted men received admiral's non-judicial punishment, an action which effectively ended the U.S. Navy careers. So these guys weren't given criminal charges, and it seems like the guys that fired themselves weren't punished, which I feel like would line up with the double tap.
Yeah, that's. I don't know if I maybe didn't explain that better. Like at the end there also like I think they gave him a captain's mast and then let him go because they're like you kind of did everything okay.
Sure. So then I don't know for the Venezuelan strikes, like who would be getting in trouble here? Like if you're being commanded from the top down, you have to strike these people. You need to do this thing. I think it would also depend on what they knew at the time. Like I don't know how much information travels along like a whole strike cell or whatever. Like when it comes down to the individual operators at the very end of this that are doing targeting or whatever. Like I don't know how much intel they're given versus just like this is the target you're supposed to strike, and then there's a secondary target you're supposed to strike. I don't know if they. I just don't know how those work.
Yeah, I could definitely see a world in which the actual console operators would just be like cleared entirely.
Yeah.
Just like, hey, like you didn't do anything wrong, man. Like what
as opposed to like if you had like 5 like 14-year-olds kneeling in front of you and the guy commanding officer behind you was like, kill them, they're enemy combatants, and they're like their like hands are bound behind their heads, and you're like, are you sure?
Yeah.
Like, yes.
Didn't we have like a scandal similar-ish to that in like Vietnam? Like there was like a village we raided and that we had like it was done and over with, and like the unit was given orders to kill everybody, like all the women and children too.
That sounds like a thing I've seen play out in 50 million Hollywood movies. So
that was a thing we were taught in, I think maybe an A school or boot camp, about like, hey, it's important to know what is and isn't a lawful order, motherfucker, because it's happened. So okay, on that note, you might totally just be correct about those strikes. Like no one's ever going to get punished. I would say, and I think you'd be on board because I think we've talked about this, that there are certain discretionary actions, like things that are completely self-contained in the executive branch, that I think should be done. Like military punishment. Like I gave you the example one time. I was memeing at the time, but I don't know how much I'm memeing anymore. Of just like, hey, if you were ever, if you're a Republican in a position of, in a position in the cabinet or a position in Congress, and you're just letting this shit happen, and you're retired from the military, we're recalling you to active duty, you piece of shit. Mm-hmm. I was memeing about it before, but maybe we do that for real. But like, there's certain discretionary punishments I think we should take. Like all the generals that had anything to do with any of this shit, like, need to be fired from their positions immediately.
Sure.
The second we come back into power, like, they got to go, all of them. I think, was it RGR that was talking to you yesterday, or I don't know. I think it was yesterday about like what some state passing a law that says like if you had joined ICE during the Trump administration, you cannot be hired by the state government. Period.
Yeah, that's kind of based.
But I think like if we could just get every blue state to do that, that'd be pretty cool. Because no red states are going to do it, but that'd be pretty cool across the board.
I can't make a folder on my Dropbox called VODs. It just gives me an error. I don't know why I get the most random fuck errors using fucking Dropbox. It's drives me crazy.
Are you trying to make a VOD channel?
No, I need to make a different folder because this one is bugged and I don't even know why. I just don't even know. I don't understand.
Are you gonna do that at some point? Have a VOD channel?
I don't even know. Maybe.
Whenever I'm like driving to and from school or editing videos, I always just like throw your stream on from the day before and just 2x it so I can see what was going down.
Well,
I can still do it on Kick, but Kick doesn't like regulate or modulate. I don't know what the fuck correct word is there, but Kick like actually fucks with the audio when you 2x it. Like it sounds shitty. It gets that like that weird speed up sound.
I thought they fixed that. Is it still a weird?
I was listening to your stream from yesterday earlier while I was driving home, and it sounded so fucking weird.
Maybe I was just painting on my voice like this. Maybe I just really wanted to sound that way.
Yeah. It's slight. Maybe it was like way worse before, but like I've always just watched on YouTube. But yeah, I was like, well, I got to do the VODs on Kick now. Okay. Can you really not think? I'm kind of like you. Kind of mind fucked me a little bit. I'm trying to think of examples now, and I don't know if I can. Can you really not think of any examples of like things that have leaked? And like obviously, like we're not going to have really really solid evidence yet. This is going to be a thing that has to come out later. But you can't think of anything that's the administration has done that might be actual crimes. Other than like don't count the ICE stuff.
Crimes generally require a criminal intent, your mens rea. And when people are functioning in the government, they're not usually of the state of mind to commit a crime. This is why, and I've never had any legal person who's not a complete and total Trump cum ingester tell me otherwise. This is why the president didn't need criminal immunity. Cops, police officers do not have immunity from crimes, even though they're assaulting people, kidnapping people by arresting them, forcibly restraining people with handcuffs, killing people with their guns, right? Cops can do all that without criminal immunity because they don't have the mens rea of committing crimes. They're not doing unlawful killings. Same thing with the president of the United States. So that's the issue, is that if people are able to say that they're acting within their lawful capacity to do the things that they're doing, then there's just not really a crime that you can charge them with. That's the issue for the criminal law stuff.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
I'm still trying to think of like any like exceptions I can think of for like, oh, this person would have definitely had the mens rea if they were fucking acting like this because they definitely knew. I don't know. The instant example is to just charge the ICE officers that killed like Renee Good or at least Preddy for sure, because that was so much like infinitely worse.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know why that one guy from who's the guy in Minnesota that was making fun of or that said Kristi Noem was going to be spending a long time there. Who was that? The Twitter video. I didn't recognize the guy, but it's obviously it's not Walls and it's not Freya or Frey. Wait, was it Walls?
I have no idea.
Or are people just typing that name in chat?
Was it like in the context of like threatening to have them arrested?
Yeah, but it was like but it's like it's Kristi Noem. What are you gonna do? I don't know.
I don't know.
Wait, I can do cop activities if I have the correct mens rea. If you're a police officer and you're following your policy and procedure, yes.
Yeah, I feel like Noem would be like, I can't think of a single way you'd connect Noem to that at all.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, okay. This just popped in my head. This is another thing I really want. I need to make just like you said, I need to make a list of all like the changes I would want to make if I had infinite power. I think there needs to be. I don't think people give anywhere near enough credit to how fucking bad this is. Then it deserves more credit for how fucking horrible this is. I think there needs to be a cause of action for defamation against the government. We haven't created a cause of action for that. Like obviously, the government has to allow you to sue it, and there's no cause of action for defamation. There needs to be. It's fucking absurd that like the Kristi Noem could just come out after the Alex Preddy shooting and just be like, yeah, well, I mean, he was a terrorist. Of course we shot him. That's fucking ridiculous. There's got to be some sort of cause of action there to sue the government for defamation. If public officials are coming out and just lying about you in your personal capacity, like you could put a lot of safeguards in place if you wanted to, because I can see how that could be abused. I'm sure you can too. Like if it's abusable for sure, but it also can't be the case in the other direction where they could just come out and lie about like private citizens like that.
Yeah, I agree.
What the fuck? We're just gonna call this guy a terrorist and no evidence, and like his family can't do fucking shit about it.
I am. I'm so triggered right now.
Okay, oh, someone in kick chat. So make it illegal to lie or knowingly mislead the public or other officials at any time. That's another thing I thought about. Is like what you can, like we have a standard for like the actual malice standard for defamation of public officials. Like you can put an actual malice standard in place in a case like that. Like it can't. It's not just that they lied. It's that they fucking knew they were lying.
Somebody else also said something too. I think that when you're making a statement to the public as a cabinet level official, I think that it should be mandatory that you swear in before all those statements. I don't know what the drawbacks to that would be. I'm sure there's some reason why that maybe would be impractical, but I think that all those statements should be made under oath.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This is another thing, now that you just like mentioned the under oath thing, that I think Hutch should add to his argumentation, not to help the Hutch side here. But when he talks about how like we're gonna win the midterm and we're gonna win the midterms, we're gonna drag these people in for hearings over and over and over and over. I know you said you don't put too much stock in it, but I do put a lot of stock in the whole pardon thing. Like the reason.
No. I think that pardoning is. I think getting rid of the pardon is good, or dramatically reevaluating it is good, because the original rationale that was laid out by the founding fathers is clearly not followed anymore, or restricting it in some way. I think that's fine. I just don't think it's going to keep people from fucking around too much.
Maybe not. But like these people do know that. Well, at least like the high level cabinet people, they know that if they stay on Trump's good side, they will get a pardon at the end. So that also creates a lot of weird perverse incentives to where like if these people start to change their minds, like if they're doing weird like fucky criminal shit behind the scenes and we just don't know about it yet, and then at some point they change their minds, like, ooh, maybe I'm not comfortable with this, maybe I do want to resign, maybe I do want to flip on Trump, they can't, because that would mean no more pardon for you. I feel like there's some weird perverse incentives going on there. Like he kind of has like a death grip on him, because like, well, you don't get that pardon if you fucking betray me. So
yeah, maybe, but I mean they would have to be who. When was the last time anybody charged anybody like this with anything ever? When has this ever happened before?
When was the last time we had an administration behaving this fucking crazily?
Trump 1. Not this crazy. I know. I understand it wasn't this crazy. It's worse. But I mean, the only person who got charged was Trump, right? In the indictments, everybody else was an unindicted co-conspirator, I believe, right?
Yeah, but do we know if that's like if that was a prosecutorial choice, or if it was because they were providing information?
Probably
like was it just like hey, we don't feel like it, or like well, give us info and we won't charge you?
My guess is it was a choice.
Okay, you might be right. You
might
be totally right. You might be, yeah. Fuck, this is another thing. Oh, the fucking, okay, I fucking lost it again. I was going down the pardon route, the defamation route, actual malice stuff. Like you could just add an actual malice standard for this. Oh yeah, okay, got it. You were talking about I was talking about the give this idea to Hutch, when he talks about like we're just going to drag everybody in front of Congress after we win the midterms. This is a thing where like I very much believe that all of these, at least the cabinet people, are all going to get pardons at the end of the term. But after that, Trump will be gone, and he doesn't have any more power to influence anything. I think there's more value in dragging everybody from his administration in to Congress to testify after Trump's gone, because then we can just James Comey all of them.
Maybe, yeah.
Because you ask them direct questions. Did you do this? Did you do that? Hold on, sorry. I don't want you to hear the phone ring. You just drag them in to testify over and over and over again, all of them, and you ask them just direct ask questions. Did you do this evil shit? Did you do that evil shit? And you put them in a position where it's like you either have to admit that you did this fucked up shit, or we charge you with lying to Congress.
Yeah, maybe.
James Comey, every single person, yeah. No, I think there's way more value in the congressional test, because like while Trump's still in office, like they unironically can just get dragged in to testify and just lie the whole time.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Okay. Yeah, you should. I think you should do that. You should make a list of like all the things that you would change. That'd be a good. It's like a fucking Connor like does his little mind map things that he draws out in paint, and he has like a bazillion of them saved. You could do like something like that, because you're talking about you would need to understand the relationships between all of these things, like how each thing affects each other thing.
Mm-hmm. Draw
a big fucking mind map of like, okay, I want to change this, and this would affect this, and I want to change this, and that would affect that.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
I think it'd be fun. But I think you're onto something with the media thing. It is probably the worst thing. You've kind of changed my mind even. Like people probably would still act the same level of insane even if the pardon wasn't the way it is.
Maybe, yeah.
Or maybe not the same, but quite similar. But all right, enjoy your real stream when you're done with work stream.
All right, I love you. Bye.
See you later.
This guy wants to interview me, but I don't. My stuff is not set up downstairs for the studio, and I don't. I don't know if I want to take more time off stream tomorrow to shoot this. Do we know who this guy is? Bost Wiki.
Really keep in mind, we are entering a...
the tour Iranian. There's no way to prevent non-state actors like Hezbollah getting involved, and them getting involved is not going to automatically escalate to some sort of...
Oh, that's 2 years old.
Hello?
Hi, can you give me like 5 minutes? I have to finish these emails because I got to go live on everything before I have more conversations, okay? Don't care about this. Okay. Last email. What is this? Holy shit. Your most recent video with Jimmy. What video with... Who is Jimmy? Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Good bait thread. I banned the fuck out of that guy. Okay. Fuck. Replies to the message. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I'll do this after stream. What is this? Don't care. Okay. This Adam Kinzinger, I've never pronounced this guy's name correctly. Kinzinger released his whole movie on YouTube. We're fucking watching that shit. Okay. I'll grab a Red Bull.
OBAMNA.
Wow. Loner's response to Connor's ship analogy.
Driven the oil tanker into the ship is taking on water, but it's not going to drown.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is you need to get damage control teams down into the bottom of the ship.
Okay.
And they need to plug those holes. And you're saying, well, if they get
No,
empowered...
we need to kill the people in the video game who fucked the ship and then use their carcasses to plug the holes. Because the correct tools are not available. They're not working.
Jesus.
What is this? Is this a Biz helmet? No, it's not. Because of the... So 25, 21, 35, 34, 15 hit, 14 hit.
Oh, he said we. True. Did he declare that he's not an American? Uh-oh. Hoppit's going after that ass.
U.S. officials.
Having me.
I wanted to start you off this afternoon because we have confirmed reports from U.S. officials that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran to help it target U.S. assets in the region. I'm sure this is something that does not please the president whatsoever. Has he spoken to Putin about it?
Well, look, I'll leave that to the president to answer himself. But what I will tell you, John, we don't comment on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. We are having me.
Okay. Oh, this is that West Wing scene?
Please. Is that a copy of our Constitution?
Yes. You know this document?
Yes, I do.
I have many questions.
Well, that's a good thing. Hopefully, over the course of the week, we can...
For example, it says here, President shall be commander of Army, Navy, etc.
Yes.
Here, it says Congress shall have power to declare war.
Yes.
Commander does not declare war.
Theoretically, Congress needs to.
Theoretically. So your habit is to ignore document.
No. Well, occasionally.
Good morning. How you doing?
Excuse me.
Good morning.
Toby, good to see you. Grab a sandwich and listen in. I think I'm managing to pick up a few phrases. It's not all that different from Polish, actually.
Still on a lunch break.
Oh, they love the roast beef.
You're giving them a 2-hour lunch after wasting the morning on a system of government that's never going to work for these people.
I wouldn't call it a waste.
Is that the Back to the Future guy?
These guys have to walk out of this building on Friday with a set of laws to take back home to Minsk.
Not a set of laws, a sense of the rule of law.
You're not planning on writing a constitution this week?
Are you familiar with Mayor versus State of Nebraska?
What?
Nebraska passed a law making it illegal to teach anything other than English during World War I. Meyer wanted to teach German. Supreme Court said the law was unconstitutional.
Good. Now, where in the Constitution does it say you've got a right to teach German in school?
You're saying the document is irrelevant?
No. I'm saying the document is just the beginning. A constitutional democracy succeeds only if the Constitution reflects democratic values already alive in the citizenry.
Yes, but these Belarusians don't have those values.
Which is why our most important job is to instill those values in their leaders through discussion and debate.
You're talking about 8 guys on a sightseeing trip to Washington. You think you teach democratic values to these 8 guys, you're going to reverse 50 years of brutal dictatorship?
Mr. Helicorn was known as the only honest legislator in the government. Mr. Lepecki is the most respected judge in the country, and Mr. Zubikov, well, Mr. Zubikov is the editor-in-chief of Sovetskaya Belarusia. His articles helped bring down the last dictator. How many guys do you think it takes?
Well, seems like it didn't work. West Wing retards. Got him. Because Belarus is not doing too great. What is this? I condemn this decision. The weakness towards Russia is appalling. President Trump's energy agenda has resulted in oil and gas production reaching the highest levels ever recorded. It enable oil to keep flowing to the market. The Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. Okay. Isn't it a bit jarring how media continues to try and depict the presidential office as professional in film? What are you talking about? That, The West Wing is like, is that show from the 90s? What is this? Putin has been playing the White House all along. Most of us have seen it and called it out, but the administration refuses to see reality. Breaking. A U.S. defense official has confirmed to Newsmax that Russia is batting around with target information to attack U.S. troops and military assets in the Middle East. The Washington Post first reported this, which puts around. Yeah, but this is, we do this back and forth to each other. Who is Howling Mutant? Why do I have this link open? Who linked this? Okay. Support from U.S. military action in Iran is brilliant 44%. Damn. %84 among the GOP. 14% among Dems. Jesus fucking Christ. How many statements? Why am I getting mad? I don't care. I'm sorry. How many? Didn't Trump literally say verbatim, like, Kamala's going to get us into war with Iran? And we've gone to war with Iran twice? In this one term? Twice, 2 times. I'm trying. Am I making this up? Didn't Trump himself literally say Kamala is going to make us go? I feel like that was a thing that he literally said, that Kamala is going to make us go to war with Iran or something. He said that about Obama long ago. I thought he said that about. I thought there was a statement in the last election cycle. Maybe I'm making it up. But I did. Oh, was it Stephen Miller? Did Miller say it? Well, why isn't that showing up either? Oh, Stephen Miller said Kamala will send your kids to war. Maybe. I thought it was with specific regards to Iran.
Allies together is because they are fully aware of bringing the allies together is because they are fully aware of, and remember, to the Congresswoman's point, World War II, remember, this concept of isolation, we were once there as a nation, and then Pearl Harbor happened. Let's remember, recent history. Europe remembers it well. Then when we got attacked, Pearl Harbor, we jumped in. And it is because America jumped in that we were ultimately able to win that war. And it should be a constant reminder to us, we have to remember history, that isolationism, which is exactly what Donald Trump is pushing, pull out of NATO, abandon our friends, isolationism is not insulation. It is not insulation. It will not insulate us from harm in terms of our national security. So I say that to emphasize a point that the Congresswoman made, and the other point I'd make is also check out where he's been on how he thinks about America's military.
I can't even... is it racism or sexism or just low IQ to hear Kamala speak about anything and to pretend that she's dumber on these issues than Trump? I don't know. Maybe I've been wrong on racism and sexism my whole life. Maybe it actually is just so baked into some fucking people. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't know. Like, I think this is a thing that you just give. Like, if you were an intelligent person supporting Trump, which literally is not possible, then you'd say, yeah, Kamala's probably smarter than Trump, but that's not what's important. Yeah, okay, Kamala knows more about this than Trump, but that's not the important thing.
And service members. One of the great, great American heroes, a prisoner of war, John McCain. Remember how
A vote for Kamala is a vote for World War III. Kamala will send your sons to war!
And to make her president would be a gamble with the lives of millions and millions of people. She would get us into a third world war. She doesn't know how to talk to these people. They would laugh at her. They would laugh at her because she's so grossly incompetent to do the job. She's not going to be able to do the job. And everybody that knows her agrees that 5 months ago, they said there's no way she could be running for president. She's incompetent. And then she runs, and because she's a member of this savage machine known as the Democrat Party, and then all of your sons and daughters will end up getting drafted to fight these endless wars that we've been in. I've gotten us out of so many. I was the only president, think of this, in 82 years not to start a war. We dealt with peace through strength. Our enemies are laughing at her. If we win, America will be feared and respected again. Feared's okay. On issue after issue, Kamala broke it, and I will fix it. I will fix it, and I'll fix it.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran. Now, I'm more militant and more militaristic than the president. I believe in strength. But to start a war in order to get elected, and I believe that's going to happen, would be an outrage. Iran can be taken down in many ways. Their population is in turmoil. They look at what's happening in Syria and other countries where it looked like it was an impossibility, and it looks like that one's going to collapse also. So Iran can be taken. I would never take the military card off the table. And it's possible that it'll have to be used because Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But you've got to exhaust other possibilities. And we're in a great position to do it. They know, or they at least must know, that they're in a little bit of heat because there's a lot of pressure to attack. This is a great time to negotiate. Unfortunately, we have a president that doesn't know the first thing about negotiation.
Like, he maybe he was just younger? Like, yeah, remember what I just said like 2 days ago? Where I'm like being strong And being respected means that you don't have to actually use your military force because people know you have the capacity to do it. Where is this guy? I've never actually listened to more than like the first 5 seconds of this. Iran is under pressure. They see that Syria is collapsing as a state. Now's a really good time to force them to come to the table to negotiate shit, right? Jesus.
Because there's a lot of pressure to attack. This is a great time to negotiate. Unfortunately, we have a president that doesn't know the first thing about negotiation. We have a real problem in the White House. So I believe that he will attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected. Isn't it pathetic? Well, they finally cleared out the protesters, and it's about time. It's great that the protesters are no longer allowed to put up their tents.
Just Kucklinsky's. This is not your ally. We do not officially endorse. But I said this for a long time. I think I went back and forth a little bit for a while, but I'm back on the no more back and forth. This is just not it. We need better allies than this. They can't be. This isn't even about imperfect allies. It's like making peace with actual fucking enemies. Every single thing Kucklinsky has to say about foreign policy is just certified fucking retarded. I'm so sorry. I don't even know what this is going to be about. But let's go.
All right, y'all. So Asmongold, also known as Asmeinkampf, he's talking here about the illegal and offensive war waged by Israel and the U.S. against Iran. It's a war that we're referring to as the Jeffrey Epstein War. We also refer to the pairing of Israel and the U.S. fighting together as the axis of Epstein. I believe that's the most fair way to describe them, since Donald Trump is very clearly blackmailed by Mossad. And, Epstein has all sorts of pictures and videos of him fucking underage girls, committing rape and pedophilia. Jesus. And he doesn't want that released. So they were able to hold that over his head, blackmail him just like they blackmailed Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky in the past. And that's where we are. So now they're carpet bombing innocent elementary school girls.
Okay, wait. This is kind of funny and based, except I think he's actually serious. Is he? Does he? I don't even know. Whatever. He's funny. He's always funny. You can say whatever you want about Kucklinsky, but he is a funny guy. I'm considering abandoning all electoral efforts this coming year and literally just throwing everything into Texas in this stupid plus 30 Republican district, because I just think that it's so fucking crazy that this guy, the Tony Gonzalez guy, did step down. So it's going to be Brandon Herrera versus the Democrat. And I think that this seat was like a plus 30, or was it plus 40? It's only plus 15. Was it plus 15? I thought it when I looked at it was plus 30. Wait, can somebody link the election results last year or the last 2 years ago or whatever?
See, that just looks correct. So anyway, my buddy Admin Results is going to be out here on the range with us to help us with the forbidden LARP.
Don't try this at home.
How do you say montage in German?
Wait, I don't know why you care. I don't know. Remember about the guy with the employee who burned herself alive after an affair with him was the more electable candidate. Oh. He has a copy of Mein Kampf.
Some great points. That's my copy at my house next to a bunch of the German stick grenades. I got the 1939 edition printed in English just because I thought it was wild that you couldn't buy it on Amazon, but you can buy the Communist Manifesto in Das Kapital.
Well, this was more expensive than the...
Who would you be sweating? Who's the Dem running against him? I have no fucking idea. He actually... they were going to have a runoff election. I think this is for the last election. Right? They were going to have a runoff for this current one, but then Tony Gonzalez dropped because of the ignition on the staffer that he cheated on his wife with. King. Wait, why did you just link me these? Texas, 23rd Congressional District. Okay, time to go search. Elections 2024. Wait, who said it's not even a plus 30 district? Okay, I'm sorry, it's a plus 25 district? Who is saying plus 15? What are you guys talking about? Here's the history of it. 24% outlier to how other districts perform, or how the district performs. Texas is 23rd congressional district. Didn't they redraw? Oh, I don't know. Oh shit, did they? I wonder if it's worth it. This is who's running against him. Katie Padilla. She's not related to the California Padilla guy, right? Is Padilla a common Hispanic last name? I feel like I haven't heard it much. Padilla, sorry. She seems like a moderate, I'm guessing. I don't know. I have to think about how petty I want to be. Nintendo sues U.S. government over tariffs. Are they going to give that money back to us? Do they not realize they can have their NOAA branch produce stuff within the U.S. to avoid the tariffs? What is NOAA? North something America? This question also applies to companies that... Why did you link me this tweet in particular? Who linked me this? Oh, Nintendo of America. These types... Oh, Trius. These types of cucks are why we will have downfall of America. Because of this random VTuber anime account? What the fuck? LDS and follower of hashtag Saints on X. It's Mormon? Latter-day Saints? Why? I don't want to be here anymore. Okay. Insanely moronic take from Ryan last night. r/tornado. Who is this guy? What do we...
Thank you, Elijah. I hear that, like, this happens every time. Every time there's a tornado warning near a big city, the sirens go off. I hate that. Like, why are we even trying to do the siren thing anymore? Take him down. Take him down.
He's a weather YouTuber.
Just take him down. Just turn him off. Like, it causes more confusion than it helps, I think. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect.
Is there like some complaint from weather people about this? Why do they not like tornado sirens or whatever? Like, is he trolling? Okay, chat has no real answers. I have no idea. Okay. Wait, hold on 1 second. I'm getting baited right now.
Honest with you,
Because let me be perfectly honest with you. If all we're playing for is better than the Democrats, I will quit politics. Like, who would ever sacrifice anything for that? Look at how fucked up our country is. Our country's a joke. Everything that actually matters, the fundamentals are all broken. Okay? The social fabric is broken. Diversity is killing us. Crime is rampant. This country is just depressing. It's a dead, depressing, hollow place to live. Everybody's miserable. Everyone recognizes everything's getting worse. I don't think there's anybody that really believes we'll even still be here in 100 years, that this country will still exist. Is that really what we're playing for in this context? Is we want to have policies that are exactly the same as the Democrats, but like a little bit better? At least it's a little bit better. That's the grand prize. Because if someone had told me 10 years ago that's what we can hope for, I don't know, maybe I would have finished my degree. Maybe I would have just became a lawyer and like had a lot of fun or something. That's what we're playing for? I am of the opinion, and I continue to be of the opinion, that in order for this country to survive, we must have radical intervention. Radical, extreme. Yes, I'm an extremist. Yes, I'm a radical. Yes, I'm a fanatic. Everything is completely fucked up. And it doesn't take a genius to predict where all of this is headed. With feminism, hypergamy, collapsing fertility rates, add to that open borders, the diversification of America, the lowering of the average IQ, the collapse of the institutions, collapse of literacy. It goes on and on and on. It's not hard to see that the society that we used to have will not exist. The foundations of that society are basically gone. It's like termites have eaten the foundation. It is just simply a matter of time to watch all of it over time get diminished, degraded, and eventually to collapse under its own weight. So I'm just here from the future. I'm looking into the crystal ball at a country that looks like South Africa. I'm looking into the crystal ball where the roads are not kept up, where the sidewalks are not kept up. The infrastructure is dilapidated. We're in a post-literate society. Corruption is rampant. We're in an alien nation filled with people that we have nothing in common with, that have no loyalty to this country, that don't even like us. I'm looking into that crystal ball. I just got out of my time machine from the year 2100, where America is a shithole, and I'm trying to tell people, wake the fuck up. Time to get serious now. We need to have radical change now. People need to start telling the truth. Everyone needs to start pulling their weight. We need to be demanding more from our government that it frankly is even fucking possible. If all we're playing for right now is, hey, well, it's going to be a little bit better than the Democrats. Okay, well, that's not good enough. That's not a solution.
True. Don't support Trump over there.
Doesn't he like literally sound like Hassan, like complaining about the Democrats not being like maximally progressive, but like on the other side?
Well, no, Trump was really bad if you were like a identitarian neo-Nazi type person. But I mean, yeah, it's going to be similar. But I mean, at the end of the day, these guys still ended up supporting the party.
Why? You guys want me to
Why was I linked this? Jolly Rancher Zoo.
Why? You guys want me to fucking be like this? Like, my fucking ass.
Whoa!
I warned you.
What? Wait, what is it? Who linked it? Or wait. Was it a popular... Did something happen?
Hello?
Hi, what's up?
So, good to talk now?
Maybe. What do you want to talk about?
You were saying some
AI.
interesting things about, yesterday.
Give me
at the start of the stream.
22 minutes to go through the rest of my links, and then you can hop in and we'll chat. Is that okay, or is that too late?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Be careful. The Israeli Air Force publishes footage from the cockpit of IAF fighter jets flying over Iran. We continue to fight as required around the clock. Here's what all time. We wish you Israeli citizens a safe and quiet Shabbat. A pilot is heard saying in a recording. Bruh. Passenger plane? I doubt it. People are saying it's an IF tanker. There's a Newsom Freeland convo thing. I might watch it tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just not. It's just like not my style of content. It's just kind of boring to me. But because there's other things I'd rather watch first. We'll see. Why it's okay. Good one. Okay.
I am the candidate of.
Watch 10 years of Trump promising not to start new wars. Okay. What is this?
Or nothing. I think if we ever get to the bottom of this, if we're playing the Nostradamus game, I'd like to, go double or nothing. I think some of this is going to have to do with a topic in number theory called elliptic curves.
I hate this fucking guy. Watching Sean Carroll just completely humiliate this guy was peak shit.
Which people don't have at the tip of their tongue, but it's behind your ability to send an encrypted love letter or trade Bitcoin. Cryptography rests on number theory. And the Harvard Mathematics Department, where I got my PhD, was a leading source of innovation in the world of elliptic curves. I wonder very strongly whether people paid attention to that Steve Bannon pseudo interview in which, while doing media training, Jeffrey Epstein directly, and somehow nobody broke this out until I clipped it for Twitter, which I find astounding. He literally says, why did I get the ranch in New Mexico, the Zorro Ranch? It was because Los Alamos was downsizing and firing its nuclear weapons physicists and high priests of high energy physics, and I wanted to be close.
Sean Carroll humiliated him on what? What was the debate about? It was Sean Carroll actually pressed him on his like fucking theory of everything, and instead of asking him about fucking wokeness and how trans people were ruining society and preventing his research from being published, he was asking about his fucking Lagrangians or whatever, and he was completely fucked.
Close to them. He's saying that when the Cold War ended, he recognized that there were going to be a lot of disaffected, disgruntled, laid-off people because the U.S., in its most asinine moment, decided that it was entitled to a Cold War dividend by screwing the very people who won the Cold War by, inducing a threat so severe no one could contemplate going to war with us. Well, what he was doing was he was setting up listening posts in exactly the most telling places. Zorro Ranch is close to Sandia Laboratory and Los Alamos Laboratory, where he found his high-energy physicists, as he said. And One Brattle Square in the 02138 area code of Massachusetts is a listening post to listen in on Harvard and MIT, which are connected by a 30-minute walk down Mass Ave. So if you just go into those documents, as I said to everybody, you will find that he had an extensive relationship with the Harvard Mathematics Department. Search on math.harvard.edu in those files, and you'll see he was meeting with everyone from St. Yao, who often acts in part as a representative of Chinese interests in the American mathematical elite, Martin Nowak, Clifford Taubes, Michael Hopkins, all of these sorts of people were meeting with Epstein. And then we find out in particular, you had a debate on with Sean Carroll. I believe Sean Carroll shows up as having a meeting with him, as well as Benedict Gross, who was a number theorist elliptic curve expert, who pioneered Jeffrey Epstein's entry into the Harvard Math Department. People are not understanding. This was a science spy, and he was spying direct. The reason I knew that, it wasn't a prediction. He was spying directly on my work. The earliest we see him in the Harvard Math Department was around 2002. I got my PhD in 1992. He had information on me that was from the late 80s, early 90s, about something called the Seiberg-Witten equations, which actually weren't recognized then and aren't recognized now to have to do directly with gravitational theory. He somehow knew that my work, which technically would have been about something called self-dual Yang-Mills equations, was actually about gravity. He was very focused on gravity, and this is going to come up in the UFO disclosures, which is that the UFO weirdness is not just about UFOs. It's about the golden age of general relativity and U.S. attempts to gain control over additional forces of nature. There are 4 forces of nature. We know how to control 2 of them somewhat, the strong force and the electromagnetic force. The strong force is what we got control of in 1945 and took out 2 cities in Japan. So what happens when you can control gravity? This is absolutely national interest. The national security apparatus has completely fallen down on the job. Nobody's picked up on what kind of a spy he was. And the idea that this is some sort of auxiliary thing that he was doing with respect to science, when the main story is just about the sexual misdeeds, this is not true. I mean, his operation, I think in part, was about spying on scientists.
So that's fascinating. I mean, what do you think his real modus operandi was? What was it that he was trying to do, and who was he doing it for?
Well, I guess I'm very confused about this.
Michael Tracey disputes that Trump ran on isolationism. Anyone who tries to claim that Trump in advance ever campaigned on some sort of anti-war platform in 2024 was either willfully deluded or so consumed by nonsense propaganda that they should retire permanently from any and all political analysis forever. I mean, it depends on how he means this. Like, I either agree with him completely or I completely and totally disagree. But it really just depends on what he means. If he's saying that, like, if you listened holistically to everything Trump was saying and you thought that this was an anti-war candidate, you're fucking retarded. That's absolutely true. But if you're trying to claim that he didn't lean into some sort of isolationist platform at all as part of his rhetoric, that would be not true. So, but I don't know how Tracey means this tweet, I guess.
We just had an important series of votes on the House floor. As you know, the War Powers Resolution failed. That is the right result. We are not at war. We have no intention of being at war. The President and the Department of Defense have made this very clear. The Department of War has made it very clear. This is a limited operation. It's an operation that's limited in its scope and duration. It has a very clear mission, and that mission is nearly accomplished by all estimates. We are taking down Iran's ballistic missile capability, its stockpile, and its ability to produce more.
What does that mean? First of all, I thought we killed a ton of their leadership, but we're getting rid of their missiles, their missile capabilities, and then their ability to produce more. Are we getting rid of every single, like, manufacturing thing that could make any part related to a missile? Or, and then is it every single missile platform, like air, sea, land? I don't know what the fucking Iranian fucking Navy looks like. But what is that? Are we just bombing the whole country until nothing can be fired out of anything across the border? Or is it, who knows?
They were doing that at a scale and a speed that was more than our regional allies could keep up with. And it was a serious and imminent threat to the United States. We don't need to relitigate all that today. But also we wanted to take down the capability of their Navy, and all of that has been very successful. So this needs to continue. It would have been a very dangerous gambit to take the Commander-in-Chief's ability away to complete this mission. It would have been...
Wait, am I hallucinating that? Did anybody else hear that? Was he about to say to complete this war? Did he miss, and then he caught himself?
Ability away to complete this mission.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I'm hallucinating that. Never mind.
Continue. It would have been a very dangerous gambit to take the Commander-in-Chief's ability away to complete this mission. It would have
I hallucinated.
Been,
I hate this guy. He's going to say wage war? Maybe, I don't know.
A very serious misstep by Congress, and I'm grateful that resolution...
I'm grateful that we continue to give away all of our powers and don't do literally fucking anything at all with ourselves as Congress and just let the president do whatever the fuck he wants. Thank God.
The flood of Mexican meth, Mexican heroin, Mexican fentanyl. 20 years ago in Montana, meth was homemade. It was homegrown. And it had purity levels less than 30%. Today, the meth that is getting into Montana is Mexican cartel.
Homegrown. %. Yeah, now we're getting that good H1B meth. True. What the fuck? Is this real? New Bernie Sanders to unveil new mega tax on America's 1,000 billionaires would raise $4.4 trillion. Okay. Potential marker for other candidates who do run in 2028. What is the, where are we getting $4.4 trillion from? Yeah, is this like over 1,000 years or? Jesus Christ. What is, no, wait, why, who even linked this? This is retarded. This is just a random fucking meme account. No? The money would be directed to $3,000 stimulus checks per person earning $150K a year. Yeah, right. What? UBI? Expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, hearing for all seniors. Okay, I doubt it. I don't know what the cost would be for that. Ensure every public school teacher gets paid at least $60K a year? Okay. $850 billion for affordable home construction to abolish homelessness. $850 billion? Universal child care. Just throw that on there. Okay. Reverse Trump Medicaid cuts. This is a Washington Post reporter. This is, I'm curious where they get this $4.4 trillion from. What is the net worth of all 1,000 billionaires on paper? Net worth of top 1,000 billionaires. So the 3,000 in 2025, I think this is annual, 3,028 billionaires had a total net worth of $16.1 trillion. That's with 3,000 billionaires. And he thinks he can raise $4.4 trillion? This is retarded. And that's on paper. This is paper net worth. Okay. Somebody like an article? It might be over a decade. Even over a decade, that's $400 billion a year raised from 1,000 people? Alas, the 2017-2020 Democratic Fantasyland economics are back. Well, taxes are a gimmick. There's no way to raise $4.4 trillion. Billionaires didn't become billionaires without having a team of finance. Okay, that's boring. Even if we could raise 4.4 over a decade, it's insane to plow it all into new spending with a federal debt set to leap from 30 to 64 trillion. Stimulus really with unemployment at 4.3% and inflation rising. Yeah, this is, I don't know. If you want to tax rich, fine. Based. Okay. Big well taxer gimmick. Okay. Is there, Senator Bernie Sanders has teamed with Representative Ro Khanna to propose a 5% annual wealth tax on the nation's billionaires that would raise an estimated $4.4 trillion over the next decade. Okay. We're good. I'm good on that one. This movie was way ahead of its time.
Imagine you guys so anti-dictators. Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the...
This clip would be funny without the fucking retarded meme music.
I mean, honestly, the only real battle in the world today that I see worth fighting is fucking, exterminating Israel. I mean, I would sign up tomorrow and go fucking put boots on the ground and go fucking kill Israelis. That would be a great day for me. I would just fucking sign up on the fucking draft waiver wherever. Give me a fucking, give me a rifle and send me the fuck over there. I truly believe that the majority of that country is evil and they're perpetuating a genocide. They've been operating apartheid. They're suppressing those Palestinians. They're attacking their neighbors. They're operating like terrorists. They're fucking arrogant,
Why are you dismissing the tax bill without reading anything? First of all, the fact that you're asking that question means literally no matter what I say about it, you're going to have an opinion about it. Number one. Number two, I already have a drastically negative opinion about wealth taxes. Number three, 5% annual wealth tax is fucking insane for so many reasons. One, the application of that is going to be almost impossible. Two, there will be no political support for this because of how stupid it is. Three, as soon as you start taxing that much wealth from people, every single wealth thing that they dip into is going to collapse. If all of these people have to sell off 5% of their fucking assets to start paying tax, there's just so many, and there's so many stupid reasons why it just is fucking retarded. I don't know what you want me to say. It's fucking retarded. I don't care about the dictator anymore. You shouldn't have liked the meme music version. Now we're not watching it. What is this? February 28th strike that hit an elementary school. Why is this also in Japanese? What the fuck? Or Chinese, sorry. Published March 5th. Yesterday? Updated March 6th today. In the southern Iranian town of Minab is a deadly known episode of civilian casualties since the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran, and no side is taking responsibility. Body of evidence assembled by New York Times, including newly released satellite images, social media posts, verified videos, indicates the school building was severely damaged by a precision strike that occurred at the same time as attacks on adjacent naval bases operated, or an adjacent naval base operated by the IRGC. Official statement of U.S. forces were attacking naval targets near this. Killed at least 175 people, many of them children. I think most of them children, no? Not good. We just showed that multiple precision strikes hit at least 6 Revolutionary Guard buildings, along with the school. 4 buildings inside the naval base were completely destroyed, and 2 other buildings showed impact points on the center of their roofs, consistent with such precision hits. Oh my God. If 5% is a problem, someone is over-leveraged. I'm curious how you can know enough about finance to even use the term over-leveraged, but be so retarded that you think taking 5% of somebody's paper wealth is just a trivial thing for somebody who might own shares in trillion-dollar market cap companies. That's very impressive. Congratulations for threading the needle on that one.
Just sell it all, bro.
What?
Just sell it all, bro.
True. Over-leverage is a pretty normie term after the Big Short, etc. What is the distance between here and here? Damn, I'm curious if we'll ever fucking know what the fuck happened here. Because I feel like this administration won't give us anything at all. That's kind of crazy that... Like, this has to be an insane intel failing, but I don't know how you can fail the intel so hard here, but be so precise in terms of all the other leadership they were able to hit. Somebody linked the Google Maps. Oh, well, the school's fine. What do you mean? Might be fucked up, but isn't this just collateral damage? I mean, like, you can make, like, no. The munitions that we have are too precise. It's not like we were just, like, carpet bombing this area. I don't think there's a strong argument for collateral damage here. This was just a school. Like, unless you can demonstrate that there were significant military resources inside this school. I don't think, yeah, I don't think that's the case. Could have been an intercepted missile. Iran has posted evidence of other U.S. munitions intercepted. Maybe, I don't know. So why do they bomb it? Are they just evil? No, I doubt they intentionally targeting schools. My guess is it has to be either a severe intelligence failing or some kind of electronic warfare or intercepted thing or something like that. But I have no idea what's the most likely in this circumstance. Mm-hmm. This is a woke DEI school where they were transing the kids. It was a mercy kill. Okay. Satellite images produced by the California-based company are normally available almost immediately to its clients, which include AFP, as well as other media, companies, researchers, and potential enemies of the U.S. Planet said in a message to clients at temporary Moot as part of its commitment, leading satellite firm to hold back Gulf state images. Okay. Planet Labs famously took a photo of Israel's secret nuclear facility out in the desert and a number of years back and got a bunch of shit for it. Nice. The best reporting I've heard is that they used AI to plan targets and nobody checked it. Whoever you read that from is probably fucking retarded and probably not worth listening to unless they have like concrete good information related to that. And just saying that somebody's using AI is not concrete and good information. But hey, what do I know? Well, hopefully we'll find out in a week or two, or we'll never know because this administration doesn't publish anything about what's going on, so. Way more likely it was user error. My guess would be bad intelligence. That's my guess, but. There are reports that the people responsible for launching the Tomahawk believed the school was being used by the IRGC and assumed it would be empty because it was Saturday. What they didn't account for is that in Iran, Saturday is a normal school day, not part of the weekend like it is in the US. In Iran, the school week typically runs Saturday through Wednesday. I feel like that would be so stupid, but. Former intelligence here. The preschool was occupied by highly skilled 11-year-olds who were posting disinformation on X. The school was a military target and had to be done. Okay. I mean, they literally said they were using AI for choosing targets. I just don't know how to... I can't. There's like a chain of logic that I can walk you through, but you're gonna have to find somebody else to do it. Like, when you say things like this, I understand that you think you're spitting fire or you're cooking, but it's like saying, like, how do you think Steven got from his bedroom to his computer chair this morning? He probably drove his car. It's like, what do you mean he drove his car to his computer? Well, he says that we know statistically if you take the 1,000 miles that he's traveled, 998 of those miles have been traveled via car. Okay. He says he drives everywhere. Okay, but everywhere doesn't mean to his office, right? Well, he said everywhere. Okay. The vast majority of his travelage is it's just like, I don't know how to communicate how fucking retarded your statement is. I can't. So you know what? You're right. If you heard that they were using AI in any part of the military ever, that means that every single thing is actually AI. They do cum extraction AI machines, and you're absolutely right, 1,000,000,000%. Where is Uni?
Doesn't Israel actually do that for like dead soldiers?
Zaka might. I don't know.
Hello.
Okay. What do you want?
So I heard you yesterday at the start of stream talking about some AI stuff briefly. And I think the discussion you had with that, was it a neuroscience guy, is giving you, I think, pretty bad impressions of how AI works and its like capabilities and stuff.
The things
like
I'm talking about right now are very
being
specific to like LLMs, but okay.
Yes, yeah. The main one being about, I think you said they don't even have the capacity to reason, and I'm just not sure where that's coming from, because I would say that's quite demonstrably not true in many ways for LLMs.
Okay.
Although I guess first of all, it depends on what are you meaning by reasoning there.
Yeah, so I think that like the reasoning thing means that I can't explain this as well as he can, and I know I can't explain this as well as he was, but like what an LLM does is you've got like a million different parameters, I guess, or things that it can draw from. When you ask a question, it's trying to like generate a response, solving for what it thinks like fits best to the response to the prompt that it was given, basically. But that form of like choosing the next word that is like statistically more likely on each next step to fit in as a good response to the prompt that it was given, that is like fundamentally a completely different process than how like a human will semantically reason out some kind of problem solving thing.
It kind of like, I think this is often referred to as like a stochastic parrot thing. I think it's often used as a thing where the idea is because it's only really predicting the next word, it therefore can't be doing reasoning. The bit that gets lost in that is, one, there's a few reasons to think that doesn't like necessarily mean it's not doing reasoning, but also there's a whole step in the middle of it sees the existing context, the existing text. There's something in the middle there before it produces that output token, and there's pretty substantial reason to believe from quite a bit of research that there is multi-step reasoning happening within that is not just pulling on existing like data completely. That there's some process within there that's modeling, in some cases, a sort of model of a world, in some cases, a just sort of more typical multi-step reasoning that a
Wait, when
human
you
might
say
go through.
modeling a world, what does that mean?
A good example would be there's an interesting paper I saw where they trained an LLM to predict chess moves. I believe it was it trained on a bunch of like inputs, the move notation or something in chess. It trained on that and then trained to output the next moves. You can then go into the sort of brain of the LLM, so to speak, and see all of the sort of intermediary activations of they're called perceptrons, but effectively neurons in this LLM's brain. And you can see that it actually reconstructs a board state within its brain at a certain point with correct relations between like possible moves that are like legal and all that kind of thing. So it essentially, from just this text input, ends up learning a correct representation of how a chessboard is structured and the kinds of legal moves that are possible.
So
I will challenge.
Wait, are you going to say something meaningful? Or you better say some retarded shit.
I play a lot of chess, and I've seen like videos on like AI doing chess stuff, and AI will fuck up a lot of chess moves. It'll play like illegal moves.
That's
and,
fine. It wasn't fully retarded, but not.
That's a separate thing.
Okay, wait. Okay, so I would challenge that in that chess is not the reality that we are talking about when we talk about like constructing reality. Like I would argue that chess is closer to a program of like lines of code than it is to like any kind of semantic understanding you could have of like a thing that exists in real life. That there's a huge, like chess is like, you've got the letters and the numbers, you've got like literally a two-dimensional grid, and then you have a token that can occupy each position on the grid that has some rules governing it. Like chess is a rule set that is fully expressible in programming language. You don't ever have to construct like an actual wooden board or like pieces that you can touch or hold or have a feeling about. Like there is no semantic understanding required to solve for chess moves.
Yeah, there are other examples where things can there's clear understanding of like physical constraints and learning of larger scale like.
Well, wait. I think we have to go through each of these words.
relationships.
So, like when you say physical constraints, like I don't think there is a physical constraint on chess that I don't think the LLM would need to know any physical thing. It just needs to know the rule set. Like it doesn't actually. Yeah. Like I would consider that. Do we agree that that's like a different thing, like a physical constraint versus like the rule?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of like common things that get brought up in terms of what people mean by
Yeah, that's why I'm clarifying because I might
think so. I'm trying to like address some of the common things. So I think that the point of bringing up the chess thing is just to show that like they can learn representations that aren't just the text itself. Like it's not just rote learning. All right, this is the correct move to do in this situation. It is actually having some deeper level of understanding of this is the structure of the game, and doing something on top of that is learned. So I guess that's the reasoning of bringing up the chessboard thing. In terms of more.
Well, here, wait. Let's talk about that before just moving on. Okay, so I don't know if gaining a semantic understanding, like an experiential understanding of a thing, and then reasoning that is the same as like being able to discover a rule set based on being fed a million different moves and seeing what wins and doesn't win. Like being able to piece together, like what you're talking about almost sounds like a process of like reverse compiling code, where like you see enough inputs, you see enough outputs, and then from there you can kind of guess like the code. Like none of that I think has to do with the semantic understanding of humans. Like this is all still just like squarely within the realm of like programming stuffs.
To some degree, yeah. The reason that a lot of this stuff comes
I'm just pushing on this.
Wait.
We can go back and forth. So when I say like, so you said to some degree, I'm saying like of a kind that like qualitative is a totally different thing in my mind, and you can disagree with that and then push back on why. I'm just curious. But yeah, okay, go ahead.
I think a lot of this comes down to what you mean by reasoning. To me, I think there's lots of different things that could be meant by reasoning, and I think that chess represents a clear capability, like the kind of understanding of this essentially board being reconstructed within the LLM is demonstrating something beyond the common idea of it's just like pulling effectively like a big database kind of thing. It's just pulling from a whole bunch of learned facts, and it's not doing anything beyond that. I think that's mainly what it's demonstrating, and I don't necessarily disagree that chess is a different, like not just because it can do chess, that does not mean it has necessarily general reasoning capabilities. I would agree with that.
Sure, I guess I'm challenging when we say like reasoning here, like it seems like what we've done is still, it's just brute forced like so much data that when trying to figure out what the next move is, it's just picking the next thing that would like probabilistically answer the prompt of like what would be the optimal move to win the game of chess next. Like it feels like that process is qualitatively different than, I don't like these chess as a comparison again, because again, this is very like programmatic. So here like human thought might look similar to chess thought, but not because they're thinking the same, but rather just because chess I view is basically like a program that has like a rigid set of rules. But I still think that the rationale, the reasoning is a bit different than just like assigning percentages to the next option and then just going with the highest number. Like I don't know if I consider that to be quote unquote reasoning or semantic understanding. Same with humans reason or semantic understanding. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that okay. I agree for chess mostly. I think that the main thing I'm trying to get across here is that I think there's this common misunderstanding, I'd say, of the whole like it's just predicting the next word thing. Mm-hmm. And like on a purely technical level, that's kind of true. Although that's no longer quite as true as it used to be with certain advancements. But it's the there's reasoning, there's demonstration of some kind of reasoning through a bunch of things that is beyond just predicting the next thing, or like in order to predict the next token, there's demonstration of reasoning within the sort of brain of the model, so to speak. Like we can move off the chess thing because I think it's like I don't think the chess thing is necessarily an example to show reasoning, and I agree that it is, I think, different to generalized reasoning quite clearly. It's just the main point was showing it's not just, there's clearly something at minimum beyond just effectively a database of moves, which is how a lot of people conceptualize. So I wanted that as like a base example of there's something a bit more interesting going on there.
Okay. I guess what it sounds like when it sounds like you're saying that something more is happening, like everybody in chat keeps screaming about these like reasoning models. A reasoning model to me doesn't sound like a thing that is qualitatively performing a different function. It sounds to me like a reasoning model is just having more steps of next token guessing within the overall question that it'll keep applying to kind of like arrive at a better probabilistic. And that's what it sounds like.
I mostly agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Reasoning models aren't a fundamentally different thing.
Yeah.
It's just
like having the agent check
it turns
itself
out
with
that,
another agent over and over again or something.
Yeah. Like effectively teaching it to do structured reasoning ends up being like, and writing it out for a lot of problems ends up being better, which I don't think is particularly surprising because it's the exact same thing for, well, basically any humans as well. Like if you write stuff out in a structured way, you're going to more consistently get to the answer for harder or more complex problems when you sort of break them down like that. The thing that I'm trying to get at is that within a single sort of pass through to predict the next word, there's a lot more going on than people realize. A good example is there's a lot of quite interesting research from Anthropic, who make Claude and similar models, on essentially looking within the brain of the LLM as it's thinking of stuff. Like, and there's a lot of interesting research there about even something as simple as asking it something like asking it to complete the next word in the sentence, the capital of the state containing Dallas is, and the expected thing you would get is Austin, and it does correctly say that.
Well, I'm sorry, say that again? That it predicts what the capital of Texas would be, or?
Yeah, so like when you're asking an LLM to just predict the next token or whatever, and you give it the starting sentence, the capital of the state containing Dallas is, you get it to predict the next word, it predicts Austin.
Okay.
You can look at which sort of neurons seem to activate and encode certain ideas within the brain of the LLM, and you can see that there's lots of sort of neurons for things like capital, the idea of like it should respond with a capital, the idea of it should respond with Austin, and by weighting these things, by basically halfway through the inference of like getting it to compute this, you can go in and meddle with those neurons and sort of force them to activate differently. And you can see that like this isn't just a thing of like recording, the capital. It's not like a discrete fact thing of the answer to this sentence is this next thing. There is a clear thing of it's thinking of where is it? Yeah, so it's thinking of like, on the input side, I've seen capital, state, Dallas. From capital and state, I'm deriving that I should say that there's a capital. And from state and Dallas, it's deriving, all right, that's pointing to Texas. And then I need to say the capital of Texas from those two sort of further reason bits, and then finding Austin. And by going in and meddling with any individual part of that, you can actually get it to, you can verify that this is actually the reasoning process it's going through. Because if you change any of these individual steps, you get a different answer, like as you might expect of changing, let's say you change the Texas bit to California, it will give answers for the capital of California.
Sure. Okay.
But like the demonstration here is it's doing. It's not. It's basically it is in this case quite simple reasoning, but it's doing the reasoning of taking that input sentence, realizing that the capital of, that the state containing Dallas is Texas, and then therefore saying, all right, the capital of Texas is Dallas, which is, not Dallas, Austin, which is a like clear multi-step process of reasoning that is not just like, all right, I'm pulling from effectively a database or some learned set of facts. It's combining those facts in a more generalized way, which I think is what people would refer to as reasoning. And there's far more complex scenarios you could give, and I believe have been given in this paper.
I don't know if I would disagree that they can do that. I guess here's a question: can you give like a brand new game to an AI and have it like play it competently, like the first time?
Provided you give it rules, then they should be able to play it reasonably well. I believe that in fact there's actually some benchmarks on this, that this stuff is increasingly getting better. There's a set of benchmarks, the ARC AGI benchmarks. I believe 2 was about spatial reasoning mainly. ARC AGI 3 is about this game playing thing, and I believe already there's been significant improvement from.
And is it truly? If I were to dig into these, because I'm too lazy to do this, we need to bring the LLM guy needs to come back and fight. That's what he needs to do. I don't know where he's at, but are they actually truly getting a new game or like a new rule set and then playing the new game, or are they getting the new rule set and then internally creating a data set of 100 million tries of this game and then like playing the new game after?
They're getting and playing it for the first time. This is actually one of the frontier things of the. This is like the newest set of benchmarks that is supposedly impossible for LLMs that they seem to be steadily improving at. And a lot of the issues with them seem to be sort of tool calling issues, which is not really related to the ability to reason. It's like outputting stuff in not quite the right format in certain cases. So it breaks. But like I believe, I can look up the recent numbers for ARC AGI 3, but I believe originally, like when ARC AGI 3, which was these interactive game-like benchmarks released, they were initially, like it was getting like 1%. All the top models were getting like 1%. I believe we're now up to like 20% or something on some of them. And that's been within like a few months, I think. So there's demonstration that these things are able to do these longer, more complex interactive reasoning things without seeing it in training data.
Okay, I can't respond to this because I've never seen any of these before. But you should find the one dude and bring it back and have an argument with him. He might have made a post on the server. I don't know.
Could you link the chess thing?
Oh, I can. Hold on, I can find that. Got it somewhere.
I mean, what Destiny was describing is like what DeepMind did when they made AlphaZero. It was like a machine learning thing where they had like 500 million games, and then it became really, really good at chess.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's a separate thing.
Well, that's not an LLM. That's why I'm a little skeptical of the LLM thing.
I mean, an LLM is fundamentally just a transformer that we've chosen to choose on, chosen to train on predicting next tokens. Or, well, and not even that, strictly speaking. You can use them for things other than just predicting the next token. But
I'm not gonna pretend like
that's
I
typically.
understand.
Yeah, but like a transformer is just a specific like architecture of, like AI model. I'm not 100% sure what AlphaZero used, but I wouldn't. That might have been before transformers were a thing. But a lot of the cutting edge stuff will no doubt be transformers now. Anyway, they seem to be incredibly effective. Yeah, hold on.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's cool. But I would be a little more hesitant to talk about the AI not being able to reason, and I'd probably like to take a stronger. If you wanted to take a stronger stance on that, I think you should probably have a more clearly defined
idea
of what reasoning is.
Bring the neuro guy on. find him.
Yeah, because like there's a lot of stuff that like I remember hearing that neuro guy repeating around. I think he said stochastic parrot as like a thing, which is like such a like thought terminating cliche thing with AI. Like, oh, it's just predicting the next token, so there's no possible way it could be intelligent in any way. Which is just like, I don't know, like it saying that it just predicts the next token feels very much like saying that, oh well, humans are just collections of atoms interacting. It's like that might technically be true, but that's not useful to explain.
Well, I think it's more a
any
statement of like what's going on
cognition
inside
things.
like the mind of a thing, I guess.
Well,
So-
no, that's the like it's not really indicative of what's going on in the mind necessarily.
Well, for like
It's-
humans, like
it's-
humans aren't
it's
just
also not
humans
how
aren't
it's
just
trained fully now either.
Sure, but well, yeah. So if you're talking non-LLM stuff, I'm sure there are other more sophisticated things that we either didn't talk about or I don't even know about. But there's a like when we say, or when I say like humans aren't just predicting the next thing. Like there's an object or a set of things that we have like an understanding of, and then from that understanding, we try to reason out like what a solution would be. And I don't think that process, we call it reasoning and we call LLMs reasoning. I don't think that's necessarily the same as an LLM like percentage-wise just picking the next most probable word that will satisfy whatever prompt was given. And I feel like, or at least the guy made the argument of, and I was convinced, that it's just like a difference in kind of problem solving. Even if the LLMs can be significantly improved and can get good at answering specific prompts, they're not reasoning from a mind the same way that a human is like reasoning from like a set of like semantic understandings.
Yeah, I think that it's missing the idea that like the predictive token thing is just the final output it's trained on doing.
Mhm.
To get there can be more than just like it's like to any given human, I guess, could come up with like you could ask a human to do the same job as an AI and like ask it to produce here's a given sentence, figure out the next the next output like word, give percentages for each of them. But just because a human can do that, we wouldn't say that there's no further reasoning happening to get to that point. And there seems to be a pretty substantial amount of evidence that there's some quite complex behaviors that seem to model reasoning fairly well, and very like human-like reasoning in many cases in like LLMs that, like in order to produce that final output token.
Okay. Any other
AI hater here?
No, just continue talking. I'm just listening in. Don't worry about it.
When did I say I was watching this thing on my stream title? No.
Wait, I didn't see your stream title. It's not showing up on the embed.
Okay, 3 minutes.
But do you want me to leave?
You guys
I can
have
leave.
3
I
minutes.
can leave if you don't
Well, no,
want
you're
me to
good. You
leave.
have 3 minutes to say whatever you want to say, though.
I know. I was just curious. Like, what's your definition of reasoning?
I guess it's like the reasoning is like a byproduct of a few kind of like things that are baked into our mind, like understandings we have about like what is logically possible, and then combined with the experiential stuff we gain in life, and then the conscious experience that we have, a byproduct of said conscious experience of understanding that like things can't be mutually like contradictory, or like that things exist, or there's like 3 properly basic laws. There's like non-contradiction, identity, and excluded middle or something. But like you take this, you combine it with like experiences we have in the world, and then from there we're able to like generate thoughts and ideas about it. That process, like broadly speaking, as a byproduct of our conscious experience, we can call like reasoning.
I feel like LLMs just don't have a lot of those, like, I guess, like personal experiences, like the life experience stuff. Like that's completely excluded from the AIs, right?
Well, maybe. I mean, you argue, or I don't know if the argument at the end would be that the training sets or whatever are akin to that. I'm not sure.
Then no human learns from that volume of data to that breadth ever, right? So it's a very like alien type of knowledge, if you want to call it that, right?
Possibly. I don't know. We need the neuroscience to come back. This is not an area that I have a high level of expertise on, so because an argument might be that there is like millions of years of training for humans, and that like the idea that we have like that we can feel like a hot or cold thing, that this is a thing that is born of like millions and millions of years of training data. We have like neurons and everything that can detect hot and cold and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah, well,
don't know.
the qualia is definitely like something that's missing from LLMs for sure.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it would seem so. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know what like YuniDev's definition of like reasoning would be.
Yeah.
You got 30 seconds. Good luck.
The more generic thing is that there's a lot of things that reasoning could mean, and quite frankly, I'm not really that interested in it because I think anything that doesn't include qualia, I think we can more or less say now that LLMs seem able to do this kind of general reasoning, however you want to define it, however vaguely. If you're going to say qualia is a requirement for reasoning, that's more difficult because, I mean, it's how do you even say whether an AI model would have or would have not qualia?
Yeah, I just think the LLMs are more so like replicating the appearance of having reasoning rather than actually reasoning.
I mean, that may be fine if you want to say that, but they appear to be able to...
Do you think there's no difference between
generalize to novel situations in ways that aren't just like effectively interpolating input data that they're trained on?
True. I agree with that, and I love you guys, and I'm muting in here. And I'll carry this on stream another day, okay?
Yeah, I'll leave. All right.
Okay. This movie was KINO, okay?
You know, last night, Sophia and I were talking, and we're kind of going into the end of this, and we're like, you know, we're putting a lot of trust in these guys. They could make us look stupid.
Like, we've been blindsided by everything the past 2 years. It's been a lot to figure out who can we trust, really.
It's a real concern, and, you know, I recognize that, like, you have contempt for what I believe, like, in terms of my political viewpoints. Like, you don't, I think in any other situation, you probably would be protesting my office. You're just so far left.
First of all, it's kind of mean.
Yeah, it is.
That's kind of mean that you would think I would have contempt for your views.
Yeah.
Why would you think that?
Do you have contempt for my views, Steve?
And in the key House races, Republican Adam Kinzinger cruised in that 11th district Republican primary. He grabbed 64% of the vote.
The 32-year-old Air Force pilot also received strong support from the Tea Party in his landslide win.
Okay, that's a fair question. But what you're essentially asking me is why would I want to make a movie about you, a guy whose political views I oppose?
Adam Kinzinger.
Adam Kinzinger. He's a real up-and-coming star.
Yes, Adam. Mr. President, thank you. And just from the House perspective, I want to say Anna's is still currently serving guard member. You're my commander-in-chief. He's doing a great job as secretary.
Great job. He is doing a great job. Thank you, Adam, very much. Appreciate it. Handsome guy.
I mean, normally I want nothing to do with you.
You voted with the president 93% of the time. Yep. So that seems like you're... No, it's so fine. I'm just curious. Is that...
And then, lo and behold...
Frankly, we did win this election.
When the president denies the election result, all of a sudden there's this guy from my home state, you, who stands up and says, fuck that.
The truth is that the election was not stolen, and it's important for our party to take inventory of that and go out and win the next election instead of continuing the big lie.
And then after the president literally tries to overthrow the government,
to the Capitol.
You were the first legislator, you were the first one of either party to invoke the 25th Amendment and say, this guy's a maniac and needs to be forcibly removed from office.
All indications are that the president has become unmoored, not just from his duty, or even his oath, but from reality itself.
Then you voted for impeachment.
How does it feel to be a pariah within your own party?
So yeah, that's why I wanted to make this movie. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't conflicted, right? Because to me, a courageous Republican is still a Republican. I think it's not about a political view. It's about
what it is to turn against everything you've ever belonged to because of some red line you can't cross.
So out of all the cinematic...
The saddest part was that viewership dropped during the hearings because it was the NBA Finals or some shit. The real issue is, it's a thing I've talked about a few times, is that there's just so little understanding of the actual process of government that it's hard to even know why like a thing is bad in the first place, which is nobody knows how any part of the government works, basically.
Like visionaries who wanted to make this film, why did you say yes to me?
Hot Tub Time Machine is the thing that sold me. It's a cinematic masterpiece. How can such a serious filmmaker like Hot Tub Time Machine not make me look good?
Right. That's really good logic.
Thank you.
So we've been shooting together for over a year.
Yeah, a lot over a year. Feels like 4 years.
They need, and the fact that
through the appropriations process.
Real negotiating yet between the two chambers.
And we're happy to take a look.
Hello, this is Congressman Kinzinger's office. How may I help you?
Okay, welcome into the office. Turn this open. So this is our front room, and then in here, this is where folks from our legislative team sit. Our deputy chief of staff, Morris, is not here located.
So you're asking me for the statement before I even give out the statement?
Moore is a loud typer, but when I swear to God when she's being recorded, she's like just a little bit louder.
You think so?
You can feel the emphasis, yeah.
Is that quiet enough for you, Paul? Is it too loud?
So when I joined the office, I would ignore Moore's emails because she was mean to me.
That's not true.
But I would always do what she asked. I would just never respond.
Well, Mara could see Paul's computer, so if
I
he
said,
opens
yeah.
an email.
I would see he saw it, close out of it. I was like, well, he clearly ignored me. That's quite rude.
Rule number 9 was in response to me suggesting that in some circumstances tickling would be okay. But this was a reminder that under no circumstance can you tickle any coworkers.
How's this going?
Good. It's actually good. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not on my nerves yet or anything.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good time. It's funny though, because at the beginning, I don't think your chief of staff was thrilled to see me in your office.
I think in Austin's perspective, anytime there's a camera around, you're on defense.
No filming.
I mean, you made it very clear from the very beginning that you didn't agree with my politics. You called yourself basically a communist. You outed yourself as.
Progressive, but sure.
All right. Thanks.
When we were filming that first day, keep in mind the mindset to that point, I was still considering running for governor or Senate. The decisions I made to speak out against Trump or to even vote for impeachment, I never really had a debate on that in my own mind. I knew I had to do it. But when I voted that way, naively, I thought there's no way people aren't going to wake up from this. I remember the day after January 6th, everybody was kind of waking up at that point.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump.
President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. No question about it.
I called it was like Saturday morning when you had a giant party at your house Friday night and now you got chickens flying around. You have a bad headache. You're only wearing a shirt and you're like, what did we do last night? That's where I thought the party was.
So your thinking, even at that moment, was the insurrection and the attempt to overthrow the government in a coup d'etat that included 140 Republicans voting to not certify the election. You thought that just might have been a crazy bender and that they were going to wake up and get their shit together.
Yep. You're going to wake up, you're going to deal with the hangover, and you're going to gut it out and drink water, right? Donald Trump was a non-entity. Nobody even showed up at Andrews when he left. But you can always fix a hangover by starting to drink again. And that's when Kevin McCarthy goes to Mar-a-Lago. That changed everything. Because Donald Trump had been disgraced until that moment. Kevin McCarthy was the minority leader. And Kevin told us, I just happened to be down there in Palm Beach and he wanted to meet, and I'm not going to say no to a former president. Bullshit. I knew at that moment what would happen.
You know, if you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think.
That was fucking wild. He was a national disgrace when he left for his last presidency. Yeah, there were a lot of people. This is why you saw the wind change a little bit in conservative media, even, like for the Daily Wire especially. I think a lot of people thought that Trump wasn't coming back ever after J6. Well, because, I mean, who runs again for election after losing to somebody? Yeah.
I think it was a normal tourist visit.
The former president, was he responsible for what happened?
And it was like the first time that there were a ton of Republicans who were a little bit black-pilled on the Trump stuff. Or I don't know if I would say black-pilled, but we're like, ooh, this is not a good look.
You know, if you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
The former president, was he responsible for what happened?
No, of course not.
You think about it, if you actually come to grips with what's happened, that's going to take some soul searching. It's much better to just numb the pain. It's easier.
After careful consideration, I've made the decision to oppose the House Democrats' slanted and unbalanced proposal for another commission to study the events of January the 6th.
Just to torture this analogy, it seems like you would be a great candidate to start Republicans Anonymous.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean? Like, you could have,
Yeah.
you know, like, hi, my name is Jim Jordan.
No, but then we're just feeding into your little left wing, like, oh, every Republican is just a Democrat waiting to find his wings.
Oh, definitely.
Bullshit. I mean, it's a funny analogy, but in that moment, I felt very isolated.
With great solemnity and sadness, I'm announcing that the House will be establishing a select committee on the January 6th insurrection. It is imperative that we establish the truth of that day. The select committee will investigate and report on the facts and the causes of the attack, and it will report recommendations for the prevention of any future attack.
The resolution is adopted.
After you were the only Republican besides Cheney to vote for the creation of a select committee, at that point, are you just all in? Because you don't know you're on the committee yet, right?
No, and I don't want to be on the committee.
Really?
I didn't want to be on the committee.
He was not supposed to be there. Adam was not supposed to be in that group of people.
You know, I voted for it because it was the right thing to do. And I start hearing rumors that Nancy Pelosi is going to appoint a Republican to sit on a Democratic seat. Very brilliant of her. And I was like, please, dear Jesus, not me.
And I remember we had dinner in DC that night. And I remember we both talked about it, of like, should he do it?
I don't want to do it. I don't. I also know I can't say no if I'm asked. And frickin' Nancy Pelosi announces it before she even calls me, by the way. Kind of pissed me off.
Will you be appointing more Republicans to the committee like Congressman Adam Kinzinger?
That would be my plan.
I wake up Sunday morning to a missed call from her at like 5 a.m. Like I'm going to be up.
So when will that be announced?
Perhaps after I speak to Adam Kinzinger.
A lot changed that day.
Illinois' Adam Kinzinger.
Adam
Kinzinger joins Congresswoman Liz Cheney on the 9-member panel,
who lost her job in Republican House leadership for taking a similar stance.
The first committee hearing is set for Tuesday, where Capitol police officers will testify about their personal experiences.
My staff, by the way, is telling me, like, you're not going to do this, right? This is suicidal. And they are right.
Action! Everybody come up here where you were.
I was with you the day that the final redistricting map comes up.
Was that when we were out shooting the commercial?
Now, Kinzinger has served 6 terms in Congress, but newly approved congressional maps put Congressman Adam Kinzinger in the same district as Darren LaHood.
That new district voted 60% for President Trump, a deep red pro-Trump district.
They drew me in a very unfavorable district with a kind of crazy MAGA guy, and I knew there was no way I could run in a primary and win.
Well, it's just a sensitive, I mean, we're in a sensitive topic right now, and so we don't want information to kind of get out that we're not ready to get out.
This is off the record.
Yeah.
You know,
I got it.
I'd say we're
Well, there's no good timing.
There's no good timing.
Yeah. If you're not going to run.
There's no good timing.
Yeah. If we announce this week, you're no longer part of the party and you're no longer influential.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that very bad news came in the middle of you doing like 1,000 takes for a political ad about finding common ground.
Some leaders in Washington have forgotten the purpose of democracy. Some leaders in Washington have focused.
That was a rough day for you.
It could be an umpire.
What?
It could be an umpire. Hey, if I don't see you guys,
thank you,
you're
Adam.
awesome.
That was awesome.
Seriously,
Thank you,
Adam.
Thank you, Adam.
Appreciate you being here.
Adam Kinzinger, perhaps the most high-profile Republican lawmaker in Illinois, announced he won't seek re-election. He's one of only 10 Republican House members who voted to impeach former President Trump.
Mr. Trump responded with a quick statement taking credit, apparently referencing the Republicans that voted against him earlier this year, simply saying 2 down, 8 to go.
About Friday's podcast, we talked about doing you explaining your decision. Do you still want to do that Friday, or do you want to, you can always do it via
I do it at
Zencastr?
home.
Okay.
It was great. It worked.
I don't.
It worked better than it
I wish
ever
you'd asked
had.
for our opinion because I would have told you.
It
Terrible.
worked.
Hello, friends.
Hello, sir.
It's amazing. Like, everybody now is telling me how much they're sad I'm leaving. I'm like, why the hell didn't you guys say anything prior to this moment? But we saw 14 months, and you know, I want you guys to know. Obviously, I'll help support you in anything you want to do in terms of next steps. Love to keep you here as long as we can.
Well, just like talking about priorities, is there anything that us as a staff and in this office can shift any focus to, or things that you want to accomplish here in the next 14 months?
I think that, you know, if we can leave here with a bit of a legacy on democracy preservation, like the history books will be kind. You know, it's a worthy fight, but I think it's a battle that we have to have a bigger forum for it. Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome back to Country First Podcast. It's been a heck of a year. One of the things I really wanted to talk about to end the season here is just, why did I make the decision not to run again? After the 6th, I thought that people would say, you know, we're done with this. This is getting ridiculous. And what's been worrisome to me as much as anything is just watching that that's not happening. I'm not ashamed of the fact that I'm a conservative Republican. I haven't been the one that's changed. The Republican Party has changed. But as I look at moving on to the next chapter, it is not the end of a story. I think it's the beginning of a great story. When people look back and read the history books, the January 6th committee is going to be noted in there as the movement that changed the trajectory of politics and saved this country and saved self-governance. We refuse to be the first generation to leave our kids a country worse off than the one we inherited. So God bless you all, and remember to keep putting country first.
Nice.
Boom, done.
It's crazy how I think the baby recognizes your voice.
Really, to see like, yo.
He wouldn't stop kicking.
You know, look, it's fine to make the decision to like sacrifice everything, but if it's for no purpose, that makes it pointless, right?
But I think the stakes of failure for you were hiding. You were hiding from this film.
Yeah, I was probably hiding it from myself too. I don't think that's something I could think about or come to grips with because there was so much at stake, both for me in terms of that sacrifice, but also, you know, for the country and the party that I still, at that time, you know, liked.
You know, some Republicans have been saying that the GOP should play ball on this committee. You could get
Who
the
was that?
three.
Who was that? Adam and Liz?
Well,
aren't they kind of like Pelosi Republicans?
Kevin McCarthy is technically my Republican leader. And to call, you know, members of Congress by childish names like Donald Trump used to do, I guess is just kind of part of it. Honestly, I'm less mad at Donald Trump than I am at Kevin McCarthy. So Trump I'm mad at. I don't want to gloss that over, right? He's the reason all this happened. But he's just nuts, right? It's not like, that's not an excuse, but it's like, it's not a surprise. Kevin McCarthy is the surprise.
I mean, look, McCarthy and I were pretty close. I met him early in like 2009 before I was elected. And he would invite us to dinners all the time. He's a great politician. I mean, the guy made it to the number 3 position in the House Republicans in 6 years.
And Kevin could be a very charming guy. Like, I could see why they were friends. And I remember when we got engaged, Kevin offered to officiate the wedding.
What?
Yeah.
And of course, after the election day, it was all different.
And President Trump won this election, so everyone who's listening, do not be quiet. Do not be silent about this. We cannot allow this to happen before our very eyes. We unite together. You don't need to be...
On January 1st, the Republican conference had a big phone call all about certifying the election.
Welcome to the conference calling center.
Kevin said, I will be voting against certification, which actually shocked me. Because even to that point, I'm like, well, Kevin McCarthy knows the right thing to do. So I was the first caller in the queue to go.
Your line is open.
And I go, Kevin, you have convinced these people that are trusting us. You've convinced them that the election was stolen. There's going to be violence. Like, you have to tell people, like, this is on you. And he just said, okay, Adam.
Operator, next question.
That phone call was the last time I ever exchanged a word with him.
I saw that stupid fucking Hassan Piker post. Just don't even engage with these people. They're fucking retarded. Where they're trying to blame, like, the Democratic Party for that War Powers Resolution thing because 4 Dems voted against it and, like, 7,000 every single fucking Republican did. And they're like, well, it's the Democrats. It's fucking retarded.
Capital entry! Multiple capital entry!
I was electrocuted again and again and again with a taser. I'm sure I was screaming, but I don't think I could even hear my own voice. I said as loud as I could manage, I've got kids.
That first hearing that was with the Capitol Police, I'm pregnant at home. I'm crying and crying. Like, the moment they started talking, I just couldn't stop crying. It just hit so much.
They've got the gallows set outside this Capitol building. It's time to start fucking using them.
And pulled me back to that day.
Start making a list, put all those names down, and we start hunting them down one by one.
They meant hunting, like,
January
elect them out of
6th,
office, by the way.
We had agreed that I was going to stay home and that his staff was not coming in, that it was just him. So I was sitting in the living room, obviously watching the news, and I'm like, oh my God, they're heading towards the Capitol. They're starting to push the barrier.
This is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours declaring it a riot.
So I go online and turn on the Statuary Hall live footage. And the moments, like, someone walked into the frame, that's where I guess I freaked out. I'm like, they're coming to get everyone. And yeah, Adam is probably a target. I was realizing what it meant to be a politician's spouse, and that the threats are real.
Until then, I had never seen anyone physically assault Capitol Police or MPD, let alone witness mass assaults being perpetrated on law enforcement officers.
So the first hearing, there was so much tragedy and sadness and defeat in their stories, when in reality, I owe them my husband's life. And I text Adam, remind them they won.
I yield back, Mr.
That was like a second or two before it was his time to give the opening speech.
Kinzinger.
Thank you to our witnesses. I never expected today to be quite as emotional for me as it has been. I've talked to a number of you and gotten to know you. I think it's important to tell you right now, though. You guys may, like, individually feel a little broken. You guys all talk about the effects you have to deal with, and, you know, you talk about the impact of that day. But you guys won. You guys held.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, this just in, Adam Kinzinger has won a Best Actor award. Check it out.
You know, you talk about the impact of that day. But you guys won.
Did he just bite his lip?
You guys held. You know, democracies are not defined.
He's going for broke.
By our bad days.
You know what? He needs a bubble bath, some red wine, and a bar of chocolate.
She reports last night that Congressman Adam Kinzinger of Illinois had been seen crying again. Members of Congress are technically speaking sent to Washington to vote and not to weep. Tonight we have an update on that. Congressman Kinzinger has been spotted crying again, according to our sources, in a place where you rarely see tears, in Waffle House. You're seeing the Waffle House location on your screen. If you look closer, you will see Adam Kinzinger clearly distraught, crying inside a restaurant that serves waffles.
Hey, you little cocksucker. Are you Les Cheney's fag hag? You two cock-sucking little bitches. We're gonna get you. Coming to your house, son.
Love you, Kinzinger. I'm so glad you're leaving because you're a piece of shit. And there's my fucking message for you.
Wrath of the Lord God Almighty come upon you, your health, your family, your home, your livelihood. And I pray, if it be God's will, that you suffer.
Wait till we're outside your fucking house, you traitor. We're gonna line you up on a wall and take care of all your traitorous asses.
I think as the hearings ramp up, people are just gonna continue berating our office.
You son of a bitch. You gave Twitter.
I mean, over the course of the last 2 weeks, obviously his name gets out there more, and they just call and they call and they call.
Congressman Kinzinger's office, how can I help you?
We have brand new interns too, and so there have been a lot of conversations between me, Luke, the interns, on how to deal with those.
Congressman Kinzinger's office, how can I help you?
Just expressing to them that, look, this is gonna like slowly, it can completely break down your psyche. Like you might feel great, and then a month in, you might just go home and start crying and you have no idea why. But it's because for 12 hours a day, you're hearing somebody call you a fucking idiot, a pussy, a traitor, that they're coming for you.
People are getting increasingly hostile.
And a little more scary.
I hope somebody like him kills your nasty wife.
That one's going to Capitol Police. Let's make sure that goes to district staff too. Yeah.
I'm a pretty sensitive person.
We all have panic buttons under our desks.
Also didn't have a lot of experience, like, on the phone.
We had those checked, make sure they operate well.
I think it might be a generational thing.
The Capitol Police came in at the beginning of the week, and they're like, we're gonna check on you once every hour.
No, Andrew, I think there were like a couple of times, I don't know if you saw me, I was just sitting there crying.
I brought you tissues.
I couldn't believe that people would treat strangers like that.
We load up.
No, we do. He literally has a closet full of tissues.
Some family drama for Illinois Congressman Adam Kinzinger. This handwritten letter obtained by the New York Times was sent to Kinzinger from 11 family members.
After saying Kinzinger is going against his Christian principles and has joined the devil's army, the letter goes on to say, President Trump is not perfect, but neither are you or any of us for that matter. It is not for us to judge or be judged, but he is Christian. It is now most embarrassing, that is underlined 3 times, to us that we are related to you. Kinzinger's cousin spoke to the New York Times and said, quote, I want Adam to be shunned.
I honestly would never have dreamed that my family could be so crass and cruel. That bothered me.
One of my college friends wrote me and said, I don't like Adam anymore. And I just wanted to answer, why tell me that? You don't have to like Adam, but you also don't have to tell his mother that you don't like him. Okay, sandwiches are finished. I don't know how many I have, but that's enough. And
Why is this one over here?
Oh, you can eat that one.
I don't want to until I know why it's over here.
Because I dropped it on my foot.
Oh, yeah.
You can have it, though.
Good call.
Any of your cousins who wrote the letter, have you talked to them in person?
It's awkward.
I really don't think about it anymore at all. Except for when I was making out the list of who to invite to the shower.
Hi, guys. Hey, sweetheart. How are you?
So nice to see everybody. And I'm Shalise. If you don't remember me, I think most people know me. So, and this is Sophia and the beautiful little baby. Oh. Dear Father, thank you so much for allowing us all to get here today safely and to celebrate little Christian Adam. And we want to pray that the remainder of her pregnancy will be completely uneventful in a wonderful way.
Those are cool. I'm so scared. Like, I have a pee diaper, I'll be fine. Poop diapers. Because, like, all my buddies that have kids now, they're like, let me tell you about blowouts. And I'm like,
I know. You'll be
you
fine.
just dip them in the sink or what? You just leave it, like, tie a butt bag or something
What the fuck is a blowout? I think sometimes, like, a poopy diaper is just, like, the poop things on the diaper or whatever. Sometimes when you open it, though, it's like, it looks like a fucking nuclear explosion. I don't know why or what changes it or why it's one or another, but it's like, that's when, like, you go to open it and it's, like, almost, like, down their leg a little bit, and you're like, holy shit, what are you doing over here, man?
Now I'm taking loot.
Oh, that's my gas, I guess.
Okay, so we got all the stuff today, and then tonight I have the gala.
It's gonna be a good day.
Yeah. It's always a good day. It's a good day in America.
Please use these elevators for members of Congress.
My wife and I went and saw Dune. It's the first movie we've seen in probably 2.5 years in the theater, or since the Rona. Great friggin' movie. There was the old, like, movie in the 80s that was like these worms that would eat people. But the new Doom's like, I don't know if it's gonna be like a trilogy or 2 or something.
What the fuck is the third Doom movie?
I think it sounds fine.
Fine. I'm not going for fine, pal.
Great.
You can't just go from fine to great.
And he's certainly not going to tell us the truth. But the reason we don't need to do that is because it's totally clear as a matter of objective evidence what that was. I think it's useful for us to think about what the difference is in the charge of our committee. Okay, we want to tell the events of the day, and he clearly plays the central role there.
So you've talked about, the value of trust and honesty. And if you don't have that with your constituents, you're not doing your job, even if you're telling them what they don't want to hear.
Yeah.
If you're not doing that with each other, with your colleagues here, you're not doing your job. And you put it into a conversation about we're better than this. We're better than what the public discourse has become. We're better than the tribalism that we see. What if we're wrong about that?
See you, man.
I like this idea.
Is this still going?
So somewhere you can watch this for free? Yeah, he uploaded the whole thing to YouTube today. That's why we're watching it. I'll link it in chat if you want. You should. I will link it. You should link your friends and your mega fucking losers in your life.
I think I'm getting one.
Well, we had quite a long labor. Actually, Sophia had quite a long labor. But now, Mom's doing good.
We're getting back to normal.
We are getting back to normal. We are now new parents to one Christian Adam Kinzinger. Hello, Christian. Say hi to everybody.
The RNC will be voting on a resolution to censure Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger for their involvement in the investigation into January 6th.
Resolution to formally censure Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and to no longer support them as members of the Republican Party.
All of those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it, and the 5 resolutions are adopted. Thank you, Richard.
We have the warm water ready for the bath.
Okay. Good job. Dude, he's gonna eat the whole thing. Should I just let him?
Let's maybe pull it out, Yen.
All right. We'll give you to Mom, and we'll figure out how this thing will go down.
Come on, Mama.
Did you know ahead of time that they were going to kick you out of the party, or did it come as a surprise when suddenly they announced it, when the bill?
No, I didn't see any of it coming, but for me, it's like they're the ones that should be ashamed. You are so overcome with like this like childish anger that you can't control because Liz and I make it uncomfortable for you. It just reveals the truth of how screwed up this all is.
I mean, not surprising to me, because they're Republicans. But now I'm just trying to understand why you feel so loyal to this party in the first place.
We saw things that you can look back now and say, this is so logical where he's gone.
Yeah.
You know, when he was 5 years old, campaigning for the mayor of Jacksonville, Florida.
We were driving home from church one day, and I remember seeing a yard sign. It was hot pink, because it was the 80s. And I just asked my parents about it. That guy's running for mayor, and blah, blah. And I was just hooked. I was hooked on the fanfare of it at first.
Governor of the state of Illinois, Jim Edgar.
When we came up here and lived in McLean County, his involvement with the Republican Party at the time of Jim Edgar.
Jim Edgar was the governor of Illinois.
Did he go to jail?
No, he was one of the ones that didn't.
Some people might say I'm a little dull.
He dressed as Jim Edgar for Halloween.
I was 12 when that happened, 12 years of age. I also set up a Republican election headquarters in my bedroom, and I pretended like and played election headquarters. You know, come on by and get a sign. But it was in my room, so just my parents went by.
He's been serious about this.
Yeah.
For a long time.
That was so stupid.
I remember when he would go out and after it would rain, he'd put out all these political signs.
And go dry them off.
And he'd get on his bike as soon as the rain was over with a cloth, and he'd go and wipe off the rain off of every sign.
That was Adam.
Yep, that happened. What is he doing?
You were in a debate club? So what'd you debate?
Abortion in 7th grade.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, so what side did you take?
A pro-life side. What would you think?
I had to ask.
I was a Republican. I am a Republican. Well, yeah, who knows? I'm a something.
You're a something.
Yeah, I'm a something.
How did you choose a political party so young?
You know, my parents were Republican, so, you know, you're naturally inclined to that. Ronald Reagan was president, you know, he was a pretty inspirational figure.
But
I can't believe you probably hated Reagan. Like, 3 people in this country hated Reagan. Like, then you hated him, but then now, like, Reagan's a good dude. You probably still hate him.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
still
I
hate
mean,
him.
it's Ronald Reagan, bro.
What's so great about Ronald Reagan?
I don't know, Soviet Union's gone, shit like that.
He didn't do that. They spent their way out of it.
I think he did a pretty good job of that.
He wasn't.
Whatever, I'm not
terrible.
going to get into this with you because literally, if it was a war against Reagan supporters and non-Reagan supporters, you guys would lose quickly because there's only like 7 of you in the country.
Reagan raised taxes, I believe, too, right? Didn't
Yeah,
he?
I'm not like a Reagan guy because he didn't raise taxes. I'm a Reagan guy because he was awesome.
Springtime of hope. Some lights seem eternal.
You know, Reagan was president. Like Rocky was big. Red Dawn was a great movie.
Red Dawn is a perfect film.
It's the best film that's ever been created besides Hot Tub Time Machine.
Thank you.
As a kid, I remember sitting in high school daydreaming that like the Russians are attacking. Like the army comes by and they're like, we need a guy to defend the school. And of course they pick me, throw me in M4 and I just wasting Russians that are coming to the school. And all the girls are like, oh, Adam. I was a Civil War reenactor at 16 as well. So let's keep going. It was the North, by the way. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I would not have told you that I was a Civil War reenactor just now. And so I got accepted at Illinois State. I had a friend that said to me, like, you should run for the county board. I don't think he meant it like, you should run for the county board. I think he meant it like, you should run. And then I'm like, oh, okay, and I ran. I won, and that was the beginning of kind of my foray into politics. 9/11 happens, and I'm just like, I'm gonna go try to fly. And then I remember in 2006, when I was in Milwaukee, I'd just gotten back out of pilot training. There was a stabbing incident in which I had to intervene on a guy murdering his girlfriend. I had left a German restaurant 12:26 in the morning, and I'm walking to my car, I hear a commotion, and this girl's running at me, holding her throat, you know, bleeding out, really. You know, they say in a crisis, half of the people run, 40% freeze, and 10% act. I felt every one of those emotions. If somebody would have whispered run to me, I would have run. But there were 2 immediate thoughts that went through my head. The first one was like, if I act, I'm gonna die. The second one was, if I watch this lady die, and I did nothing, I can't live with myself the rest of my life. It was a close grapple. Dude was bigger than me. I had his knife hand, and I remember consciously feeling that knife hand now trying to stab me. And I have to win this. It's not a matter of pride now, it's a matter of life to win. I got him down. And I had made the decision in my mind to kill him. And I was justified in that, but I had no extra arms to do any killing. You know, I had one pinning his hand down, the other I had his hair, and I was smashing his face into the ground. Eventually, Megan, who was the girl I was with that night, came over. I told her to kick the knife out. She did that. And the police showed up not much longer after that. You know, they arrest him. I have blood all over me, and it was just from him that he got from the brief interaction with her. That's how much she was bleeding. She ended up with 110 stitches in her neck. The shirt that had all the blood, I could not bring myself to wash it for some reason. It stayed in a corner in my room. And then it was about 2 or 3 months later, I started to realize I had some PTSD from it. That moment on that street in Milwaukee utterly changed my life. Do I think I would have been sitting here today talking about what happened in my congressional career, or if I even would have had a congressional career without the incident in Milwaukee? Probably not. And now I'm fighting for the soul of a party that I think is going to be an important political party in this country. But if the party doesn't want to be fought for,
it's tough to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, there were definitely moments where I didn't want to be there anymore. Like, there were moments where I would have wanted to quit. I did not.
What was the moment you wanted to quit?
I mean, really, probably that time frame between when we had our first hearing and then we had our set of hearings. If you notice, we had one hearing in August, and we haven't had a hearing since. The vast majority of our work on the committee is depositions, meetings behind the scene. It's an investigation, right? So despite what you see on TV, we all generally can, when the doors close, can work together well on any committee. But yeah, going into it, I mean, I think we were very much on edge, everybody, about this cannot descend into anything partisan. A couple times Raskin tried. He had said at one point, well, part of our recommendations have to be to get rid of the Electoral College. And we're like, listen, we don't disagree. This isn't the place for that. He was really trying to push his right to ask questions at every hearing. He's very smart, and he'll make sure you know that. You have Stephanie Murphy, who was always defend her right, and if she felt she was being disregarded, was clear about that. Elaine Loria, my fellow veteran, you know, really good person. Zoe Lofgren, she was, in essence, the kind of the bridge to Nancy Pelosi. Benny, he's the one that can take anytime conflicts exist on the committee and really allow it to kind of burn itself out before having to bring it to a head. He gets a lot of credit for allowing Liz to take the lead she did, because he could have said no. Obviously, Liz is the bulldog. You couldn't challenge her on the facts because she knew the facts. She would rub people the wrong way sometimes, but she did it in a way that everybody respected because, you know, she knew her stuff.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified morally?
Take the fifth.
You believe the violence on January 6th was justified legally?
Fifth.
Mr. Stone, did you have any role in planning for the violence on January 6th?
Once again, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to decline to answer your question.
Fifth.
Fifth.
General Flynn, do you believe in the peaceful transition of power in the United States of America?
The fifth.
Problem is, in the committee, you know, every day we're kind of finding a new string, right? And if you pull on that string, that means new subpoenas, which means new information. And there's a point at which this thing could go on for 2 or 3 years. But if the Republicans take power, which they likely will in January, you know, that's the clock anyway. So, but I think we have a lot of information to be able to tell a good story. Not a good story, a bad story, but in a good way. Well, if the Republicans take over, they will kill this.
We have got a January 6th hearing that is going to start in like an hour, focused on something that happened 18 months ago.
You know, the polls have said people have moved on from January 6th. That's a frustration leading up to it, and just, is anybody going to pay attention?
Breaking tonight, the dullest, the most boring, multi-hour Democratic fundraiser masquerading as a January 6th hearing.
You really didn't think anyone was going to pay attention. And
No, I told you, I think the moment before the first hearing, I thought it was going to fail. I was worried about it.
Columnist David Brooks writes for the New York Times, a piece entitled, "The January 6th Committee Has Already Blown It."
And I knew that, you know, obviously I was going to be judged by what happened. We all kind of line up on that door off the anteroom. And there's a countdown because it's timed with the national TV, and somebody at the front's like, okay, you know, 15 seconds, and we're all kind of getting in line, and 10, 9, 5, and then 2 staffers, boom, open the doors. Dead silence. All you hear is cameras clicking, like something like out of 1920s. Liz sat next to me, so I'm like, am I an asshole if I sit down before she does? And I've done hearings a million times, but
this had a feeling that was very different.
Tonight, you will see never-before-seen footage of the brutal attack on our Capitol. Those who invaded our Capitol and battled law enforcement for hours were motivated by what President Trump had told them, that the election was stolen and that he was the rightful president.
Now, a central question is whether the attack on the Capitol was coordinated and planned.
You know, Trump has only asked me for two things. He asked me for my vote, and he asked me to come on January 6th.
I remember Donald Trump telling people to be there.
He personally asked for us to come to D.C.
I know why
I was there, and that's because he called me there.
Boys, stand back and stand by.
Be there, he instructed them. Will be wild. This tweet initiated a chain of events.
They viewed this tweet as a call to arms.
It's either President Trump is encouraged and bolstered, strengthened to do what he must do, or we wind up in a bloody fight. We all know that. The fight's coming.
On January 5th, the night before the attack, you were with the head of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio. What happened?
We encountered Mr. Stuart Rhodes from the Oath Keepers, drove down into the parking garage, and filmed Mr. Tarrio and Mr. Rhodes.
What you witnessed is what a coordinated and planned effort would look like.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Just understand this. All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
The crowd turned from protesters to rioters to insurrectionists.
President Trump believed his supporters at the Capitol, and I quote, "were doing what they should be doing." The attack on our Capitol was not a spontaneous riot. President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Washington set the indispensable example of the peaceful transfer of power, what President Reagan called nothing less than a miracle. The sacred obligation to defend this peaceful transfer of power has been honored by every American president, except one.
As we walked out, we all just kind of stand around talk, and there's a little bit of buzz in the room.
This was not like a typical congressional hearing where you might see people kind of drop off or want to leave the room.
We just sit there and hear what the media is saying, and it's kind of like, we did good.
I have no idea how this will play in the rest of the country, but in that hearing room, the video that was shown hit like a sledgehammer.
It's like a plant from Nancy Pelosi. It just goes to show we're in a bizarro world a little bit.
Hey, that was better than you thought.
It was a blowout success, but
you know, one of my biggest disappointments was Fox not carrying it, because those are the people that need to watch it.
Last night, more than 19 million people watched the January 6th committee's first public hearing. All of the major news networks aired it except for one. Of course, the odd one out, as you can see there in the center, is Fox News.
You really should care about January 6th because democracy. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't care about January 6th.
There are people that have been lied to and abused by the former president and convinced that no matter what facts are in front of their face, he is the most trustworthy person. I don't know how long it's going to take to open those folks' eyes, but we're certainly going to put the truth in front of them. That's what we can do.
That's just such a tone-deaf comment to make from Speaker Pelosi. She says nobody's in danger. I mean, we had an armed gunman show up to Justice Kavanaugh's house with the intent to kill him.
And we've just gone through the first day of the January 6th committee hearings airing last night. What is more important to your constituents in Texas? Inflation and gas prices or January the 6th?
Well, inflation obviously ranks way, way, way up.
A transfer of power cannot happen like this ever again, because we will not be a functioning democracy with any more of these.
That's a huge audience that we want to make sure sees the hearings and sees the facts that are coming out from the hearings. So now they've moved several of the hearings to the afternoon so that Fox does cover them.
Okay, I can understand why you'd want Fox to cover the hearings, but from my perspective, who cares? You're not changing anyone's mind on Fox anyway. I mean, you've got Republican after Republican testifying that they didn't believe in the big lie. You've got Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr.
I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bullshit. I mean, that the claims of fraud were bullshit. And I didn't want to be a part of it.
You've got Eric Hirschman, Trump's White House attorney.
She says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt? Even the ones we appointed?
You've got fiercely conservative Republican officials from Arizona and Georgia.
President Biden carried the state of Georgia by approximately 12,000 votes.
Look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
And rounding out the batting order is the what? Pomegranate red Republican leadership of the Department of Justice.
The president turned to me and he said, well, one thing we know is you, Rosen, you aren't going to do anything. You don't even agree with the claims of election fraud.
The conversation at this point was really about whether the president should remove Jeff Rosen and replace him. And
that's a coup. That's like
that letter would go out.
It's like three different coups happening all at the same time.
How did the president respond to that, sir?
He responded very quickly and said, essentially, that's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. Mr. Donahue, that's a direct quote from President Trump, correct?
That's an exact quote from the president, yes.
There's obviously been a lot of misinformation out there, but to hear it from Republican appointees, people appointed by Donald Trump, how he tried to use the Department of Justice as yet another prong to overcome the will of the people, it was powerful. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
So again, my point is, you have a parade of Republicans damning the president's lies, but what's the hot take over at Fox? We've heard it all before, and the hearings are overproduced.
This show trial is not reassuring anyone. It's a political theater, 100% Hollywood production with all the creative license that would go along with that.
Yeah, that's the criticism that comes from somebody that's getting their ass handed to them. Yeah, you could say it's overproduced, but it's truth. When that criticism came, I'm like, oh, that means you're losing.
Okay, but what are they losing? You keep saying that the goal of the hearings is to tell the story of Jan 6. But we're talking about a criminal conspiracy, and I don't understand why you're not all over criminal referrals.
Yeah, my frustration with it is that it becomes the MSNBC talking point. And I got to ask about this every day. Are you going to make criminal referrals?
Can you talk about the issue of criminality? Do you see things heading that way for former President Trump?
And I'm like, it doesn't matter.
But Congressman, can't you make criminal referrals to the DOJ?
Yeah, we can refer.
Where do you stand on that, the referral? What do you think about what's the conversation going to be about?
You know, we're sitting here showing these things that are happening, and people are like, are you going to make criminal referrals? Like, maybe, I don't know, it doesn't matter. Whether we make a criminal referral or not has nothing to do with whether he's criminally liable or whether DOJ takes it up. So that was the frustration, because there was so much more to do. You know, one of the things I've come to think about and realize is, short of staff members and Congress people on the Hill.
Why at the time that happened, you Destiny, we're not interested in it only sometime after a genuine question? Because when I say most Americans don't know anything about like civil process or procedure, or I say civil, or I mean civics, like how the government works, or like what the fucking government even does. That included me like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, or whatever. I just didn't know much in terms of civics for why any of this was that big of a deal, or how any of this was that different than anything else. And then the liberal media was so mind-fucked by the Trump derangement syndrome accusations that they were too scared to go as hard about it as they should have as well.
Nobody really knows what happened. And not just the violence, but like the stuff that led up to it. But you see it all together and it's like, oh yeah, that's a big deal, you know?
It was funny because the guy that had been outside every morning, so they rotate and it's like 12-hour shifts. So in the morning it's always the same guy. So he asked, how is Christian doing? How did Christian do last night? How is he doing with his sleep training? So I thought it was funny.
they're all invested. All the security is invested in his sleep.
You guys have security?
Yeah, we do. Uh-huh.
In Illinois?
Yeah, we had to put security on our house. So we have a company that's there basically like 24 hours now.
Okay.
Yeah, because people want to kill me, so, you know, that sucks, right?
Surprise announcement from the January 6th committee.
Just this afternoon, stunning a lot of the reporters who've covered this very thing. The House Select Committee on January 6th announced that it would be holding a surprise hearing tomorrow.
This will be a surprise witness heading into tomorrow's hearing.
Have a seat. I'm just sit right there, but whatever. What's up, dude?
We met with her yesterday, and we think she's going to do great. It's clear. I think she's got. I mean, you probably know her better than us, but from having spent time with her.
Not really. I've only met her like once or twice.
Well, I mean, from her telling, she appreciates the consideration that you've given her.
Today, the January 6th committee will hear live testimony from a White House advisor who was right there in the West Wing on January 6th and in the days and weeks leading up to the attack on the Capitol.
The witness will please stand and raise her right hand.
Her name is Cassidy Hutchinson. She was an assistant to Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, and she was right there in the West Wing while the Capitol was under attack. Based on what she has already told the committee, investigators tell me that they believe that she will truly be one of the star witnesses of this investigation.
When we were in the offstage announce area tent behind the stage, he was very concerned about the shot, meaning the photograph that we would get, because the rally space wasn't full. And he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons, what the Secret Service deems as weapons and our weapons.
Ms. Hutchinson, I just want to confirm that is when you heard the president say the people with weapons weren't there to hurt him and that he wanted the Secret Service to remove the magnetometers.
That's correct. In the photos that you displayed, we were standing towards the front of the tent with the TVs, really close to where he would walk out to go onto the stage. These conversations happened 2 to 3 minutes before he took the stage that morning. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, you know, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away. Then they can march to the Capitol.
Wait, did the
President Trump
Sentinel
expressed to
Corp thing
multiple
drop?
White House aides
Where's the corpse?
that he wanted to go to the Capitol after his speech. We know that White House counsel Pat Cipollone was concerned about the legal implications of such a trip. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
Hutchinson's testimony was such a game changer, even Fox News didn't know how to spin it.
What was so compelling, I think, is how it was laid out. But the testimony in and of itself is really, really powerful. Sandra, are you still here?
Indeed, yes, I am here.
How do you feel about the speed with which the Justice Department is bringing indictments of any kind?
I'm frustrated at the speed. I know they have a job to do, but when you try to overthrow the will of the people and you try a coup in the United States government, you have to pay for that, period. That's what we require.
It's a weird feeling to kind of go out and know that how polarizing of a figure you are. All of us in politics want to be better known because it makes us more effective. Once you vote for the committee, particularly once the hearings are happening, the kind of fame you get is very different. Your social circle shifts. You lose all your friends. You gain some new ones, but you don't really trust them because they only like you because you're speaking out. So until they find out you're still conservative, they're like, oh, well, you're just no different. And
I mean, you lost all your friends.
Yeah, I lost all my friends.
Because you keep saying you, but I still have all my friends. Like, what is this? Like, you say you a lot. Like, what is this?
I think there's a level of protection in when I say like you, and I'm talking about me.
Right.
There's probably a bit of a level of protection in that.
What's
because
that? What's that about?
I have come to realize in the last few, whatever, weeks, months, like how much of an impact this has really had on me. People tell me, what you did is heroic. And I appreciate it. It's nice to say. But I get this sense of like a battle in World War II and there's this tank, right, rolling through this battle. And it's getting the shit kicked out of it. Just getting beat up, scarred. Rolls out the other end of this battle. And everybody's like, look at that tank. It survived, like it's a heroic tank. But that doesn't mean it's not scarred. And it doesn't mean it's ready to fight again.
You're the tank.
I feel like the tank. In the battle, you don't think about it. All you're thinking about is like, this is what's in front of me. This is what we have to do. Here's the committee. Here's the next hearing. Here's this report that's due. And then it's all done, and you're sitting there in this tank, and then the weight of what happens sits on you. And so I think sometimes I don't necessarily understand if I say like you have to psychologically, I have to psychologically protect myself from some of those impacts. And that's something I'm working through.
Okay. Andrew, Paul. Hey, can I talk to you? Have a donut.
I can't be eating more sugar, but I will.
I'm leaving.
Congratulations.
So.
When?
Next month, early next month. So, next week will be, it'll be our last week like in the office together. So, anyway, I just want to let you know. But I really
Can you
enjoyed
tell us
working
where
with
you're
this.
going yet, or?
I'm actually not going anywhere yet. I've been on the Hill for almost 12 years.
So on our,
It's a long time. It's like a line from Miss Congeniality, like, I am the job, I am the job. And so much of what I've been, the last 12 years is a Capitol Hill staffer. This is my world, basically. This job has been, like I said, really rewarding, but it's also really taxing. Now, you can feel free to cry if you want. Just get it all out, whatever you feel is best, but...
My announcement will be coming soon after, so it's gonna be a rodeo the last few, whatever. I don't even know what. I'm gonna be screwed, man.
That's the spirit. I had told the congressman Tuesday evening.
So I heard the news. I know, I heard the news. I think we get it. Like, we need a break. Everybody needs a break. It's just been a lot. Like, rest and think and whatever you feel makes you happy. Go for it.
Thank you. I love you guys. I did not cry, so good job, me. I feel like I'm going to leave this place in a really a good spot for the congressman, and that's all I can do, right? Thursday's hearing, it's no longer in prime time because the NBA games are happening. Finish up the race as best I can and walk out with my head held high. All right, so this is for hearing 7.
Oh, my Lord.
I know.
Because what you will learn is that for 87 minutes over 3 hours, President Trump refused to tell the mob to stop the carnage and leave the Capitol despite emphatic pleas from staff, family, and advisors.
What you will learn is that President Trump sat in his dining room and watched the attack on television, while his senior-most staff, closest advisors, and family members begged him to do what is expected of any American president.
1 week after the attack, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy acknowledged the simple truth.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding.
Leader McCarthy, who I had a good relationship with, he told me it was getting really ugly over at the Capitol and said, please, anything you could do to help, I would appreciate it. They were scared.
Think about that. Leader McCarthy, who was one of the president's strongest supporters, was scared and begging for help. President Trump turned him down
and he kept resisting for another almost 2 hours.
President Trump finally agreed to record an address to the nation the evening of January 7th because of concerns he might be removed from power under the 25th Amendment.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday. And to those who broke the law, you will pay.
With a
You do
pardon.
not represent our movement. You do not represent our country. And if you broke the law, you can't say that. I'm not going. I already said you will pay. But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
January 7th, by the way.
Whatever your politics, whatever you think about the outcome of the election, we as Americans must all agree on this. Donald Trump's conduct on January 6th was a supreme violation of his oath of office and a complete dereliction of his duty to our nation. It is a stain on our history. It is a dishonor to all those who have sacrificed and died in service of our democracy. Oaths matter. Character matters. Truth matters. If we do not renew our faith and commitment to these principles, this great experiment of ours, our shining beacon on a hill, will not endure. I yield to the gentlewoman.
There are people down here.
I have no ammo.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I will definitely pass it on to him.
What do you mean by no
Thank
ammo?
you so much
Like
for
literally
calling and
none?
sharing.
or-
Have a wonderful day.
Bye. Are they saying peaceful? I can't hear him.
Congressman Kinzinger's office, how can I help you? Thank you very much, sir. He will really appreciate this. Thank you very much for sharing. I will definitely pass it on.
It was a big night. I'm glad we did it in prime time. I'm glad, it was a success. And it's not about the entertainment value. It was about putting that story out in front of people. Like, you had a guy that literally watched this happen and did nothing. And it's like, we assume, living in the bubble of DC, that people all knew that. They didn't. Because I was totally wrong about the hearings. I thought that they weren't going to go well. They're doing well. I was wrong. I am very convinced that once, particularly Cassidy Hutchinson came, we have altered the course of what the Justice Department's going to do.
You seem kind of happy.
No, lies.
You seem kind of enjoying the McCarthy stuff. Is that just my imagination?
No, that was true. I enjoyed McCarthy stuff. Look, the guy is like, I think what hurts me a lot about McCarthy is that he and I were friends. And that doesn't hurt me personally on that. I can deal with it. But just to see the level of complete groveling he has done and the damage he's done to our country is so disappointing. And it's just so foreign to how I think. I mean, I'm not trying to sound like Jesus here, but it truly is just foreign to how I even think. And so yeah, when I can expose that, it's fun.
We're going to begin this morning with the latest on the midterm elections.
Here, I want to see this one. Where the fuck is the thing?
That's right. NBC News is projecting that Republicans will control the House for the next 2 years after winning enough seats to have a majority in the chamber.
Jay, with Republicans set to take control of the House, Kevin McCarthy appears to be in line to take over as Speaker. So what comes next for him and the party under his leadership?
House Republicans have already said that they plan to dissolve the January 6th committee investigating the attack on the Capitol as it stands right now.
Did you lose in that moment?
Today's GOP agenda rollout by Leader McCarthy was an opportunity squandered by his decision to once again bow to the MAGA crowd for his own political gain. I'd ask you just not to report this part before the hearing. I think we've proven
our case. The difficult part of where we're at now is wrapping this up, right? How do you, because there's still loose ends, but there's some loose ends that we just may not know that DOJ will have to try to track.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the moment I lost. And now, you know, it's like kind of the end of the battle, but where we sit today, when I'm out of the combat, let's call it, I've had the luxury to go back to the beginning and play through it. It's like always there's moments in history where you're like, oh, if something would have gone a little different. And this is one that's haunted me of recent, which is after the impeachment vote, there was such a moment where nobody knew what was going on. I think back to that and I'm like, wait, there was that moment where had we taken charge, we might have won. And I think it's just recently where I kind of went back, put myself in that moment, and I'm like, could things have been different? I actually think they could have been. You know, after the 10 of us voted to impeach, I was trying to convince the other 9 impeachers to expand out and basically take over the Republican caucus. And I think we could have done it. Like, that was an immense amount of moral authority. Like, let's all join forces together. Let's say we're in charge here, just declaring we're in charge. We had this idea of being the clearinghouse for downtown. Downtown being the code word for the PACs to give the money.
America's biggest corporations are backing away from politics.
Because these PACs all made the announcement that they wouldn't support the people that voted against certifying the election.
Marriott among those turning off money to 147 Republicans who voted against certification.
Suspend donations to members of Congress who voted to overturn the
question campaigns are asking themselves is how long is this going to last?
It lasted a whole year. But, you know, they made that decision. Had we then taken that decision, matrix, and said, okay, we will clear whether somebody is pro-democracy or not. Kind of what Heritage Action does. They put out a scorecard. The 10 of us are going to put out a scorecard. We're going to say Jim Jordan gets a 0 for defending freedom, so all that money doesn't go to him. Toyota, here's the 86 Republicans that have basically committed to the defense of democracy. Toyota's like, great, let's give them all checks. You could see a scenario where now all of a sudden people like trying to get on our good side. You know, $300,000 raised is the difference between I support democracy and I don't. They're going to start openly supporting democracy. Then it actually becomes, you take full accountability of what happened on January 6th. You have a mea culpa to the American people. Look, we were wrong. People lied to you about this. The election was legitimate. And by the way, here is our agenda now for the future. Here is how we're going to focus on uniting people. Yeah, you would have half of the party upset because they still got a little bit of thing for Donald Trump, but that dissipates. In order for somebody to hero worship somebody, you have to basically keep feeding them material. For at least 3 or 4 weeks, he didn't say a word. And that would have been all us. Now you have actually a constant, steady stream of a positive agenda. The deniers of what happened on January 6th are outnumbered by the people that say, here's the truth of what happened. But the people that also voted to impeach, they just kind of went silent. We missed a historic opportunity to at least make an effort to overthrow McCarthy, to change the future of that party, and instead we had silence for 3 weeks, and in that vacuum, McCarthy goes to Mar-a-Lago.
So where are we going?
So this is the departing member center. It's where offices go to die. Not actually. Every departing member, this is the office that they get for the lame duck session, which is the session in between Thanksgiving and the New Year and when the new Congress is sworn in, which is what we're in right now. Yeah, so this is our space. This is our cubicle. This is the cubicle.
This is where Adam goes.
No. The congressman will not be sitting here.
What?
No. No, we got a space on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, I sit on
Yeah.
over here.
Speaker Pelosi was kind enough to give us the office, so
You want to try and kill him?
Why not? Let's go.
Isn't this
Wait, I got
cool?
a fucking
Being
huge
this
bomb
little
chasing
tiny
me.
place.
From the speaker?
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, someone at your party has its privileges, huh?
I saw him over here. Someone
Wait
over
a
here.
minute, I want to get a clip of what Senator Durbin
He's
sent
back
over
there.
as his holiday gift.
So wait, is that it? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were setting me up for something cool.
It's like nice of him to send a gift, but dude, like that's really tiny.
Yeah. They made a big deal about delivering it to us.
Did they?
Of course, I didn't send anybody gifts, so whatever.
Yeah, but you put your career on the line.
Yeah,
What'd you
that's
get?
right. And I get popcorn for it. Like, come on, man. Give me something better than that. Give me a tin of popcorn.
He's lit up. Here. He's here. He's running
Oh,
away.
well. It's one less thing I have to take home.
Rush him. He's low.
I remember I missed my very first vote in Congress because I thought we could just come back to the office. That doesn't seem like that long ago, but that was 12 years. I didn't imagine that January 6th would be the thing that would cost me.
All right, ready?
I'm ready.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride that I rise today to lead this special order. For the half hour, my colleagues will join me to reflect on their time serving the American people and the U.S. Constitution. These members who swore and upheld their oath of office will be remembered by history as patriots who placed their country over party.
I move that the committee favorably report to the House the Select Committee's final report, which includes the committee's legislative recommendations and criminal referrals of Donald J. Trump and others.
Returning from Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom,
You can come check this
I
guy.
ran for
There might be
Congress
stuff you
and
want
won.
on.
While at the time I didn't have a family, I promised myself to leave them a better country than the one I inherited.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I cannot in good conscience say that I have done that. Had I known that standing up for truth would cost me my job, friendships, and even my personal security, I would, without hesitation, do it all over again. And even though my time in Congress is coming to an end, I stand here renewing that promise I made over a decade ago to leave this country a far better place than the one I inherited, not only for my son Christian, but also for future generations.
Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Mr. Schiff.
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar.
Aye.
Mrs. Murphy.
Aye.
Mrs. Luria.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Chairman, you are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
And last but not least, I need to thank my staff, both past and present. They have become like family, and I will never forget the work that they've done in service to me and in service to their nation. How long did that go?
11 minutes.
Yeah, what did you think it was, 7?
The Select Committee stands adjourned.
It's been like the longest goodbye. You know, it's been months where I know I'm leaving.
Hey, let me know. Keep it up, buddy.
You can mourn about it whenever you want, but right now I'm in the mode of like, just get out of here. What the hell's going on? My car sucks. It's out of juice.
Evidence to the overt actions that he committed.
See you, fellas.
really sad that few people with strong moral foundations on the Republican Party feel the need to leave politics. I mean, there's no way they can't continue, right? MAGA destroyed these people. Same thing with
any courage I
with
show
Liz Cheney
just
as well,
comes
right?
from, I think, saying I always want to be able to look at myself in the mirror. You know, I had a situation in Milwaukee, obviously, where a guy was killing his girlfriend, and I don't know if I'd ever make that decision again, but at the time I made the decision to stop it. You know, going to war, well, millions of people make those decisions every day, but in terms of the politics of it, I really don't believe what I did was courageous. I think it's just I'm surrounded by cowardice. They don't know it's cowardice, but it is. So then when somebody, me or Liz Cheney, speaks out in the absence of other people doing what their basic job is, it appears like courage.
Okay, I agree. You and Liz were just doing your job, and everyone who didn't was a coward. But, you know, what happened in Milwaukee, what happened there, that was courageous.
I didn't make the conscious decision to do something. It was like, I guess how I had been trained to an extent in terms of how to think, what I believe my moral priorities were, that brief second of like, what's the rest of my life gonna look like from this? I made the right decision. A decision I shouldn't have made because I should have died. You'd never fight anybody with a knife. But when you make a decision that to give your life up, God, I think when you make a decision to give your life up for a stranger, I mean, how can't that change you? And I hope I never want to do that again, and I hope that, I don't know if that ever happened again to me, I'm not sure I'd make the same decision. I met her later, like a year later, and I don't know. What can you say about that, except it's an honor to have been at that, to be able to act. And yet, it's like this creeping cynicism after like the January 6th stuff of, why would you try to defend these people, right? Like they hate you. They want to kill you, right? Everybody's self-centered. And I think that's the fight now of my next part of life, is fighting against that cynicism, because I don't want in the second half of my life to not be willing to put my life on the line for people.
Even MAGA people.
Yeah, even MAGA people. Maybe especially them, because they need some, I don't know, some inspiration or something that they're not getting. They're being lied to and abused. But that's the fight of the second part of my life, is making sure I can keep my head above water and find that again, find that inspiration again.
You just probably need a little break first, son.
I'm good.
All right, well, thank you, brother.
Yeah, dude.
Listen, if this documentary helps you win the presidency and you enact horrible conservative policies, I swear to fucking God.
Oh, I will call my first horrible policy the Steve Pink conservative future bill.
Wow, how cute. I would just leave. Good luck.
Never.
I think it's a cute movie. Oh. Nice. He's running up.
Shit.
I'm trying to block him. I'm just pinging him. Oh. He's still peeking stairs down there. He just shielded. Nice. Well, okay, good job. Someone else is running, though. Do you hear it?
Yeah.
Coming up the stairs, coming up the stairs.
They're below. I see him.
I lit that dude, but I've got to heal and shit.
Yeah, I'll hold. Dude, I can't fucking see shit.
They're trying to come up again, I think. Oh, wait, nope, they're walking downstairs. Oh, I'm gonna... Fuck. They might try to rope up.
Yeah, they're roping. Is that you?
I lit him a little.
I'm coming.
He ran back down. One's coming up, I think. Oh, no. I think he jumped off. Jesus.
Oh, you try to loot these dudes, and I'll try to take the Bobcat off of him. You can use the Bobcat instead.
Fuck, sorry, hold on. I hear running again.
They're above us.
Okay. Oh, they went to the building, roof. Or do you think they did?
I don't know where they're at.
It's like I'm gonna unmute in Discord. Jesus. Okay. Stop running. Crawl move. Fuck. I feel like they should try to run over from the other building.
I hear them.
In our building?
I don't know where.
Oh, you're just running around again like a fucking retard. While they're creeping on us.
I hear them looting something. I think they're looting the bodies.
Our bodies?
I don't know. I'm checking. No, they're still good.
Okay. Yeah, I hear him running around. Do you want me to all hold the stairs and you can start checking? I'll just pull the Bobcat and some ammo off the one guy, so. Shit, I hear the rope. I hear the rope. Fuck, I just don't want him to come from above. Did you hear a zip line or am I crazy? Oh yeah, you heard that, right?
I heard that.
I think they might have zipped to the other building and they're gonna cross the roof, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Or there's also like a platform below where they could cross into our building. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I think that's also what they did. The jump, maybe?
The jump?
Like, it sounded like they landed on something.
Oh.
I'm sure I'm not talking Discord. I say we just loot the bodies. Just try to get the fuck out. I got a key.
I agree. Hold on, going back. I feel like they're gonna pop up somewhere.
Nothing ever happens. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, wait, let me check this guy. Do you know who Jeff Nippert is?
Yeah.
His fucking wife died.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? Okay. Do you have a zip line by chance?
I do, actually.
Do you want to zip off the back instead of trying to... Because who knows, they could be camping a fucking corner in here or something. Oh! Okay. Good luck, me. I'll heal. I'll heal. And pray I don't get shot up.
I had to chill up first.
Oh my god. This is so greedy, but I need those surveyor vaults. But we should just leave. 19 minutes. I think we should just leave. Never mind. Forgot I even said that. Go to the hatch area? Yeah.
Let's head home at the Old Town hatch.
You said you have a key, right?
I have a key, I have a key. Let's get the fuck out.
Jesus. Okay, give me a minute. Sorry. Jesus. Where is, fuck, I had this tweet open, hold on. YouTuber Jeff Nippert has announced the sudden passing of his fiancée, Stephanie. She was 36 years old. That's crazy. Jesus. He posted on Instagram an important update from Jeff Nippert, or from the Jeff Nippert team. It is with profound sorrow that we share the sudden passing of Jeff's fiancée and partner of 10 years, Stephanie. As many of you know, Stephanie meant the world to Jeff. She will be remembered for her warmth and compassion, her love for her family, and her PhD research on ovarian cancer. We kindly ask for privacy as we navigate this tragic loss. Thank you for your understanding and support during this difficult time. I retweeted, Adam tweeted out his video. Retweet him. Okay. What kind of stuff did that Nippert dude do? He's like a lifter on YouTube. One of the few that didn't become super political, and I think he tries to generally be pretty science-based with all the shit that he does. So like if he's got some new fucking lift or way to train or whatever, there's like 2 or 3 studies that he's like sourcing, and he's literate and everything. Maybe one of the best. I don't even know who's left, because so many lifter bros either sold out and just started shilling fucking supplements, or became like crazy fucking MAGA people, or are just fucking retarded or whatever. But I think Nippert is considered probably one of the best. He's actually political. He's an actual lib. He gets political, or he posts political stuff on Twitter sometimes. Oh, well, that's good. Oh, no, that's true, actually. I feel like I've seen him do that before. That's true. Maybe even with regards to, I think, vaccine stuff. Mike Israetel. I think Mike is also decently well regarded, but like, I feel like Jeff Nippert is going to give you like, this is, if you've done a lot of research, this is like your standard take on everything, and it's almost certainly going to be correct, and you're probably never going to be wrong with the stuff that Nippert says. I feel like Mike will sometimes take not as popular positions, as slightly more controversial or not as well fleshed out or research stuff sometimes, but like generally speaking, like this is like you're like hardcore nibbling around the edges to criticize Mike when he's talking about, I think, diet and exercise. I think most people consider the Dr. Mike guy, the Mike Israetel guy, generally like 95% is like pretty good. But sometimes I think you'll have, I don't remember, it's been so long since I was watching these guys. Sometimes you'll have a little bit more controversial positions or takes on things or whatever. Dr. Mike is just a retard now. Mike Israetel, the lifter dude, is? When it comes to fitness and stuff? Or you mean like outside of fitness for political stuff? That's a whole other thing to talk about. That's a whole other... It's like the last... Damn, this guy pushes a lot of videos a day. Airport gyms.
$1 billion doesn't just grow on trees, and like, is spending it on healthier airports of all places a good idea? But I can't figure out, like, lifting at the airport and getting sweaty and then like sitting down for a connection? Huh? Did someone think that through? If lots of folks wanted healthier food and gyms, many airports would have already built them with no need for the government to offer incentives. Remember that
he's kind of a super libertarian sometimes as well, but what is it? Fuck, did RFK talk about this? Who the fuck would lift? It's not even about having the clothes and the whatever, but just imagine like the mental, like you're on a connection and you're traveling and you've got your fucking bags with you. I think, oh my God.
people who run the airport have absolutely no conspiracy to sell you fast food. They don't care. And is that worth $1 billion of spending to make a not detectable dent in public health? Here comes administration is putting $1 billion in federal grant money toward making airports more family-friendly and health-oriented.
I mean, these could be good things. It just depends on what that means.
Airports can apply for funding to build things like kids' play areas, nursing/mothers' rooms, which is kind of a trip, family security lanes.
Mike tends to give great advice. It's just that it tends to be the same thing. Lift relatively heavy, deep eccentrics, etc. But he gets shit since he goes very hard on the bro science lifters. Sure. But I mean, like when you're in like the square of like good fitness YouTuber people, like there's not much like new shit to be researched. Like they've discovered the magical, like they've discovered the new magical rep range to grow your pecs like never before. It's not 1 rep max. It's not 5 to 8. It's not 10 to fucking 15 or whatever. It's 9.5 reps. Okay, at RPE 7.25, and this is the secret. This is the key.
And sensory.
Like most of it's going to be repeating the same shit, right?
Now there's also a push because you're thinking, okay, what does that have to do with health really and fitness really?
He emphasizes a theory about the deep stretch that has been disproven for the last 2 years, and he won't change his mind about it. What is the deep stretch? Was that the idea that most of the hypertrophy or whatever comes when you're at like the, I don't know if it's eccentric or concentric, I don't know, but like the idea that like all of the muscle growth comes from when you're stretching at like the bottom or most extreme version or whatever of a lift? Does he actually believe that? Was that ever a thing that was like heavily researched? Like I know like full range of motion stuff for joint health and muscle development, everything is fine, but pausing at the bottom of the eccentric. A theory that stretch-mediated hypertrophy is better for every muscle group. Oh, okay.
There's also a push for healthier food options and even small exercise or movement spaces inside terminals. I don't know what movement spaces means because the terminal is maybe the largest indoor movement space ever invented, and just walking around from one end to the other of the terminal will get you all the steps you ever need. I do that all the time at airports. But exercise spaces sounds curious. It sounds like maybe some lifting weights will happen at America's airports. Now, from a legal, technical perspective, this is mostly incentives, not mandates. Airports aren't being forced. They're being encouraged with money. Here's some money, build some stuff. And the branding here seems to lean in pretty heavily to family values and health culture messaging, not just infrastructure upgrades for the purpose of betterment. In the short term, we can probably expect some visible PR-friendly changes at some airports and news reports of a new gym built at XYZ airport. But in the medium term, we are likely to see uneven adoption because some airports will probably embrace it a ton, other airports meh, and some airports maybe possibly not at all or very little, doing maybe the bare minimum if required. Healthier food options may improve slightly, in my view, but concessions contracts and the real hard law of supply and demand make...
He was also advising the lengthened partial stuff, which seemed to check out if I recall. It's the idea that you can do partial reps in the lengthened position of the muscle instead of doing the whole rep. That sounds like that's some advanced autism shit.
Total food overhaul at airports unlikely, so just wouldn't expect it to all be healthy food in just a few months or a few years. The bigger goal with this policy seems to be to try to shift social norms so that airports can be more pleasant, healthier environments, and we can learn to expect that sort of thing at airports. Now, whether that actually meaningfully changes the average airport experience for the average person is an open question. So being that that is the news, let me talk about some upsides and some downsides to this policy, see if we can make sense of it in an exercise science sort of way. First of all,
I don't have any evidence for this. Did we watch a video on this? My vibe, my feel is that if you wanted to immediately do the easiest thing from a government office to make the majority of Americans make better choices on food, we should have the little labels like they have in Europe on the backs of foods, where it's like, they put like the sugar and it's like red, yellow, or green, and they might do it with other macros as well. But they should just like, I think that just having labeling like that so you can like pick up a thing and it's like, is this good or bad? Because most Americans don't really have a concept of like, you know, this thing says it has 8 grams of protein. Well, that's a lot of protein. How many calories is it? 500 calories. Okay, well, 500 calories is, I don't know, I guess that's maybe okay. But like 8 grams of protein, I guess that's good. Like people just have no concept of like what a thing should be or what the balance should be. I feel like having the dumb stickers, I say the dumb stickers, but like at least I know I think in the UK they have this. I feel like in Sweden they have this where you can just like pick up a thing and everything's in like, I think they even have like macros per 100 fucking kilocalorie or whatever of food. So it's like very easy and quick to compare from food to food as well. So you don't have to look at the serving size and then do the conversion and then figure out. But I don't know, there's like a paper that says that maybe that shit doesn't do anything anyway, so. Wouldn't making healthy food cheaper be easier? Probably not, but maybe, possibly, but probably not.
Well, on vibes, I think this is great. Healthier food options and exercise options at airports, amazing. In reality, many people numerically will benefit from this. Shit, many of us watching this video would love to get a 30-minute workout between connections and grab actual good macros-friendly food. Scott, wouldn't that be dope? Macro-friendly food? Lovely. At the airport, amazing.
It's mandated to have per 100 grams or 100 milliliters? Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, yeah. Not per calorie, but per gram, yeah, sure.
And some folks that would otherwise be less active or eating more poorly will surely get into the fitness and health fun. I think maybe the best part about this is the kids' play areas, to be completely honest. It's genius. It's just a great idea overall. It can reduce kid and adult stress like crazy because the kids get their energy out. It allows kids to be more active, which is super healthy physically and psychologically and socially for children. And they get all that pre-flight energy out so that when the flight comes up, they either chill and do this when they're plugged into the TV. Scott, my nieces and nephews just do that when you put on any kind of cinematic movie.
Skibbity toilet.
Skibbity toilet. That's all they want to watch. I don't know what that is, but it's probably brain.
I feel like I read something at one point that at the very least when they put this stuff on child food, it would like have like a pretty significant impact on parents picking things up or putting things down. But I could be wrong. I don't know if I made this up or not. It's very, very easy though at a glance to pick up something in the European countries I've been in, to pick it up and look at the back and you can tell if it's like, sometimes it's even like, yeah, like this is for friends, it's like color coded. It would be nice to have that guide, I think. 30-second Euro meme on the labels.
Ik ben klaar met mijn boodschappen. Boodschappen? Je hebt alleen maar snacks gehaald. Snacks? Heb je ooit gehoord van een Nutri-score? Kijk dit. Mijn chocola, B. Pizza, A. Mega gezond. Chips, een dikke vette B. Wat heb jij daarentegen? Ik heb gewoon gezond eten gehaald. Gezond?
Uh-oh.
C?
True.
Kaas van een D.
True.
Welke koe het
Not good.
Wat is dit? Een groentetaart van een D? Schaam je. Let een beetje op je lichaam. Ik ben klaar met mijn boodschappen.
Do Amerifats not have macros per 100 grams or ounce or something? No. Our nutrition labels don't tell us much at all. It'll just be like, it'll just list like the actual amounts. It'll say percentage of daily like value, which I don't think anybody knows or gives a fuck about or anything. And yeah, it's just, it's our labels suck. Like if I were to look at American Coke can label, like this is basically what it looks like. This is what you get on American labels. Okay, well, they don't even show us anything, I guess. Fuck me. And it's like, I don't know, like an American has no clue, like, what do you do with this information, you know? Like, how do I compare this to anything else or what? I guess there aren't vitamins in it. And then it's, like, I know a little bit more about nutrition stuff, but for an average American, you just look at this and it's like, I don't know, is it a lot? Is it a little? Who the fuck knows? There's just not much, you know, yeah, there's just whatever. Oh, okay. Like, the thing that sucks is, like, RFK could have pushed for a better labeling system on our stuff, and it actually would have been, like, I think meaningfully better. But there's, it's all fucking retarded shit. It's all just retarded shit. Or you go to restaurants and there's no info at all, true. Destiny, it's per serving, but the US shit is pretty fine, and actually per serving can make sense. It's just sometimes it doesn't work well. I don't agree with that. I think having per 100 grams or whatever, it makes more sense because it's easier to compare one food to the next. Also, American companies will play games sometimes because you'll get like, I swear to God, this will say on the back of it, fuck, hold on. I've seen these in, like, one bar will be, oh, this is serving size one bar. Sometimes they'll have like king size candy bars and it'll be like, the thing is 2.5 servings. So you're looking at this, it's like, okay, so I need to multiply everything on the back by 2.5. Oh, like, so here, like serving size, 1/2 bar, 36 servings per container. Oh, is this like a big thing of crunchy rice? Okay. But like, why are we doing serving sizes? It's just cringe. I just think it's stupid. All of our shit is fucked. Usually servings are standardized per type of food, no? In the US, fuck no. There's no standardized fucking anything that I'm aware of when it comes to labeling anything. It should just say if you eat it all. Yeah, like who the fuck does this? Or like, I'm pretty sure if you look at the labeling on Gatorade nutrition label, like, who the fuck is drinking? Oh, these are listed in one bottle. That's good. I've seen Gatorade bottles, maybe it's a size bigger, where they'll label like 1.5 or 2 or 2.5 or 2 servings per thing. And I was like, who's treating these as 2 servings? Like who's drinking half a Gatorade, putting it in the fridge? Gatorade Thirst Quencher, about 2.5 servings per container. Why? It's just fucking cringe. I don't know. I think it's just crazy the way that we label shit in the US. Like, I don't know how, like, a normal person who's not willing to read a bunch of shit about diet, how the fuck are you even having any idea what the fuck is on the back of the thing? Yeah.
Brain rot. Or they just fall asleep, versus if your kids have tons of energy because they didn't do any play at the airport, they're just like beating the back of the other seat or screaming at each other and no one's having any fun. Those are the upsides.
And cheese in the...
Look at this.
Highest priority row, I don't think is a super sharp idea. You're going to be eating more of whatever foods you add them to. It affects major federal nutrition programs like school lunches and other government food programs. The government's newest visual food guide, and is literally called the New Pyramid. And it's tied to the dietary guide.
Ooh, new food pyramid. Did we get a new food pyramid? A new RFK approved food pyramid and I missed it? Is there any evidence for efficacy of that shit? European countries marginally like USA and obesity rates. Well, this is relatively new, I think, for Europe, right? Like in the past decade. But I don't know. You'd have to see. That's why I said I don't know if there's like a paper on it or anybody's done a study on how it impacts food choice.
Guidelines for Americans document 2025 through 2030. So the document is called Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2025-2030. I'm sure you've already read it. Scott, you've seen that copy I sent you, yes?
Of course.
Of course. We all read our homework. That document and the pyramid dropped on January 7th, 2026, mere very short time ago. It was released jointly by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health and Human Services, same tag team that puts out the dietary guidelines on a regular cycle. You might remember.
Serious question. What's your mental health advice for people with bipolar 2? What could I possibly say to that? I don't know. Don't be crazy. What do you mean?
The pyramids from your childhood. The rollout was led by HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a well-known TRT user, and
FDA has a lot of guidelines for a lot of what you can choose as a serving size using RACC, amounts usually consumed. It's just there's foods that are exempt and foods where the RACC guidelines don't work well. Here you go. Ready? If it's in a small wrapping package, that's the serving size. Nobody is fucking buying a candy bar and eating half of it and then putting the other half in the shelf or in your cabinet to eat later. That's just fucking retarded, okay?
USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins, who I've never heard of, but seems like they have a cool name. The big headline message is eat real food. And the translation here is eat fewer food-ish products that have 37 ingredients and a smiley face on the cover, and eat stuff that looks like it's like actually made of food. And this isn't just a cute graphic the government put out. It affects major federal nutrition programs like school lunches and other government feeding programs. This is a big deal.
In the fitness industry, the steroid accusations fly around everywhere until I don't know what to believe at Destiny. Okay, when it came to steroids, or sometimes people say you're juicing, or sometimes people will say you're on gear, there are a few the trenbolone and whatever the fuck they're, these common, whatever the fuck they are. What's the meme? Eat, cleanse, train hard, and there's a third thing. It used to be that like if you wanted to get involved in stuff like that, you had to do research. You had to order, sometimes if you're in the US, you have to order illegal shit. And it's like a hardcore, like 20 years ago, maybe even 15 years ago, like roiding was like a you have to do a lot of shit to be not natty. Okay, natty as a natural, and the only natural as in you're not taking exogenous hormones from outside your body to augment yourself. However, I think with the advent of and the availability of TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, basically now if you are an adult human male and you walk into any clinic in the United States, basically no matter what, you will be able to get a prescription for testosterone, which is essentially like a legal version of getting on gear for weightlifting, because I don't know if I would say most, but like you can go to a male health clinic and you can get what's going to be 100% pure and good, whatever they're using for DRT. It's literally by fucking physicians from pharmacies and everything else. You get injected. And a lot of people can use this recreationally, I'll say. If you're going to a clinic and they tell you that your number is low and you are asymptomatic of having low testosterone, then you're on gear. You're just juicing. You're on roids. That's all. In my opinion, that's all it is. But the thing is, if you're on a low dose of TRT, and by low, I mean, you're not trying to put your testosterone in like the fucking 5,000s or whatever the fuck, right? You're just on a low dose of TRT. It's relatively safe, and it's like free muscle gains. It's free leanness. It's just, in a way, it just helps every part of your body. All this to say that like 10 to 15 years ago, getting on gear is like pretty difficult. These days, I'm pretty sure it's just accepted that almost every single person that is like in the fitness world or doing Instagram shit, almost all of them will be on some version of TRT, and they'll either lie about it or they'll mention TRT occasionally, but they don't believe it's the same thing as on being on steroids or whatever the fuck else. But yeah, so I think these days I feel like it's pretty normal. I think most people just kind of accepted that almost everybody is on some kind of TRT because it's like it's free muscle and it's free leanness. So once you start, you can't stop though, right? I mean, you're probably okay. Like assuming that you're on low dose, this isn't medical advice, but assuming you're on when I say a low dose of TRT, it's going to improve your leanness and improve your muscle building, but it's not going to like make your balls fall off. I don't believe that like what you would get prescribed, my understanding is what you get prescribed at a male health clinic, maybe if you're on it for like 10 or 20 years, but it's not going to be a thing that's like in 1 year your balls fall off, like you're on some hardcore fucking roid cycle or whatever.
Now, what's the pyramid recommending? In the top tier, and it really is kind of an upside down pyramid if you think about it, in the top
Is it really that easy to get a prescription for a test? From my personal experience, it is. I think I've walked into one before and they were ready to fucking juice me up right the fuck there. I had just because my numbers are very, very, very low on the reference range, but I have no symptoms of low testosterone whatsoever, but they were ready to fucking juice me up. And he was speaking numbers. The guy was like, I can put you in like the 800s, 900s. This is like, it's probably like 10 years ago. I'm like, you're going to triple my testosterone when I have absolutely zero symptoms of being low T? And then I think when I did my hair thing, when I had my alopecia outbreak on my face, I think they mentioned offering it as well as like another service. I guess I didn't technically ask them, but from what I've heard, it's easier to get on testosterone as a male if you go to a male health clinic than it is to get fucking ADHD meds from like a telehealth thing. It's a very, very, very easy thing to do from everything I've heard. And then from the little bit of personal experience I have of people, yeah.
Federal nutrition programs like school lunches and other government feeding programs. This is a big deal. Now, what's the pyramid recommending? In the top tier, and it really is kind of an upside down pyramid if you think about it, in the top tier, the pyramid recommends protein, dairy, and healthy fats. They want you prioritizing protein basically every meal.
They even give a target around 0.54 to 0.73 grams of protein per pound of body weight per day. Scott, that's real far.
Damn.
They even give a target around
Okay.
0.54 to 0.
That feels really high if you're not like actively lifting. But okay.
0.73 grams of protein per pound of body weight per day. Scott, that's real far away from a gram and a half. Isn't that right, brother? Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. Gram to the face. But higher than normal, which is interesting. The I'm just trying to hit my protein era is now federally approved, which is nice. The next tier has a vegetables and fruits, like 3 servings of vegetables and 2 servings of fruit per day, whole, colorful, minimal processing, all really good. I do have a bone to pick here. I haven't gotten to the criticism part of the talk. This is just a minor note. Scott, what's a serving?
Oh, that's a great question.
There is no answer to the question that a human being can understand. Servings are stupid and pointless. But in any case, you can get at least a relative understanding that, look, protein sources.
Yeah, I feel like it should just be per 100 grams or whatever. Like in all of Europe and probably the rest of the world, but 0.5 is not high at all. Every single person typing in that this is not a high amount of protein is a loser, incel, retard on the internet. If you would ask a normal American person who weighs, the average American is what, 220 fucking pounds or whatever? Hey, you need to get 0.7 grams of protein. You need to get from your diet 150 grams of protein a day. You're retarded. You're so fucking delusional if you think the average American can easily hit that goal. That's like a supplement level. Like I'm on protein. Like 150. Yeah, let me eat fucking 2 chicken breasts every single day with my T-bone steak fucking dinner and my fucking 2 cups of 2% milk in the morning with my 3 eggs. Like, bro, that 150 grams of protein a day is an ungodly amount of. That for an average American that's not like prioritizing their fucking lifting macros. That's a ton of protein. You're crazy.
Super important. Healthy fat sources are super important.
Sorry, I love you.
And then veggies and fruits after. Okay, cool. Next level is whole grains. They're in, but smaller, 2 to 4 servings per day. And they're very whole grains, yes, refined carbs.
There's also probably something to be said as well for the fact that I think that most protein consumption that Americans engage in is probably not the best. We tend to eat fattier meats instead of leaner stuff. So we gravitate towards like ground beef, 80-20 ground beef, or fattier, or like really buttered up steak, or hamburgers and cheeseburgers instead of ground beef, as opposed to like leaner meats or turkey or like we'll eat pork or whatever. Like the types of protein that we eat is usually served with a bunch of other not great stuff, and it's kind of it's just not generally. The conventional wisdom is that Americans could probably do with a little bit less protein in their diet, but when Americans think protein, I think usually the sources are from not the healthiest, like holistic foods or whatever.
Sources are super important. Healthy fat sources are super important. And then veggies and fruits after. Okay, cool. Next level is whole grains. They're in, but smaller, 2 to 4 servings per day. And they're very whole grains, yes. Refined carbs, no. They explicitly say to avoid highly processed foods, especially the salty/sweet packaged stuff and ready-to-eat snack ambushes. I think this is great news. Sorry, I'll praise this later after telling you guys what is actually going on. Added sugar gets specifically roasted. It's basically not recommended, with guidance to avoid added sugar entirely for kids aged 4 and under. For drinks, water and unsweetened beverages get the gold star, and alcohol gets a limit it because hydration shouldn't mean IPA based, and I think we already knew that to begin with. They frame this, the authors, as a flexible framework, not a strict diet. More guardrails than nutrition prison you can never leave. All right, pretty interesting. How is this different than the last pyramid? We're going to take a little history tour here. It's got the rickety buses from the 1920s and smokestack chimneys and people going everywhere but in 3-piece suits. You ever notice that back in the old timey days, everyone was always in a suit?
They dressed so good back then, man. It was sick. Like Peaky Blinders style was peak style.
Can you imagine how bad people smelled?
Yeah.
Pre-air conditioning?
All summer, yeah.
I can't communicate with how fucking retarded you are. I'm so sorry. Chicken breast is 29 grams per 100 or grams or whatever. Wait, what? Isn't is a protein 4 calories or 8? I forget. Fuck me. Is it 4? I don't even fucking remember. But you say 2 chicken breasts is 170 grams. It's extremely easy. Do you think that's 4? Do you think the average person is eating 2 whole chicken breasts per day? Do you think the average person is eating a whole chicken breast per day? Like, stop. Jesus.
What's that called? Pipes of water going through your
plumbing.
Anyway, how's this different than the last pyramid? So the government has been updating food guidance for forever. Pyramids are just a new concoction. 1916 was the first year governments really started telling people what to eat, and since then they've been keeping a good job at it. In 1992,
several important things happened. One is the LA gangster rap scene was at its zenith, Scott. Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Eazy-E, I mean, holy shit. The entire soundtrack to GTA San Andreas is like the most fire shit I have ever heard in my entire life. That is the most important thing that happened in 1992. But of secondary importance, the food guide pyramid, the classic horizontal layers, came out. It had a big base of grains. I used to eat Cheerios, Scott. And
do you think people do not eat entire chicken breasts? How many chicken breasts do you think are sold in a package? I'm getting OneGuy'd, right? I feel like I'm getting OneGuy'd.
Read the pyramid autistically.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because it was on the back of the Cheerios. The autism also makes sense. Big base of grains, then fruits and veggies, then protein and dairy, very different than this pyramid, with fats/sweets to use sparingly at the very top. So this is the carbs as the foundation era. In 2005, this got a big rework into the My Pyramid. Still a pyramid, but now it's vertical color stripes, which is a little confusing, and a little stick figure in the middle climbing stairs. It also added an oils band and baked in physical activity, which was cool. They finally realized like you have to tell people to be physically active as well. In 2011, they got away from the pyramid altogether and did the My Plate. The USDA basically said, forget the triangle, and switched to a plate icon split into food groups, veggies, fruits, lean proteins, etc., intended as a simple reminder, not detailed instructions. I loved the My Plate because you eat one plate at a time. You don't eat in a pyramid. Scott, do you ever envision your daily intake as a pyramidal abstraction?
I actually eat on a pyramid-shaped plate, and I put everything where it's supposed to be.
You're like not so hungry, so you're at the top still eating the fats and sweets. You're like, I'm never going to get to the grains at this rate. This is not going to happen. So it's also worth noting that the My Plate got a design refresh around 2020, but the big format jump, the big content jump was still 2011 plate to the 2026 pyramid comeback today. And so the 2026 new pyramid, the pyramid returns, but its emphasis shifts hard. Protein, dairy, and healthy fats get top billing. Veggies and fruits stay big, and grains get a smaller, more specific lane. So the old pyramid vibe is grains are your base. The new pyramid vibe is proteins plus plants are your base. Refined carbs are on very thin ice. The new pyramid is also way more direct about what to avoid, processed foods, sugary drinks, added sugars, whereas older guides often leaned on moderation and hoped your cookies would develop empathy.
I wasn't referring to what the average American eats. I was responding to your hyperbole about how much someone would need to eat to hit 150 grams of protein. It's not impossible to eat 150 grams of protein in a day. I'm just saying it's not, the average diet is nowhere near that. If I had to guess, somebody link what, if I had to guess, the average American probably consumes anywhere from 40 to 80 grams of protein a day, if I had to guess. And these are like fucking 3,000 fucking calorie diets. I don't know if somebody has a link to whatever that is. But
they didn't, by the way, and we have an obesity epidemic. All right, so let me talk about two things next. Thing number one is
if you switch to red meats with white... Oh, if you switch the red meats with white meats, you would hit it easy. I think that's probably true, but I also think that there's probably something to be said for the types of meals that white meats are served with versus the types of meals that red meats are served with. Generally speaking. Not necessarily speaking, but generally speaking, I think. Like how many grams of protein is in like a fucking quarter pounder or whatever? What do you, like 30 or 40 or whatever? And then what is it, like 1,000 calories? How many calories in a quarter pounder with cheese? Wait, nutrition. McDonald's, quarter pounder. Oh, these are way less calorie than I thought. I thought they had some crazy huge fucking burger. Oh, I might be thinking of a double quarter pounder with cheese. So if you get this with, if we say like a medium fry and a medium drink, you think it's 1,000 calorie meal? The fries might have like 2 grams of protein. I don't remember. But that would be like, so a meal from McDonald's with a quarter pounder with cheese is going to be like almost 1,000 calories with 30 grams of protein. Like not the best.
What is not ideal about this? Criticism first, so we end on a happy note, and then I'll talk about what is really, really good about this new pyramid. What's not ideal about it? Number one, including butter and cheese in the highest priority row, I don't think is a super sharp idea.
I don't know, unless you're Ripto, I don't know where the big jerk off about the health of fucking dairy comes from. I just don't understand the obsession. Like, I think all else equal, dairy is not the worst, especially like milk, because especially a lot of it is like fortified with vitamin D and stuff. But the obsession with dairy, the obsession with it is just very fucking weird. I don't know.
Yeah. Why? Both butter and cheese are not healthy fats. Straight up, they're just not. They're okay in moderation, but don't do great things for your cardiovascular system in higher daily consumptions. And remember, when they're tier 1, motherfuckers are going to go out there and eat all the butter and cheese they can. And when you tell them, hey, like, you've been dipping a block of cheese into a bunch of melted butter, they're going to be like, it's in the food pyramid, you dick. And they won't be wrong. Next, both butter and cheese are very high palatability. Scott, any debate on the fact that butter and cheese are real easy to eat in high amounts?
Yeah.
Amazing. They're very high palatability, which means you're going to be eating more of whatever foods you add them to, which ratchets up your calories and makes you, as the French say, elle fat. Both butter and cheese, to make things worse, aren't just very high palatability. They're very high in calories themselves. High calories plus high palatability. Palatability just means like how tasty is the food and how much of it do you want to eat. High calories plus tasty food you want to eat a lot of, plus the US government says eat up, is a very, very interesting recipe for more weight gain for Americans. Potentially. There's sort of good news on this a little bit later. And number 2 critique, the relegating whole grains down situation. Whole grain consumption correlates with, and almost certainly causes in part, massive health improvements in almost every group of well-controlled studies. And the volume of literature and the quality of literature of these studies is absolutely gargantuan. Like, this is like capital T true that whole grains are amazing for you. Whole grains are absolutely not more obesogenic. That means they do not cause people to gain excess body weight and body fat more than butter and cheese. And per calorie, they're better for health. So not only do you not overeat whole grains nearly as much, calorie per calorie, they're better for your health. Butter and cheese getting the nod over whole grains is backwards. And I hate to say it because butter and cheese are my 2 spirit foods. I have a 3rd spirit food. Do you guys want to know what it is?
No.
We see when men get very excited, you know what I've done.
Oh, shit. Okay. Nice.
Yes, it is possible to overeat whole grains. But mostly the people overeating grains are just overeating like kids' cereal and white breads and not whole grains, while butter and cheese never get overeaten. Am I right? Ever. Why would you ever do that? Lastly, and this is a little bit of a bone, but I got to throw it in there, there seemingly is no mention of non-nutritive sweeteners. It says to avoid sweetened beverages, which is awesome, but fails to mention that non-nutritive sweeteners like sucralose, stevia, and a bunch of the other ones are absolutely great. Small issue, but an issue nonetheless.
That's because this whole thing was made by fucking crazy people. It wouldn't surprise me. Is there a thing where RFK says that like these people think that what is it, aspartame or whatever, or other things that they'll like all give you cancer? They're actually secretly worse for you than the actual sugar shit. I don't know. I don't know if that's like a widely held belief by the RFK types, but I know at one point people were pushing this, like, oh, these diet drinks and the Coke Zeros and everything actually are even worse for you because they all are giving you fucking super brain cancer. And
sweeteners like sucralose, stevia, and a bunch of the other ones are absolutely great. Small issue, but an issue nonetheless. You want people drinking diet sodas. Diet sodas are amazing. They're so good. They're roughly as quote-unquote bad or good for you as water, but people like them and they taste great, and they don't have to force you in a conundrum of I'm drinking water now instead of drinking Coke. If you have to choose between water and Coca-Cola Classic, realistically, a lot of Americans are just going to choose Coca-Cola because this is a country of having a good time. You want to choose water, go live in a Mongolian prison or some shit like that. But if you tell people you choose between Coca-Cola, which is not so great for you in high amounts, or Diet Coke, which is basically neutral for you, damn near close to water, then all of a sudden you don't have to choose between misery and the starlight shining incredible feeling of Coca-Cola being guzzled down your throat. You can just have both with diet soda. I really wish there was a mention of that. That's my critical stuff. Let's move on to what's really good about it. This is not a complete list, but it's a long list because there's so much good about this pyramid. Number 1, it promotes a protein core. That is amazing. Protein grows muscle. It supplies a steady stream of energy. It is anti-catabolic, which means it prevents muscle loss, especially in the era of weight loss drugs. This is a huge...
Be careful. Some sweeteners are really good. There are a few recently that showed increase in ROS at typical intake levels. The fuck is ROS? Retard of... I don't even know.
Deal. Unbelievable all-round gold star. Number 2, it promotes veggies. Veggies are the healthiest pound-for-pound food that you can eat and suppress hunger the most. Veggies are goated. They have no equal. When the veggies enter the Colosseum, all the gladiators just scrimp right out because there's no point. When broccoli raises that sword, everyone kneels. Period. Amazing that veggies are getting a huge front row seat. This pyramid also promotes minimally processed food. There are food processing methodologies that make foods even healthier. The thing that makes Greek yogurt go from full fat to no fat. The thing that gives you whey protein and casein protein powder. But a lot of processing is just designed for foods to have way more calories and way tastier and way less nutrients like fiber and vitamins. And so when it's Twinkies on the menu, yeah, man, processing sucks. For most people, the advice of less minimally processed food, more minimally processed food and less processed food is just really, really good advice. The other thing is this pyramid doesn't push like 900 grams of carbs onto people off the gate. Scott, you remember the 1992 original pyramid where the entire base was like just looked like pieces of Cheerios or some shit? And like, how many bread slices and pasta spoonfuls am I going to have to eat to be a good person? And it's just kind of wacky. And so probably didn't have a major effect on people, which I'll talk about in a sec, but it's good that we're not telling people to eat just like grains until the cows come home for no goddamn good reason. It promotes healthy fats, which is amazing. Healthy fats like...
Hi, what do you want? I got to leave pretty soon, so...
Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah, I have a call I need to do in like 15 minutes.
Oh, God damn it.
Good.
All
Stay
right.
mad, bitch. Love you. Did your thing go okay today? Wherever you had to go?
Yeah, we were good.
Cool.
We were just going and getting refills on meds and shit.
Cool.
Nothing, no big deal.
Be careful.
Well, what time are you going to be back tomorrow?
Hopefully 1 o'clock. If the
All right.
life goes well.
I got your new shirt. Do you even know about it?
The morally lucky one or the vaxxed one, or?
There's another one coming out. I don't want to spoil it.
Okay, well, don't spoil that.
But it's good. All right, bye.
Be careful.
Nuts, nut butters, olive oil, canola oil, avocados, things like that are phenomenal. Very difficult to overeat in the context of any kind of diet. Super, super healthy for all your body systems.
What?
Are we gonna arc or are we?
Fuck, I don't know. I have a call in 15 minutes, so it'll be later tonight. Go solo. Be careful.
Awesome. And this pyramid promotes dairy, which is actually interesting, something I didn't used to know, but high-fat dairy, like whole milk, not processed dairies like cheeses and shit and butters, high-fat dairy like whole milk, whole Greek yogurt, whole cottage cheese is actually super, super healthy in a calorie-balanced diet. So if you can get the calorie balance right, full-fat dairy is actually really dope. And obviously lean dairy is really, really dope. And lastly, a really good thing about this pyramid is it warns against sweetened beverages and alcohol. If all Americans stopped drinking alcohol just for a year and stopped drinking all sugar-sweetened beverages, you would see massive, massive weight loss, massive health improvements. Not going to happen anytime soon, probably, but it is what it is. So amazing. Now, if I had to tweak my own food pyramid, anoint myself to king of health of the United States, is that king of health on steroids? No, shut up. You're going to jail in Guatemala or something. How would I do it? I would change the design just a little bit. The top row, the most prominent row, because it's the upside-down version, would have lean proteins, almost mandatory on every plate. The middle row would have veggies and fruits. The number of people that have ever gotten too fat eating veggies and fruits, minimally processed, super fresh, is very, very low, possibly zero. The third row would have whole grains and healthy fats. These are higher calorie sources, spoon for spoon, and so they shouldn't be brought up to the front, but nonetheless, they're very good for you and can be eaten in moderation within the context of your calories. And then the bottom row, a point of the pyramid, I would throw in butter, cheese, chocolate.
You want to know what a radical food take would be? If you want to do some radically unpopular shit and just fucking go hard, would be banning potatoes. There are just so many better things that we as white people should probably eat as sides, and potatoes just replace everything because it really is just like the best fucking food ever. But if we would like French fries are probably like Hiroshima to the American diet. There are just so many amazingly delicious potato things that just have zero fucking nutritional value whatsoever, and they just serve as vehicles to deliver more sodium and butter and sauces and just the worst types of everything into your body. But like, if companies were forced to make like a side of, some kind of, you can still keep your dips and shit, but at least if it was like broccoli or like you can make vegetables tasty. Fucking a box of like a thing of asparagus instead of French fries that you're picking from, or literally anything besides French fries, anything besides just fucking potatoes. Even sweet potatoes would be better than potatoes. But God, like there are so many potato-based foods that are just, they're really good, but they're just so empty calories and just fatten you up.
And junk food. Notice, big difference between my pyramid and the new pyramid is that butter and cheese are in my eat hardly ever situation if you're trying to be a super healthy person and you have trouble with your weight, while for theirs, butter and cheese are in the rank 1. Big, big difference there. But both of us agree junk food is junk food and probably shouldn't be eaten much. Now, second to last point for this video. Will this recent pyramid, or even my own version of the pyramid, if people are going to accept it, impact obesity rates?
Who looks to the food pyramid or whatever, the FDA guidelines for anything?
Guess is almost certainly not much, if at all. We know this because the old food guide pyramids had almost no measurable effect on obesity rates. How can that be? Did people actually follow the food pyramid? The short answer is absolutely not. Here's the slightly longer answer, though also pedantic. The idea that tens of millions of Americans suddenly became dutiful little nutrition monks because the USDA put a triangle on a pamphlet is optimistic, bordering on delusional. What actually happened...
maybe school lunches might be based around it a little bit, maybe?
Behaviorally with each one of these pyramids. Especially that 1992 killer pyramid that's supposed to be the thing that caused the obesity epidemic. It didn't.
Isn't making veggies more tasty just making them as unhealthy as potatoes? I guess our potatoes, when not smothered in oil or butter, are supposed to be really good. Are they? I just don't think potatoes have very many nutrients in them, do they? What is like the average nutrients? I don't even know what I would look up. Nutrition value empty baked potato. Lots of potassium if you need potassium. If you're short on potassium, they got that for you. You have to eat the skin though. They are really good. They are supposed to be the most satiating carb per cal. That might be true if you take like a potato in its purest form, but that has absolutely nothing to do with the average potato consumption in the United States. because French fries are going to be some of your most, like, you're too focused on nutrition. They just fill you up and they're low calorie. No. Fried French fries absolutely do not fill you the fuck up. It is super easy to destroy 1,000 calories of French fries without even fucking thinking about it. Maybe if you have like a baked potato or something else and you haven't loaded 50 trillion fucking things into it, but the average way that French fries, I think, the average ways that potato-related things are prepared for Americans is not like a satiating, nutrient-dense way at all. It's usually just super fried shit that is like super easily consumed instantaneously, very not nutritionally dense stuff.
Allegedly, who knows what happened is people read the shit and they're like, oh, I gotta eat 18 trillion pounds of grains, and boom, I got fat.
I feel like you changed the conversation. Obviously, people aren't talking about French fries. What did you think I was talking about when I said we should ban potatoes? First of all, I'm joking. We shouldn't ban all potatoes. But do you think I'm saying it because I think too many people are eating whole baked potatoes without a ton of additives? Do you think that's what I'm talking about? Or am I talking about the fact that French fries are a staple fast food for every single fast food restaurant in the entire United States?
What actually happened was the following. People ate refined grains, not whole grains. They already misread the pyramid. Just kidding, they never read it. It's just refined grains taste good. That's it. They added fats and sugars on top of higher carb diets. One of the big debates a few years back was the high carb recommendation hurting Americans, and should we recommend low carbs? And people have said that, like, well, Americans are eating less fats and more carbs now because of the pyramid. We actually looked into the data. It looks like they just ate more fats and carbs. Americans never got the high carb menu. They never got, good God, Americans never got the high carb memo. They didn't get the high fat memo. They don't read memos, you guys. Portion sizes at the same time exploded. Ultra-processed food availability skyrocketed. Price came down. The diversity was massive. Still is. Liquid calories, soda, and juice became normal daily intake during this time. So if someone says Americans ate too many grains because the pyramid told them to, you can fairly respond with something like Americans ate too much of everything because food got cheaper, tastier, larger, and omnipresent. And I'll add one thing. It's just supply and demand. People really like to eat super tasty, high-calorie food. And a lot of people just don't really give too much of a shit about what acutely happens to them in their daily lives. I know this sounds crazy, but it's politically incorrect and also true. The pyramid, the original 1992 version, never...
So maybe don't give disinfo that potatoes are unhealthy, and instead of saying potatoes are healthy, but how they are prepared is often unhealthy. Okay, well, maybe you should give more qualifications, because technically there is no unhealthy way to prepare a potato. The unhealthy thing has to do with the consumption of the potato. And technically, it isn't unhealthy to even consume French fries. You would just have to moderate the amount that you consume. There's nothing unhealthy about eating 3 French fries with a meal. So actually, at the summer user, you're the fucking retard. Congratulations, all right?
Said drink 64 ounces of Coke. They never said supersize it. It didn't say eat Doritos between meals. It didn't say consume over 3,000 daily calories even though you never move. Yet here we are. Compliance matters more than advice. By a long shot. The most at-risk people for obesity, in fact, the people that should be heeding the advice of these pyramids the most, are predictably, as measured in the research literature, several things. They read the least nutrition guidance. They trust government advice the least. They have the least executive bandwidth to implement it, i.e. they have other priorities, and they often live in food environments, by choice, where pyramids are irrelevant abstractions and getting food that's really tasty and really convenient is absolutely number one on almost everyone else's mind. Meanwhile, the people who actually tend to read dietary guidelines and attempt to follow them are disproportionately more educated already. I already know most of the stuff. Higher socioeconomic standing. They're already healthier and have tons of really good health behaviors. They're way more conscientious and future-oriented, which means they actually organize their nutritional lives to give a shit about what happens to their health later. And they're just less likely to become obese regardless. This is one of these things where the pyramid is supposed to help the people that need the help the most, but the people that get the help are the ones that need the help the least and arguably just don't need it at all. And the people who do need the help, folks really prone to obesity, they don't read about pyramids, they don't give a shit, or they've heard about it once or twice and go, sweet, cheeseburger time. That's it. Blaming obesity on dietary guidelines assumes...
The thing is, potatoes are very healthy, and you thought they were bad. Not just French fries. Potatoes are not very healthy, okay? How many people are lacking potassium in their diet? Shut the fuck up, all right? There are a billion better things to eat than fucking potatoes, okay? Eat shit, you Irish fucker. You should be sleeping right now so that you can wake up and go to your miserable fuck corporate job where you're stealing taxes from the rest of the world because of your dumbass fucking abusive laws, okay, for you to harbor corporations and shelter them from everybody. I hate you. I hope the British come in and they take more of your potatoes and they ship them off to the rest of the world while you guys are hungry.
High compliance among the least compliant group. That's backwards. My best guess. Folks will ignore this pyramid within a week. Scott, prediction?
Yeah, for sure.
And continue to eat mostly based on how they feel. Guys, that's how most normal people eat. Just whatever they feel like, with some slight maybe guilt trip about maybe eating a vegetable. Around the late 20-teens, I was saying very much in social media and whoever the hell would listen to me, mostly people that wish I'd shut up, as usual. I was saying very often that the only real solution to obesity is not another pyramid, not more education. I think it's just going to be about drugs and gene editing.
The Ozempic revolution started to prove that the drugs thing.
Oh, there's another thing Mike does. Is he over-indexes a ton, or maybe not. I don't know. Who knows? On like future health technology things.
It was probably on point. Gene editing eventually, I think, will prove to be completely correct if I'm being an egotistical asshole, which is my real state of affairs, by the way. So I think that's still a thing, and I think that the pyramid is just going to be like a no one asked, no one answered type of thing. Legit. It sucks. I wish we could just tell people what to do with a wise and omniscient government, but that is not reality. I will leave you with something a little bit more positive and substantially more useful. I have 3 rules that can replace the entire pyramid. Tell your family.
Number 1. No potatoes.
Family and friends about these 3 rules. Rule 1, eat a core of lean protein at every meal. Rule 2 is overall calories kept to keep you on track for a healthy weight. If you're overweight, that means less calories to lose weight. If you're normal weight, that means normal calories. If you're underweight, eat more. And lastly, number 3 is fill in the non-lean protein calories, because you have lean protein taking up some of the calories and you have a bunch of calories left over. Fill those in with any combo you like of veggies, fruits, whole grains, and healthy fats that are ideally minimally processed. And if you're struggling with weight, fill them in that order. So if you're struggling with your weight, way more veggies, fewer fruits, sparingly whole grains, and not a ton of healthy fats. If you're really struggling with keeping weight on your body, you can't gain enough weight, the doctors say that you're too skinny, etc., you need to start with healthy fats and whole grains, eat as many fruits as you can, and veggies are kind of sprinkled in to see if you're not super full yet. So it's taking the pyramid and turning it upside down. But as long as you're getting lean proteins, and then all of your meals have the calories remaining from some combination of veggies, fruits, whole grains, and healthy fats, probably in that order, you are going to have a real goddamn good time at your nutrition. And it really only needs to be that simple. Healthy fats versus whole grains is not a combat Godzilla versus Mothra show we ever need to see, because they're both totally awesome. Fruits and veggies are both totally awesome. We don't need that fight. We do know that butter and cheese are on the sidelines of that fight because they're arguably the enemy and not the main show. I hate talking shit about butter and cheese because for the soul, Scott, if I gave you a buttery cheese sandwich, could I even make you happier after that?
Yeah, no, that sounds good. Like a nice buttery grilled cheese. Come on.
Now, what if my hands were still covered with cheese, fat, and butter? Could I make you happier after that in any other way?
For sure.
My word. What kind of channel are we running here, folks? If you are serious about tracking your food and calories meal by meal for your best results, there are many amazing nutrition apps out there.
Get ground diet news.
My personal favorite, one I helped craft and use daily for every single meal, is the RP Diet Coach app. It's here to help. There are links in descriptions. Go click on things. And
oh my God.
Why don't you download yourself a picture of RFK Jr.? Here's your homework. Just stare at it. That's what a real man looks like. I'll see you guys next time.
Okay, good job. Okay, I love you. Wait, fuck it. Connect. Only bald man I listen to. NL. Based. Sponge, marble, sharp, wit, pound, layer, faculty, curtain, hash, parasite, blanket, sense, leech, cloak, number, and mooch. Parasite, leech, mooch, sponge doesn't really fit with those 3. I mean, it absorbs stuff, I guess, but leech, parasite, mooch. These are like really negatively loaded. Sponge isn't really, right? Oh, fuck it. Whatever. Don't be a bait. Okay. Freeloader? I've never heard somebody use sponge negatively. That guy's a sponge. I feel like if I hear sponge, I feel like the normative value is usually really positive. Oh, he's a sponge. Like he absorbs information or something. I don't know, but whatever. Okay. Hash brown. Sense brown hash. Hash oil. Pound. Curtain. Number. Blanket. Faculty. Layer. Layer. Oh, curtain, blanket, cloak. Easy. Like sharp, wit, sense, and marble, faculty, pound. Oh, these are on the keyboard. Oh, and his mental... He's lost his marbles, his mental faculty. Does he have a sense, a good wit, or whatever? Words for lucidity. Okay. Pound? Wait, what's interesting? Do people call this a sharp? In music, it's a sharp. But do you call the sharp and the pound the same thing? I don't think I've ever heard anybody refer to that as a sharp before. Like in music notation. Oh my god, thank you. I had no idea. Thank you. Oh, wait, I thought these were just things on a keyboard. Never mind. Fuck me. Sorry. I read this completely wrong. Like there's a number. I see. Ways one might refer to this sign. Okay, so number, pound, and sharp. Hash? I don't know if I've heard that one. This is a hash? Is that a European thing, or is that just a thing I haven't heard before? Oh, like hashtag. Whatever. Cringe. Be careful. Don't die. Wait, what somebody said, rank these three in terms of nutrition. Rice, pasta, or potatoes, and then Google after. Pasta is like pretty processed shit, right? My pasta has got to be really low on the thing. Potato is probably the healthiest of those three, and then rice is probably somewhere in the middle. That'd be my guess. But any like huge carb meals, especially for simple things, are probably not the best. Would be my guess. Rice is the best. Okay, be careful, don't die. Pasta can be healthy if made fresh, no? Isn't pasta always just like some flour-based derivative fucking shit that's just gonna be... You can make pasta from veggies. Oh, I didn't think of veggie. I didn't think of the veggie pasta. My bad. I didn't think of the veggie pasta. I'm going to go grab some of that. Be careful.